Well, happy Groundhog Day. Let's celebrate by watching something repetitive. If you wore this to Oogie Boogie Bash, Disney would give you an official costume out of pity. You know, Lorna Gray was in the Three Stooges short You Nasty Spy, one of the earliest film satires of the Third Reich. Lionel Atwill was in the original To Be or Not to Be, another film that satirized Nazis. Charles Trowbridge was in Confessions of a Nazi Spy, and Russell Hicks was in Hitler, Dead or Alive. You can guess from the titles where I'm going with this. George J. Lewis was in freaking Casablanca, and John Davidson was in freaking The Great Dictator. Nearly everyone in this was in anti-Nazi movies, and yet they all came together for a Captain America that doesn't fight Nazis. I'm sorry, I just really want to see some Nazi punching. Any prediction of political incompetence in the judiciary is purely coincidental. Chapter 11, The Dead Man Returns, followed by Dead Man Forever and Dead Man and Corpse Boy. Cap is killed again, Matson fell to his death, but let's talk about Gale. You may find yourself investigating a scarab shack. We keep zooming out and watching other people watch each other.
Shall I blow it?
This has been blowing it since episode 1.
America might show up too. He'd never let her come out here alone. You're right.
With congestion pricing, it was better to carpool. Captain America defeated by dirt. It's literally just now occurring to me that I could have been skipping chapters this whole time and half of you wouldn't have noticed, and the other half wouldn't have cared. I don't know why I'm committed to watching every episode. I'm not trapped in space by a mad scientist. I'm just an obsessive completionist, I guess. Once I start something, I have to finish it. It might be a sickness, I don't know. Anyway, they're punching each other. Once they're up the ladder, Gene Kelly can sing You Were Meant for Me. Ah, he forgot Cap can climb ladders too. Where the hell is the remote? They were trying day for night, but only got dull for boring. Just completely different exposures in each shot. Who was the DP? Me? Hold on, you've got gum on your shoe. Oh man, what did I drink last night? A backdrop from Brigadoon? He screams like a jungle bird. He's got a gun? At least it's not dirt. Huh? Is it even more boring out there than in here? Once again, manufacturing a cliffhanger out of simply not showing someone leave the place that exploded. Eventually, this may get a wee bit old. She got shot! Oh, no, that's just film burn. Spider Cap. Spider Cap. Grant doesn't actually use the elevator to leave his apartment, he just shimmies down the cables.
Why, Matson.
He's badly hurt, but still alive. We'll have to get him to a doctor right away if we want to save him and find the scarab.
Oh, I hope Dr. Wade's not trying to go on vacation with his family.
Bart Matson, who was captured last night by Captain America after
His first name is Bart? He's just like Bart.
Identified as the criminal who abducted Dr. Lyman and stole his world-famous life-restoring machine.
World famous, if by world you mean this city.
Matson is now in the home sanitarium on the verge of death.
Meanwhile, outside a confessional booth,
Survive sufficiently to speak. If he does, the district attorney is anxious to question him about that master criminal, the Scarab.
so boss, about that raise.
Matson won't talk even if he is dying. I know that, but he's our most valuable man. If he dies, we'll have to change all our plans. No, we won't.
Boss, you never let me be right about anything.
As a matter of fact, I plan to get his body before it reaches the morgue. But Matson's dead body can be of no use to us. No. But restored to life it can.
Oh, right, I'm not used to us keeping the same MacGuffin from chapter to chapter. Point to Chekhov.
If we do, I'll force Dr. Lyman to perform an experiment that will amaze even the district attorney.
Come on, playing Got Your Nose impresses the DA.
He's getting worse. The doctors have lost all hope of saving him.
I don't care about saving any other henchmen, but he's in the opening credits.
Oh, yes, Commissioner.
Dr. Black just phoned me from the sanitarium.
Matson is dead,
Well, let me know if there's any change in his condition.
and the county morgue will pick up the body.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Not the worst eulogy I've heard this week.
Robson's the best lead we ever had to the Scarab.
And unfortunately, there's no way for a dead man to return.
Every available man on the job.
Okay, Grant.
Well, that fulfills Dryden's appearance quota for a few episodes.
Sanitarium and talk to Dr. Black. It's just possible that Matson made some delirious remark, which may help us locate Dr. Lyman.
That's what Doc put on the DeLorean in part 3, right?
Cut it off.
What the audience said to the projectionist.
As soon as my men recover Matson's body, it will be brought here. You will resurrect him with your life-restoring machine.
But I didn't construct this machine to bring a murderer back to life.
Or your brother, apparently.
It would take 1,000,000 volts of electrical energy before this machine would be effective on a man.
And lightning won't strike the Hill Valley Clock Tower for another 11 years.
I've been able to supply everything you may require.
Oh, my favorite John Hodgman book.
I'll show you.
So Lyman is just rolling with finding out his fellow club member is the Scarab, huh? Lyman is shocked to see this room he had to walk through to get to the office.
This apparatus, Dr. Lyman, is capable of generating all the electricity you can possibly need.
Wow, perpetual energy. Seems like profiting off of that would be a much easier grift than whatever your Scarab plans are. Okay, but first I'll adjust the thing that holds the toilet seat covers. It's the machine at the factory that Nick Yankovic works at.
If you refuse to revive Matson, your last moments will be spent in there.
The fireworks room from the Secret Life of Pets ride. Oh, I wanted it to stay on. Good thing the phone waited for the noise to die down to ring.
Yes? Oh, yes, Gruber.
For the last time, you're not getting more screen time just because Matson's dead.
You won't have long to wait, Doctor.
I bought you lightning
I'm
vein.
in a report that the morgue truck has just arrived at the home sanitarium.
Why is everything in this town staffed with milkmen? Beep, beep, move your truck, your meter's expired.
Hiya, Chief.
Ooh, we're getting parking and pulling away in a single shot. This serial has truly peaked. Come on, imps, work the motor. He's crucifix hiking.
What's the trouble? Get out.
That's my favorite Jordan Peele movie.
Open up the truck.
Sundays in the Park with Grant.
If only Manson had talked.
We still have a chance. Some of his friends may try to claim the body.
Oh, Grant only figured it out a little bit too late this time. I hate to give up a good parking spot like this, but I love to drive away. Oh, that corpse is gonna fall out for sure. You gotta tie it to the top like a Christmas tree.
All right, you two. Start walking and don't look back.
Genesis 19:17. I don't know, actually shooting them feels kinda hat on a hat, Bill. Alright, now we gotta return this corpse for a full refund before the sanitarium closes. Let's draw one final loss meme. Several years later, the Libanel family goes for a drive.
Well, that's the truck from the county morgue.
We can't know that for sure just because it says County Morgue on it.
Look out. Don't step there. Something written on the ground.
11 episodes in and now you notice things.
7744.
You wrote down the name of Elon Musk's kid?
His car. This man must have written it before he died. I'll have Davis check on it.
Aw, snap! This is a Davis episode!
GG calling WD.
G.G. Allen promoting WD-40.
Come in, Gigi.
The morgue wagon was hijacked. An automobile with the license number 1D7744 may be involved. Have the commissioner send out a general alarm to locate the car, but make no arrests. I'll handle this case myself.
Oh, then we're all screwed.
Back to the office now.
Okay, Chief. Just want to verify this number. 1B77.
Cars for caps. A car-based establishing shot. God, these filmmakers love cars more than Jay Leno. Is Electronic Researchers Limited a division of Destruction, Inc.?
Get the machine ready.
The Machine? They've recruited the bad guy from Free Willy, the animated series? That's not part of the resurrection. Lionel just wants everyone to wear nipple clamps.
If Madsen does not revive Dr. Lyman, your body will be used in the next experiment.
Well, it's nice they're threatening to bring him back after killing him.
You're on to full capacity.
The direction for these actors was just do science-y things. We're on the air! And now, sparks! Something that sparks that much must be science. I never get tired of vague buzzing noises in my superhero shorts.
How long will this take?
How should I know? I've never done this on a human before, man.
This man has been dead for hours.
The commissioner just phoned. That car belongs to the Electronic Researchers Limited.
As specific a name as Cartoon Films, Inc.
Where that company has its office and shop. Fine. That's all I want to know.
I guess that could have been conveyed to me over the phone, but we paid for the office set. We're gonna use it. Yeah, this seems safe. 1 million sparks will bring back Madsen. Come on, a watch body never resurrects. My God, it's full of sparks.
Well, that should be enough for now.
I'm guessing I'm really winging this.
Come off the generator.
We're not paying to electrocute the whole neighborhood.
He's ready for the serum now.
Serum in a Captain America story? It'll never work. Hello, pizza delivery for Icy Wiener? He's a peeping Tom. Still better than what Lionel did to that mail slot. Oh boy, a customer. Time to throw the welcome tools at him. Ooh, they could damage dozens of dollars worth of science props.
Captain America.
Yes, I should have seen that coming, but I really thought he'd have fallen into an open manhole by now.
How much longer will it take it to revive?
True love.
Well, only a few seconds. But I hope by that time a Captain America will have captured both of you.
Oh, you're thinking of the real Captain America. This one couldn't catch a cold. Turns out it's not the machine that revives Madsen. The fight's just making enough noise to wake the dead. The serial loves cars, hates chairs.
His eyelids are fluttering.
Credit where credit's due. This is the first episode in months to actually live up to its title. Everybody was Capu fighting. Brought Madsen back with lightning. Oh, come on, boss. I was out. If they blowtorch him, maybe this Cap will turn out to be Human Torch. A chair left standing? Not on my watch. Not much of an obstacle course. That's right, wake up, sleepyhead, it's Christmas morning.
Get out of the window, Madsen.
This first version of Lisa Frankenstein isn't nearly as romantic. Ooh, botched that trust fall.
I'll cover you till you get down. Wait in my car in the alley.
I've been dead all day. You sure you want me behind the wheel?
Pick up the machine and follow him.
Oof, I fell on my keys. Guns and kicks finally pit against each other. Now buy this Avon sample. Well, you killed the one guy who can use the resurrection machine, just like you destroyed the vibrator and the robot truck and lost the firebolt. Seems like just holding on to any one of these magic sci-fi devices would be a better investment than whatever your plan has been, Maldor. But hey, we get to watch more of this. And they're in the mission breakout generator room right before Rocket blows it. All right, Cap, you're gonna get freedom fried. Indy holds that door closed and tells us to go left. For on the highway, I'm gonna fried it all night long. Well, the dead man sure returned. He was dead for almost half an episode. I thought he'd never come back. And much like the dead man, I returned to Patreon to write this riff on a couple of live streams. And these fine folks were in the chat, making observations and pointing out things I might have missed otherwise, bringing dead jokes back to life. If you would like to join the next Patreon live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And at $2, you can not only see this month's upcoming riff, you can also see the D-list that's coming to the main channel later this month. It's all about the original songs of a certain musical based on a certain favorite movie of mine. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to stand in the middle of the road with my arms outstretched to hijack a pizza delivery. So until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Standard Oil Company, Indiana, Standard Oil Company, Indiana, Standard Oil Company, Indiana. Let me say it once again. Rename the Standard Oil Company, Indiana. The inside story of modern gasoline, a salacious tabloid expose on some oily relationships. Leadership through science, because right now the country follows neither. A Jerry Fairbanks production, so I assume Century 21 will be calling any second.
Two great gasolines.
Both alike in dignity.
Standard Red Crown and Standard White Crown.
Ruling over chessboard land.
The fuels that power this modern age. On the
Hey, it's the bus from the bus driver.
On the farm.
I'll be damned, there is someone on the wing of the plane.
In the air. Here is the inside story.
Oh, literally inside. I see what you did there.
Gasolines.
Ah! I don't like Mr. DNA's grandfather.
Hello, folks. I'm a carbon atom.
I expected a way more racist voice to come out of this face design.
Hydrocarbons and crude oil. I'm here to give you the inside dope on gasoline. I'm the smallest possible particle of carbon. Why I'm so small, 1,000 billion atoms like me could dance on the head of a pin.
Well, we don't have the budget for that large an ensemble.
I act as though I had 4 arms. And these fellows, who are the hydrogen members of this combination, have only 1 arm. We're going to form a molecule.
Long as your spouse is cool with it.
I grab hold of hydrogens like this. Then another carbon.
Hands Across America, the animated series.
We make a kind of chain. See? When we're together, the combination is a hydrocarbon molecule. One of the many, many different hydrocarbons.
Carbon boner.
For instance, we have formed a typical gasoline molecule.
Somebody shaved Gossamer.
Now I want you to meet some of my relatives who form in the same way but have different patterns.
The Shmoo?
Another hydrocarbon. A gas molecule.
The Venus de Milo?
My size makes me a typical kerosene molecule.
Do you typically sound like Wally Cox? Enjoy my bulbous boner.
Molecules.
Gertie the dinosaur's grandkid getting another role that should have gone to an unknown. Balloon Animal Grinch, okay.
Lubricating oil molecule.
And Grimace.
Carbons and hydrogens make me a residual materials molecule.
By their powers combined. Look out.
So you see, there are
Look
lots of
out.
different
Pink molecules on parade.
Sizes, different shapes, all found in crude oil.
Which we're dumping into the ocean here
Raw
just for
material
B-roll.
The great motor fuels of today. From it, science builds gasoline.
Ooh, geez, shouldn't have had a big gulp before watching this.
Changing their sizes and shapes as required. To do this job calls for great storage tanks to maintain a constant supply of crude oil.
Meanwhile, at a microbrewery,
a maze of valves and pipes.
oh, the Sewer of Souls maze at Fright Fest.
Mighty facilities. And an army of experienced, specially trained workers.
A Bell telephone circuit board.
The first step is to separate the crude oil
from the nice oil
you saw a moment ago. This is done by distillation.
It's literally Texas tea.
When you boil water, the vapors can be condensed. The same principle is used in distilling crude oil.
The World's Fair UFOs.
Towers condense vapors just as the cold tumbler did.
This is how the Tower of Terror works?
Simplified, crude oil is separated into the different fractions needed for gasoline, kerosene, fuel oil, and other petroleum products.
Seems cruel to put that flame up to this ant farm.
Here we see the crude oil being heated.
Can you paint with all the colors of the oil?
At the bottom of the bubble tower, unvaporized large molecules of heavy lube oil and residual materials are drawn off.
I don't want to know what residual material forms when lube's involved.
At the second level,
Mario goes
oil
underground.
is condensed out of the vapor and withdrawn. At the third level, the largest of the lighter remaining molecules condense to form the fuel oil cut.
Every level looks identical. The animators weren't just lazy.
At the fourth level, kerosene is condensed and drawn off.
At the fifth level, the followers learn the truth about Xenu.
At the fifth level, the gasoline molecules become liquid, leaving the very light gas molecules to go out the top of the bubble tower.
And then we all take turns inhaling it.
In the average crude oil, only a limited amount of gasoline is present.
But fortunately, oil is an infinite resource.
So let's see what we might get from this simple distillation. A barrel of crude oil produces 20% residual fuel oil and asphalt.
Better residuals than you get from streaming.
7% lube oil and wax.
This is the Monkey Island grog recipe.
39% gas oil and fuel oil. 15% kerosene.
And 100% good flavor.
1% gas. And gasoline, only 18%.
And then the barrels can be thrown by Donkey Kong.
Not nearly enough for today's millions of cars. But scientists of the Standard Oil Company, Indiana, invented the cracking process.
42?
More than twice as much gasoline from each barrel of crude.
The furnace from Home Alone's grandfather.
Plans for fuel oil and diesel fuel, almost the whole barrel could be converted into gasoline.
Oh, the $1 billion limited isn't running that wild at all.
By making more gasoline, cracking has conserved our natural resources. And at the same
Enjoy this
time,
blue
made
sky before our
gasoline
cars pollute it away forever.
For greater performance and economy.
Oh, good, this guy again.
Gas oil molecule to be cracked. You are already familiar with the way it's constructed.
You know how well hung it is.
To crack it, heat is applied under precisely controlled conditions. More heat than is needed for distillation.
Oh, God, stop waggling it around like that.
And now, folks, you are watching science change a molecule into more useful ones.
Sure looks scientific to me. Whoa, from boner to buxom.
On the left are two gasoline molecules.
And they all retain the memory of the guy who just exploded. It's a torturous existence.
One gas oil molecule. Thus, science creates gasoline where none existed before. High anti-knock gasoline.
We found a way to make this process cause even more pollution.
And here's one that cracks tens of thousands of barrels of gas oil each day. Standard's continuing leadership was also strengthened by other processes. One is called polymerization.
Another short about polymerization. Well, this one better teach me what makes a ball bounce.
Too small for gasoline, such as these gas molecules.
Two ghosts of Chungus.
Unites them by the polymerization process to form a larger molecule.
I should not get high before watching Steven
Gasoline
Universe.
molecule of exceptionally high anti-knock value. Thus, science again fashions for us more and better products.
I'll take your word for it that they're better.
By a somewhat different process, this alkylation unit joins together two different molecules to make another high-octane gasoline component. And this unit, a hydroformer, changes the shape of molecules and takes out some of their hydrogen to make still more high anti-knock material. Finally,
Look at all the gauges. Superman and Captain America would love this room.
A reaction promoter that itself remains unchanged. The most modern method uses catalysts in a fine powder that will flow like a fluid. Here's what happens inside a fluid catalytic cracker.
Oh man, I saw the catalytic crackers open for Brian Setzer.
Gas oil is heated. It is joined by the hot, finely powdered catalyst shown here as little white grains. The hot oil and the still hotter catalyst then move together through pipes up into a chamber called the reactor. And
Why do so many of these drawings have extremely phallic protuberances?
Molecules are cracked by catalytic action to produce gasoline molecules shown in red. These move out at the top. As the catalyst becomes covered with coke,
On second thought, I don't need any popcorn.
and is drawn off at the bottom. Air blows it through a pipe to the regenerator.
Where we recast Doctor Who actors.
Coke is burned off. This reheats the catalyst, which again joins the flow of incoming oil.
I have fully lost track of this process. You're gonna have to start over from the beginning.
Entire operation showing the complete cycle. Notice that the same catalyst is used over and over again. In this, the most modern method of gasoline manufacture. It takes a complicated unit to do the job. Every 2 minutes, a whole carload of catalyst passes through the lines. 16 stories high, each of the company's big cat crackers can produce enough gasoline in 1 day to last the average motorist 1,000 years.
But I bet we could burn through it in a week.
Contrast the modern unit you have just seen with this historic Burton cracking still at Whiting, Indiana, the first successful commercial cracking unit.
Indy crack oil, and I don't care.
Though the amount of oil in today's catalytic cracking units is actually less than in the old Burton units, the catalyst cracks the gas oil more than 7,000 times faster, and so permits much greater throughput. It is one more demonstration of leadership through science. To build
Yeah, it's the P-tape.
performance today, there are two major requirements: proper volatility and proper anti-knock quality. Let's take the first one, volatility, the tendency to change from liquid to vapor. The driver may not know a cat cracker from a firecracker. but
Bob
he
Dylan,
knows
circa
what his engine
2004?
starts. And he wants it to warm up without coughing and sputtering.
Unless he's Jack Benny.
But starting and warm-up are not the whole story. In all seasons, the motorist wants quick acceleration.
Oh, this is the timeline where Marty does hit the Rolls Royce.
He wants economy, too. Mileage. And
Oh no, Grant's car is gonna explode!
balance of gasoline components. You know how easy it is to ignite gas, which is made up of small molecules.
No miracles from these molecules.
Here's a mixture of liquid hydrocarbons so light and volatile that the heat of a hand will make it boil.
No, that's just what happens when Shirley MacLaine kisses Jerry Lewis.
It's inflammable and so volatile it ignites plenty fast.
It's really dangerous. I don't know why we made it.
Now here are some of the heavier, less volatile hydrocarbons.
Why are you pouring it into Mike Wazowski's
The
contact?
lighted taper does not ignite them. Yet when vaporized and burned in an engine, they pack a lot of power and give mileage. To make a gasoline blend that will have a proper combination of volatility characteristics, first we put in the very light hydrocarbons for quick starting. The next heavier ones have rapid warm-up. Then some that give instant acceleration. And the final portion for full power and good mileage. The blended gasoline has the desired range of performance with economy because it contains just the right groups of hydrocarbon molecules.
And that's how you make LaCroix.
One, for instance, starting, but so active that in the summer he should be used only in moderation. One for rapid warm-up.
One taught me
One
pain.
for smooth acceleration. And one for full power and good mileage.
Molecule had a little lamb.
Molecules that work together, a harmonious team.
The Gasser Dans.
In the engine laboratory, by means of a glass intake manifold, you can actually see one of the volatility differences between fuels.
After we play with Marble Works.
Here's what too low volatility causes: a wet manifold and imperfect distribution. These liquid droplets decrease engine performance, waste mileage, and dilute the crankcase oil.
I'm sold.
Switching to a fuel with proper volatility, vaporization is complete and there's no waste. To assure trouble-free performance at all times, fuels are tested out on the road as well as in the laboratory, in all types of engines and under all of the different seasonal and climatic conditions of use. Under city driving,
Beautiful downtown Europe City.
and trip conditions in hot weather and cold.
We waited 5 minutes and the weather changed.
Seasonal variations and the climates of different regions must be taken into account.
These are the only states that will be left after our cars melt the ice
That is
caps.
why the Standard Oil Company, Indiana, adjusts volatility to suit
Oh yeah, I love those
the season
Midwest
and the region
beaches.
in which its gasolines will be used. A distillation test measures the volatility of motor gasoline.
Behind those are banners showing the map of the Epcot project.
The results here plotted form a typical distillation curve for a gasoline of proper volatility. Now for the next major requirement, the prevention of fuel knock.
I am the fuel who knocks.
The motorist wants smooth, controlled application of power.
Who are you?
Special demonstrator, I shall show the difference between poor performance and good performance.
I guess I've seen worse George W. Bush
With the hard face of
lookalikes.
this mallet, I strike the piston. The piston, you see, receives a punishing rap.
Like Kendrick
How
performed
power
about
is
Drake.
wasted when gasoline knocks. This time, I shall use the cushion face of the mallet to show what happens when gasoline does not knock.
This is a real boring whack-a-mole
Smooth,
machine.
useful power propels the piston, sends the crank spinning. The performance difference you've seen is a mighty important one that you ought to understand better. So let's look inside the engine by means of animation.
As opposed to
see
earlier.
what happens when the fuel burns.
First, a bunch of imps jump on the pistons to fight the devils.
These gasoline molecules have not been improved on or controlled by science. They are untamed and unruly.
This sausage party show is cheaper than I
Actually
thought.
takes place in about 1/500th of a second.
Oh, and there's Seth Rogen's writing room.
First, the spark ignites the compressed fuel charge. Now, watch for the knock.
Did you miss it? It was subtle.
Greatly slowed down action, you could see that with this gasoline, combustion was uneven and uncontrolled, and at the end there was a jarring, violent explosion.
We had Michael Bay direct that one.
Pounded and shook the engine. Now we shall repeat the action.
Now you're just padding.
Watch again for the knock.
Even more fun the second time.
Now,
We're inflating
gasoline
4
made
balloons
up
at
of
once.
molecules that have been science fashioned so that they have the required anti-knock quality, molecules that stay under control and work as a team. Let's see what happens. Note in this case that the combustion is more uniform, and there is no knock.
Yeah, because you drew it this way. This proves
The
nothing.
difference, as you could see, is that with gasoline of the required anti-knock quality, there is no knock. Combustion is smooth and even and completely under control. Now we shall repeat the action.
Oh my God,
Watch
we've
how the
seen it.
combustion
Move on.
proceeds as it should, smoothly and without the interference caused by knocking. In the modern high-compression engine, modern gasoline gives the greater performance required today. The car accelerates more rapidly, climbs hills faster,
and crashes at speeds like never before.
In addition to fashioning the molecule,
Why the hand in the pocket? Is he trying to do Carson or Ed Sullivan?
Usually add minute quantities of tetraethyl lead,
which gets volatile when mixed with tetrafred Mertz lead.
This model shows how just the right amount of fluid,
he's casting a Hitchcock shadow,
and dye is added to the gasoline.
Oh, sorry, we put the fake blood hose Emo Phillips used in UHF in here.
In the knock testing laboratories, test engines are used to make sure that the proper anti-knock quality has been built into Standard Oil's gasolines. The high anti-knock reference fuel is called isooctane.
Reference fuel is also what it's called when any clip in a short resembles a ride or any face resembles a sitcom actor.
With a dial indicator that shows just how badly the engine is knocking. With a fuel of low octane number, here's how it sounds.
Yeah, it's knocking like Matthew from News Radio.
To a high octane number fuel, the knocking diminishes and finally fades out completely.
I spend more riff time looking at gauges.
This illustrates the smooth, even performance you get from Standard Red Crown and Standard White Crown.
I'll take your word for it.
The engineer has had his say.
You got pretty good shower pressure.
Processes and skillful know-how are not enough. There must also be safeguards. You can depend on it that Standard Oil Company, Indiana, constantly checks and inspects its fuels by every needed control test.
We'll hand all sorts of things to each other.
Pressure test that controls vapor lock tendencies. A test to make sure there is no harmful gum.
Make sure nobody's poisoned the Bazooka Joe.
Another to make sure that today's fine gasolines will not deteriorate in storage.
We'll keep a couple barrels in our parents' garage and check on them in a few years.
A test that guards against corrosive impurities. Testing, testing, testing.
Testing the audience's patience.
Another of the 1,500 and more daily control tests.
Here at the Disney Ink and Paint Department.
In addition, these great laboratories are entirely devoted to extensive research. Carried on by hundreds of capable scientists, working on more and still better products for the future.
Spider-Man No Way Home is way more boring than I remember. Slugworth. Do any of us remember what the assignment was?
Cooperative work with the automobile industry guarantees that the right gasoline will always be available for any car that's developed.
Our lobbyists work hand in hand to grease each other's palms.
Put all of this together, and you have what it takes to deliver today's and tomorrow's great motor fuels.
Which prison is this?
Huge units like this superfractionator and the other multi-million-dollar units that go to make up the great modern refineries of the Standard Oil Company, Indiana. With the tradition of pioneers behind us and better facilities ahead of us, future progress leading to still finer products is assured.
Stop leering at me, Molecule!
There's the story, folks, and I'm proud to be a part of it, even if only as a tiny atom.
Were you narrating, or was that other guy narrating? This film lacks a cohesive vision. They don't know any full songs.
This is what's behind the gasoline you sell. Whether from tank truck or on the service station driveway. Behind these symbols of service is a great record of scientific achievement that
what is it with car shorts boasting about achievement?
And guarantees tomorrow's.
Standard Oil Company reminds you that fossil fuels will be here forever and never lead to any downsides. Well, now we know the inside story of modern gasoline. Really makes me nostalgic for not having a car. Public transportation, the way to go. I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but for joining me on some Patreon live streams to watch this short. These people helped shape observations into molecules, which I then reshaped into different molecules that form jokes. If you would like to join the next Patreon live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And at $2, you can see early and bonus videos. And at $3, you can listen to the podcast I do with my wife, At Home with the Dogginses. Also, if you like my riffin', check out the new Riffin' with Doggins Volume 1 DVD or digital download package. It's got the first 10 episodes of Riffin' with Doggins, plus never-before-seen bonus riffs. Get your hands on it today! Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go dump oil into the water for some stock footage, so until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Back to the Future the Musical's Broadway run has sadly made like a tree and gotten out of here, but it's still touring the US, still running on the West End, and it has more homes on the way. So despite the Broadway show's closure, the show is still going strong in other venues. But just how is the musical? And which songs written for the musical have that new sound we're looking for? And which songs are just too darn loud? Welcome to the D-List, the show where I list things and my name begins with a D. It's well known how much Back to the Future is my favorite everything, and I always thought it could make a good musical, or at least a good musical parody. Music is deep in its DNA.
Yeah, it's an action comedy, adventure coming-of-age film. Musical.
I also never thought that would actually happen, because why would it? Who else would actually think to add musical numbers to Back to the Future? Well, apparently Leslie Zemeckis, that's who. And then it finally happened. It finally came to stage as a musical, and another Zemeckis movie followed not long after. At this rate, we're only a handful of years away from a Welcome to Marwen musical. I saw Back to the Future on Broadway and in the touring production, and as a stage spectacle, the musical is unparalleled, with fantastic cast bringing incredible scenes to life, buoyed by some truly impressive special effects. As an actual musical, it's alright. It's no Music Man, but I like most of the songs. So let's rank the original songs written for Back to the Future, the musical.
88 miles per hour.
Number 17, Hill Valley School Fight Song. This is like a school spirit cheer. It's not in the cast recording, so it didn't stick with me very much, but it's listed as a number on the playbill, so I guess I should acknowledge it. I remember it being fine. It's a high school cheer. It had a little bit of world building about Hill Valley High School, but nothing that changes that much. I'm presuming it's mostly there to help with the scene change. I remember basically no details about it. Next song. Number 16. Hello, is anybody home? Despite getting its title from one of Biff's catchphrases, this song is sung by the McFly family. The whole family. First, Marty sings.
My father doesn't have a spine. He grovels, scrapes, and toes the line. Hello, is anybody home?
Then George sings.
Listen to my mantra. Just leave me alone.
Then Dave has a verse.
I'm the man, oh yes I am. I got this thing wide. Have you heard 10 billion served? Gets me so inspired.
Then Linda has a verse.
I just want a date. She says she never called a boy.
Then Lorraine has a verse, which foreshadows one of her big songs later.
There was something about that boy.
Hello!
It's not bad, it just drags on and on. I'm pretty sure Dave and Linda have more lines in this song than they have in the entire film trilogy. And I'm okay with expanding their roles, but Dave and Linda could have shared a verse? Did we really need a big, passionate solo about contentment in food service?
And all I ever have to say is you want fries with that?
I get setting up the contrast between Marty's fear of being stuck and everyone else's contentment, except Linda's not content because Lorraine won't let her date. There's a lot going on, and this could have been streamlined.
But now the walls just keep closing in, and I don't know if I'll ever win.
On paper, I get giving the McFlys a big number together, and I get seeing Marty's unhappy station in life, but we already heard him sing about wanting to get out of here. We already heard him lament his failed audition. We already heard Jennifer comfort him about how someday he will get out of here. At this point, we are firmly in mopey Marty territory, and we're like a half hour into the show, and we haven't seen Doc yet.
Don't need the complications.
Again, I can't call it bad, it's just disproportionately paced. I guess I like setting up that the unhappiness the McFly family is feeling isn't just about money, but still, when you're adapting a movie with such efficient setup and exposition, and especially when you're adapting the scene that famously hides all its exposition in really fast jokes, it's notable when a scene like this drags. Number 15. My Myopia. George is up in a tree singing about his single-mindedness while creeping on Lorraine.
My myopia is my utopia, and I'm hoping ya feel it too.
George is shockingly self-aware about his major character flaw. The comedic tone of Back to the Future lives in its delicate balance between the blatant and the subtle, and this song definitely leans more in one direction than the other.
I'm doing the best I can to see only what I want to.
Mostly this serves to show that in the original timeline, George hasn't grown at all since childhood. The "just leave me alone" he expressed in "Hello, is anybody home?" has always been his point of view.
Trying to avoid a confrontation, I would rather be in hibernation.
On the surface, the lyrics paint an empathetic view of George's inner life. The humor comes in the juxtaposition with his unjustifiably creepy behavior. And as is so often the case in Back to the Future, the true punchline is Marty's reaction.
Considering I haven't met her yet. He's a pee-pee Tom!
Number 14. Teach him a lesson. In a scene that's almost out of part 2, Biff discovers Calvin is taking Lorraine to the dance, so he reprises a song of Lorraine's that we'll talk about later about his plans for the little pipsqueak.
There's something about that punk that I don't trust. He's dangerous.
There's stuff I like in this song, and I love the way it's staged, but some of the songs in this show don't quite live up to their full potential, and I feel like this one falls the shortest. I want a Biff Tannen villain song to be the funniest villain song I've ever heard. The man is my number 1 favorite comedic villain. He deserves at least as good a song as my number 4 favorite comedic villain. Spoilers for a decade-old D-list, I guess.
I'm gonna remind him of what a man can't do.
The main joke in this song is Biff says the opposite of what he means. And Biff's malapropisms in the movies have a little more to them than that. They're mostly about him hearing a pun, not fully understanding the joke, and then trying to recreate the pun without the actual part that makes it a pun.
So why don't you make like a tree and get out of here?
Oh, that's about as funny as a screen door on a battleship.
Have a nice trip. See you next winter.
The humor comes from the gap between the turn of phrase he heard once and what he actually remembers from it. And here that gap is just saying can't instead of can. It's not unfunny, it's just not as funny as his malapropisms in the movies, so it doesn't reach the full potential of the Biff villain song.
It's heads he wins, tails I lose.
So I did some research, mostly from this book, which details the long process of bringing Hill Valley to the stage, and from the deluxe edition of the cast recording, which includes a second disc of demos and early drafts of some of these songs. And from this research, I learned about some of the other attempts at a Biff song. First one was called It's What I Do.
I'm a bully, down to the roots. And every goody two-shoes should be shaking in their boots. You see, we're all connected. The predator, the prey. It's just to be expected. It's in my DNA. It's what I do.
This take on Biff is shockingly self-aware about his entire lineage's station in life. It's like he knows that his whole family tree is fated to antagonize McFlys across the multiverse.
We're all in this together. We all have roles to play. The oppressed and the oppressor. It's always been that way.
The other one, Good at Being Bad, takes the opposite side of the nature versus nurture debate, beginning with a full 2 minutes of Biff lamenting his sad childhood.
I was a delicate boy. I had a hard time just playing with others. A deeply impressionable child who cried when his bird died, preferred pastel colors.
But then he gets upbeat with how he channels that into his new persona.
So don't complain, I felt your pain. That's why I'm good at being bad. yet I have the urge to simply purge these negative feelings I once had.
Okay, once you get past the slow start, I actually like this one a lot. It's catchy as hell, and there's a lot of fun to explore in the sensitive bully gag. I think we've all known a few bullies who weaponize their own trauma to justify inflicting it on others. That said, I don't think it's right for Biff.
Don't let me be misunderstood. I pick on you for your own good. When it's a win-win situation, then my fun's your education.
Again, he's self-aware on a level that's just not Tannen-esque. It would be good for another comedic bully, but not for Biff Tannen. And apparently Bob Gale's daughter agreed, telling him that the song came too close to making Biff likable. So it was scrapped.
Good at being bad.
So yeah, none of these three takes really fulfill the potential of the Biff Tannen villain song. Tom Wilson's out-of-character songs would probably make for better Biff villain songs.
Green means go, Mr. Stupid Man ahead of me. Green means go, Mr. Idiot in front of me. Get off the phone, move your little hiney. If I miss this light, I'm going to kill you.
It's a shame we don't get a villain song worthy of Biff, but at least Teach Him a Lesson is elevated in the performance. While the malapropisms themselves aren't as funny as they could be, humor is mined from Biff's henchmen getting more and more frustrated with his mistakes.
Yes, I'm the man you won't regret. Will regret.
Still, I hold out hope that maybe a future revival could give Biff the villain song he truly deserves. But what do I know? I'm just some butthead. Number 13. It works. Doc makes his grand entrance in a DeLorean that was not on stage a second ago, and he shows off his new invention and the most important feature of it, apparently, namely that it actually works.
It's a car for the stars, like Captain Kirk's. And for once I knew a me to think it D-Day works. It works, it works, it works, it works.
Far be it for me to tell Zemeckis, Gale, and Silvestri what to do with Doc Brown, and I do like this song okay, but I would have preferred a patter song for Doc's big opener. Gale even had that thought in his notes, according to the book. After all, Doc is nothing if not loquacious, so just repeating a two-word phrase over and over doesn't really get to Doc's essence. I also don't know if "it works" should really be the key sentiment here. Like, when young Doc sees the time machine, sure, but Doc conducting the first test? "It works" is not what he was yelling there.
88 miles per hour!
I feel like the sentiment should be less about the fact that it succeeds at what it does, and more about what it does in the first place. This should be a song about unlocking the fourth dimension, not just about inventing something that works.
Hey, Doc! Yeah! Who are the girls? I don't know, they just show up every time I start singing!
I've heard worse fourth wall break jokes in musicals, but I've definitely heard better too.
Weirder than the singing of the song itself is that you seem to be singing exactly one half of a song. Did you notice that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
Then again, they were probably expecting this to be a lot of the fandom's first musical, so I guess they wanted to ease them into it. I don't know.
That blunt force trauma when I slipped and hit my head. Shook something loose in me, some high fruit in the tree. And that's when I could see how fluid time could be.
Now, for any issues I may have with the song, the demo disc reveals that originally they tried a different style.
It works! It works! I can't believe it works! Took 30 years and all I had. Oh, great Scott, I wasn't mad. It works! It works! It works!
And it was Roger Bart who actually worked with Glenn Ballard and Alan Silvestri to rework the song to fit his style better. And I'll admit, the one they go with in the actual show is an upgrade.
It works! It works!
It works!
I get the old-timey showman instinct they went with here, but this version is just a little too corny.
Only took $1 million and 1.21 gigawatts!
Or the backup singer's supposed to be Trixie Trotter?
The future is coming today. There's a shiny new tomorrow on the way.
The version they went with in the show might not reach my ideal of the potential of a Doc Brown song, but it at least does feel like a DeLorean song, if that makes any sense. So I guess overall, it mostly works.
It works!
Number 12, Wherever We're Going. After Marty's failed audition, it's time for Jennifer to come in with the emotional labor.
Why do you let people put you down? It's not for them to say.
Jennifer Parker is the most supportive girlfriend in the world, no matter which timeline we're in. Whether she's Claudia Wells or Elizabeth Shue, presumably even when she's Melora Hardin, but we'll probably never know for sure, Jennifer has Marty's back, and the stage version is no exception.
Let me remind you, you're everything to me. Something good is flowing.
It's sweet. Jennifer wants to be with Marty wherever they're going, whether or not they need roads.
Wherever we're going is alright with me. There's no way of knowing, we'll just wait and see.
Yeah, as usual, Jennifer's not given much to do other than be the supportive girlfriend, but she sings her heart out.
Wherever we're going is alright, 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 alright with me.
Now, based on the demo, the early version of this steered a little too hard into being a reprise of the opening number.
It's only a matter of time.
Which, like, you want your songs to be of a piece, and I know repetition is used to great effect in this franchise, but this comes mere seconds after the opening number, so it's probably good they changed their minds about overdoing it that quickly.
Yes, it's only a matter of time.
Of course, they get interrupted by the Save the Clock Tower lady, highlighting one of the small but crucial differences between film and stage. In the movie, she wanted to preserve the clock tower exactly as it was, keeping a useless broken clock in the middle of town just for historical significance.
We at the Hill Valley Preservation Society think it should be preserved exactly the way it is.
In the musical, she wants to save and restore the clock tower, get the clock working again to get Hill Valley unstuck in time, which is less funny, but more thematically poignant. The clock tower is now part of the metaphor for Marty having no future and going nowhere, which is interesting in a different way than the movie was funny. Number 11. Deep Divin'. At the Enchantment Under the Sea dance, Marvin Berry and the Starlighters sing a little seafaring song.
In the South Sea Islands, they dive for pearls. In the USA, they dive for girls.
Oh god, who's been trapping girls underwater? Is this Dire Dire Docks? Does Mario need to dive to rescue Peach?
There'll be somebody waiting at the end of the pool.
Structurally, this takes the place of Night Train, and it evokes it musically.
Everybody says that you should look before you leap.
But Night Train doesn't let Marvin Berry croon.
And when I look at you, I am ready to go deep.
The song itself does exactly what it needs to do. Establishes the dance, livens up the beginning before the plot points can start, fits in with the Enchantment Under the Sea theming, lives up to its full potential. Catchy, fun, pretty good. Number 10. The Letter / Only a Matter of Time reprise. Now, for most of the reprises in the show, I'll be talking about them at the same time as the songs they were reprised from, but this one is kind of its own separate thing.
I don't know how I ended up here. It's so hard to believe.
The first part of this piece is score from the movie, so that part is ineligible for this list, but the second part of the piece is a reprise of a song we'll talk about later, and it even draws a little bit from an unused earlier draft of that later song.
Destiny, I'm not sure what that means. And history, well, it's not everything that it seems.
But it also draws just as much from a song we've already talked about.
Wherever we're going is alright with me.
This is the Somewhere Out There of the show, with Marty and Jennifer duetting across time.
There's no way of knowing just where that will be.
Singing at the same time at different times. This, as they say, is heavy.
We'll get where we're going eventually.
You know, famously, the Bobs never really know what to do with Jennifer.
How many kids? God, what the hell are you doing?
But even though she's not really part of the story here, I like how she's using this number. This doesn't just throw her in as a Spamalot whatever happened to my part moment, but instead she's here to represent Marty's future. While Marty is lamenting his uncertainty, Jennifer represents the confidence and stability that he's reaching for.
Now I know all our hopes and our dreams are real
it's probably easier to be confident since she doesn't know he's currently trapped in the 50s, but even still, she represents the hope that his future could be. And on stage, this is further solidified by her sitting on a bench with an ad for where they live.
Hilldale.
I mean, where they're going to live. Someday. Unless they don't in this timeline, I don't actually know. Number 9. Pretty Baby. Marty wakes up in Lorraine's bed and she has taken a liking to him.
Pretty baby, got this funny feeling. Pretty baby, I might need some healing.
This song is not necessarily a particularly hilarious parody of 50s girl group songs, but it is an accurate pastiche of them.
It's getting hotter and it's giving me the chills. I think I'd better rest here for a while.
Musically, it even evokes Earth Angel a little bit, making the song Lorraine sings to Marty a nice little foreshadowing of Lorraine and George's song.
When I sit by your side, I just can't describe feeling these feelings I feel.
Admittedly, it maybe steps on the scene later at the dance when Lorraine is already this verbally forward. Like, her coming on to Marty at this point in the movie could still maybe be read somewhat innocently, but there's no misinterpreting this.
Good girls never do it. They won't do it till they do.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a girl who's parked before. I'm not judging, I'm just observing. But like with George's song right before it, the song itself, not necessarily that funny. The humor comes from Marty's reactions to it, which don't really come through in the cast recording because it's all physical comedy.
Pretty baby, I want you to feel it too.
So much of the humor in the movie comes from Michael J. Fox's facial reactions to everything happening around him. On stage, those reactions have to be a bit bigger and a bit broader, but they're still hilarious. Number 8. Future Boy. Doc tells Marty that he's stuck here, so Marty sings a sad ballad.
Future boy, I'm no future boy, 'cause I think I'm here to stay.
And in the demo, this whole song was pretty much done in this melancholy tempo.
Future boy, you're the future boy. There's no time for you to stay.
But in the show, new information and some Sylvester twinkles turn that ballad a little more optimistic.
The physics of this problem are perplexing. The muscles in my brain are busy flexing.
This portion incorporates what was originally meant to be a second song, One Way Street.
The physics of this problem are perplexing. So the muscles in my brain are busy flexing.
Yeah, bringing these songs together was definitely the right move. This is as close as we get to the Doc Brown Patter song I was hoping for, and it doesn't quite reach the full potential of the idea, but I really like the way it builds to the crescendo.
The only way to ever get you back to the future boy.
Also, according to the book, when they were looking for ways to liven the song up, Zemeckis stopped by and said, "I see tap dancing."
You're the future boy, and we know we found the way.
And the cast recording ends triumphantly. The onstage version less so, but it leads to a better fourth wall joke about Doc's backup dancers.
I'm the future boy.
Number 7. 21st Century. Doc opens up Act 2 by dreaming about what the future holds.
No more hunger, no more pain, they're things of the past.
This admittedly is a very 80s feeling song for 50s Doc to be singing, but hey, he's a forward thinker.
The sun will follow everywhere we go. There's no more life in the future.
If I had to describe the song in one word, it would be Epcot-y.
Imagine what we'll see in the 21st century.
21st century's here.
This is closer to the sentiment I wanted from Doc's introductory number, singing about scientific discovery and the potential unlocked by his new invention.
Flying cars and strange machines will fill up the sky.
Instead, it's the Act 2 opener, just fun enough to get the show started, but just superfluous enough to give people time to get back to their seats from intermission.
Trips to Mars will happen every day.
The set for this is like a spaceship time machine that all feels very Institute of Future Technology-ish, to the point where you even see a dinosaur in this sequence, and also a TARDIS. Not a reference to the ride, just a nod to the other time-traveling Doctor. And also hoverboards, both the right kind and the wrong kind.
Exercising while you're sleeping, give it a try. Watch TV while inches fall away.
You know, the Bobs have often talked about their ethos in writing part 2, which is nobody ever predicts the future accurately, so you might as well make it a bunch of silly jokes. And this number continues that ethos, albeit Doc is the one making predictions he thinks will be correct, instead of the filmmakers making predictions they know probably won't be. But, you know, it's only been 10 years since those predictions were false. I'm sure we're going to get real hoverboards any day now.
And since we've given up cash, no more markets will crash, and we'll vaporize trash. Just imagine paying all day, and with double the pay.
I love that Doc immediately goes from we've given up money to we get paid twice as much. I realize it's his scatterbrain throwing every idea at once talking.
When the lake freezes over.
Winter, Doc, what are you talking about? Monday, it's 3 days away.
But if he keeps promising those kinds of internal contradictions, he'll have a fine career in politics. Oh God, just keep him away from Edna Strickland. In earlier development, there were other ideas for Act 2 openings. First was a song called Time Travel is a Dangerous Thing, which sounds like the name of a Rogers and Clark first draft.
Telling the truth can be dangerous business. Why?
Yeah, I can reference Ishtar in a Back to the Future video. Try to stop me.
Time travel is a dangerous thing. 'Cause once you get there, you may never get back again.
Then after they scrapped that, they tried a song called Connections.
You've got to make the right connections, because everything that we explore begins with what's been done before.
This feels like it could just as easily be a Chaos Theory song for Ian Malcolm. I'm sure we'll get there eventually. We're on track to turn every movie that got a Universal Studios attraction into a Broadway show.
You've got to make the right connections if you expect to find your groove.
The main impetus behind leaving both of these songs behind was the push to open the act on a major key song, and this one certainly does the trick.
In the 21st century!
It also ends with a pretty impressive magic trick if you don't know what's coming, when Doc disappears from one space and reappears in another. Number 6. It's Only a Matter of Time. This is the big opening number, musically introducing us to the show's version of Marty and the show's version of Hill Valley. Structurally, it takes the place of the Power of Love late to school scene in the movie, and it feels a piece with Power of Love musically, but it marries it with Silvestri's classic theme. After that new twist on a familiar motif, Marty sings his first lyric.
I'm looking around.
So he pretty much sings what he sees. Hey, fair enough. Marty's always been a verbal processor.
He's all right. Biff, he's a peeping Tom. Hey, I've seen this one. This is a classic. Black Pass Maple, that's John F. Kennedy Drive. Jesus, George, it was a wonder I was even born. What? Damn it, Doc. Why did you have to tear up that letter? What a nightmare.
Power laces, all right.
Shark still looks fake.
It is Wild Gunman. It's a complete wimp. But I live in Hilldale. This is great.
November 12th, 1955. That was the date I went back. Screen door in a submarine, you dork.
Ooh la la.
Talk about deja vu.
The cave!
So you're my great-grandfather. You're Mad Dog Tannen.
That's the $80.
It's a refrigerator. Doc can dance. Thank God you guys are all back to normal. I mean, this is where we're gonna live. Someday.
I've got no filter, may seem a bit off kilter. Every thought I have, I say, so might as well sing it today.
I'll rock my future
Marty's enthusiasm and optimism is a slightly different take than movie Marty's frantic scramble to school in this sequence, but I think it's the right call here. It's focusing on Marty's coolness, which still comes through in the movie through the frantic scramble, and his optimism for the future is, well, it's something we're all a little desperate for right now. Of course, he doesn't realize how much of his future rests in the past. And on the way to the audition, he runs into a candidate.
Elect me, Goldie Wilson, for mayor!
I like how thematically Goldie is used throughout the musical to represent the future, to represent change. Progress is, after all, his middle name. It's reinforced by another subtle but crucial change from the movie. In the musical, he's only running for mayor at this point. It's fitting that as the representative of progress and change, he's the first one to sing not only the title of the song, but also the motif that draws from the movie's theme.
But it's only a matter of time to the bells of prosperity chime. We'll be part of a new day, a long overdue day. Lead us as we make the climb.
That said, in the original version on the demo disc, there was a lot more singing along to the theme tune before we got to Marty.
Is it luck?
Is it fate?
If you're early
Or late?
you'll change what it will be.
Yeah, I get the Hill Valley Greek chorus instinct here, but steering away from this was pretty wise. You can overdo it with singing to a familiar tune, especially marrying a tune we love with lyrics you don't yet know if we'll love. And we should get to our hero as fast as possible.
Just a time and a place.
But it's still kind of funny that this part gets reprised later, although less obviously to the Silvestri tune.
Destiny. I'm not sure what that means.
Oh, that's why you asked about the backup singers in It Works. Then after Marty doesn't land the audition, there's almost immediately a little reprise called Got No Future.
I've got no future.
It's a separate track on the Cast album, but it happens so soon and it's so brief that it's either an extension of this song or it's the first part of Wherever We're Going.
I won't be getting out of here.
And yes, that reprise comes from the original version of this song.
I've got no future, I'm not getting out of here, 'cause no matter what they say, today's just like yesterday.
Again, I get why that was the instinct, showing Marty as an underdog, but changing that was definitely the right move. We want to get on board in our first song with a fun comedy adventure. That mopey, sad sack intro would probably be better suited for the Eric Stoltz version.
Got no future, I'm just another loser.
But the version in the show is a fittingly high-energy way to bring us into the stage version of the world we love so much. At least the 80s version. Number 5. Cake. Marty is welcomed into Hill Valley 1955 by the Chamber of Commerce, and everyone is very proud of this sure-to-age-well lifestyle. And they sing a song with the not particularly descriptive title of Cake. It makes sense in context.
You found the future and it's here. Just look around, you'll see it crystal clear.
I love how this is like the Good Morning Baltimore of a musical that just starts in 1955. I do think they missed an opportunity to have Hill Valley songs in different eras be reprises of each other in decade-appropriate styles. But it's fine. Separately, I like Only a Matter of Time as the 80s Hill Valley song, and I love this as the 50s Hill Valley song. The intrinsic contradiction of the future being here and it being an old-fashioned modern way of living is, well, it's fitting for a town with the oxymoron name of Hill Valley.
Our super-leaded gasoline, only 19 cents a gallon, will keep our atmosphere so fresh and clean.
I also really love how the townspeople are singing about technological advances that, to them, are everyday mundanities that they wouldn't actually be singing about, because it's the exact same way sci-fi characters talk about their mundane-to-them future tech. It's just in the past instead.
For home insulation, asbestos is best.
Much like Doc's misplaced confidence in future predictions in 21st century, this song is full of misplaced confidence in the present. I know that didn't age well humor can be low-hanging fruit, but when it works, it works.
It's no malarkey, our patriarchy. We'll show the whole wide world the way to live this way.
This is the most outright satirical song in the show, showing the unenlightenment of the 50s in full force, which admittedly is a different take than the movie had at this point. Since the movie was made when people were still nostalgic for the 50s, Marty's discomfort when he arrives came solely from his unfamiliarity with what to the audience at the time was a fun throwback. Only later do the hidden darknesses in the 50s gradually start to reveal themselves. But nowadays we're a little more critical of life in the 50s, and Marty immediately reacts to the dark undercurrent of this shiny, happy suburban life.
What did I tell you? It's like utopia. It's a nightmare.
But even though it's more satirical than the movie's corresponding scene was about the 50s, it's not that much more satirical than the Bobs wanted it to be based on the deleted scenes.
These filtered cigarettes are new, so new. And even doctors say they're good for you.
I like to relax by lighting up a Sir Randolph.
It just feels right when all of these white men dance to have their day.
I've criticized other songs for not quite living up to the potential of those moments in a Back to the Future musical, but this one, I'd say this one pretty perfectly encapsulates the full potential of a Hill Valley 50s song. Number 4, put your mind to it. When setting up the plan, Marty gives George some sage advice, with a little more detail than in the movie.
And when you talk, don't be loud. What? Friends are fine, but don't be part of a crowd.
Marty's advice is generally good, even if he still keeps forgetting when he is.
Try to swagger like Mick Jagger off the Stones.
Dick Jagger?
Stop apologizing.
I'm sorry.
Be anything you wanna be.
Well, now I want to be Dick Jagger. What does he do?
Now in the book, Hugh Coles, who originated George on stage, cites this song as the moment George really joins the musical, and doesn't just have it happen around him. Even his earlier solo, By Nature, is isolated from everything else, but here is where George gradually learns to join the show.
Put your mind to it. Don't be blind to it.
Emphasis on gradually, as George struggles to keep up with Marty's dancing.
Put your mind to it.
Now, when I saw this on Broadway, J.J. Neiman was playing George, and he was great. But what really blew my mind was finding out that he was not only George's understudy, he was also Marty's understudy, which means he needs to know both the cool version of the dance and the dorky version of the dance, and I just know if that were me up there, I'd be getting them mixed up in my head every night. Props to him, what a performer.
Hey, you feeling it yet, George?
Yeah, right in my neck.
The demo version of the song is honestly pretty similar to the final version, the biggest difference being the title. It's called When You're Really Cool.
When you're really cool, you never hesitate.
It might not be the biggest upgrade from demo to final song, but I'd say it was still the right call to give it a name that actually reflects Marty's lesson to George in this scene.
Put your mind to it.
I get it. My mind.
Number 3. Something About That Boy. Marty defends Lorraine from Biff, and Lorraine is smitten.
There's something about that boy. There's something about that boy.
The first time I listened to the cast recording, this one didn't make that much of an impression on me, but after I saw the show in person, I was sold because this sequence is fantastic.
And there's almost nothing I wouldn't do to make sure that his dreams come true.
There's just so many comedic hijinks and little action set pieces as Biff chases Marty around the school, while a semi-oblivious Lorraine sings her heart out.
Something about that boy.
There's something about that boy that I don't like.
And Biff gets his verse, which I like a little better than his reprise that I talked about earlier. Still not the full potential of a Biff song, but his malapropism here is a little more unexpected and therefore a little funnier.
I'm gonna find him, and when I do, and when you do, I'm gonna unwind him and break him right in 3, 2.
Like, that's closer to the rhythm of movie Biff's malapropisms. Plus, Biff's backup dancers are football players with numbers corresponding to the years visited in the trilogy, which is a nice little touch. Also, Strickland turns out to be just as much of a hypocrite as the 50s kids turn out to be.
There's something about that boy. I can't put my finger
after stretching out so much of Act 1, it's nice to actually get a number that condenses several scenes in the movie into one, moving through the beats of the cafeteria scene and the Lou's Diner skateboard chase, while working in a different way of doing the Darth Vader scene. According to the book, this was because they wanted to do the Darth Vader joke, but in a way that doesn't cover up an actor's face in a musical, which makes sense. The producers of that fake Lilo and Stitch musical from Better Nate Than Ever didn't get that memo. And it all ends with Biff landing in a big vat of cafeteria spaghetti, making this one of the very few Back to the Future iterations to not have a tannin end up in manure. Even the ride had Doc doing manure-based experiments in the pre-show just to justify an ending with manure. An ending that ended up getting deleted, but still.
Something about that.
Something about that
Number 2, For the Dreamers. After not instilling Marty with a lot of confidence, Doc sings about why this matters. It matters for all the people who have tried and failed.
So this one's for the dreamers, whoever tried to make it.
Doc has been a failure for too long, and now he has a taste of success, and he has to do it in honor of all those people who don't even get that taste.
Who strive to be a winner, go as far as they can take it, even if they don't quite make it. This one's for the dreamers.
I've been talking a lot about what I want from a hypothetical Doc Brown song, and I've been focusing on Doc's fun, wacky, energetic side, but this gets to Doc's pathos. This gets to the heart of Doc in a way that no other song in the show does.
Who never stop believing. One grain of sand becomes a pearl. A great idea can change the world.
This almost retroactively justifies Doc's opening number being about the machine working. He's been a dreamer, now he's gonna be a succeeder.
So this one's for the dreamers who live on inspiration, go as far as they can take it, even if they don't quite make it.
And Glenn Ballard basically wrote the song on spec. Bob Gale and director John Rando didn't ask for it. Ballard just knew the show needed a song like this, and he was right.
And I know how it feels to be told you're no good.
It may be a cliche to give a character an emotional ballad at this point in the show, but it's a cliche because, well, as the Doc himself says, it works.
Names we don't remember, they were close but no cigar, and we don't know who they are.
It's also the song that best uses Roger Bart's singing voice, not the gravelly, nasally cartoon mad scientist, his sincere, authentic pipes. Ironically, the song where he does the least Doc Brown voice is the song that feels the most authentically Doc.
This one's for the dreamers, like me.
And then there's a brief reprise from the top of the clock tower, blended in with the clock tower score from the movie, which is such a triumphant piece of music that it single-handedly justifies doing Back to the Future as a stage musical.
This one's for the dreamers, like me.
For all my nitpicks about the show, any issues I have with pacing or creative decisions I disagree with, I'm so glad I have this song. As well as the next one.
88 miles per hour.
And my number one favorite original song from Back to the Future the Musical, Gotta Start Somewhere. After taking inspiration from Marty, Goldie Wilson gives George a little pep talk. Or more accurately, he sings it.
What are you waiting for? Pick yourself up off the floor. If you don't respect yourself, won't get it from no one else.
It's a lively, inspirational song about taking that first step, even when the road ahead looks impossible. Again, encouragement we all need nowadays.
Though I'm low man in the room, I'm still the best one with a broom.
I have never been able to pick my favorite character from the Back to the Future movies because I love them all so much, but my favorite character from the musical, Goldie Wilson, hands down.
You gotta start somewhere. You gotta get going or you're never gonna get there.
I love how he represents progress, change, and the future being what you make of it. Everything the story is about encapsulated in this character. Years ago, Matt Myra and Jonah Ray were joking about doing a Back to the Future musical from Goldie's perspective, and this isn't quite that, but it is a Back to the Future musical where Goldie is the theme personified.
Might as well be right here, right now. Come on, boy. You gotta start somewhere. Listen up.
Of course, despite representing change, Goldie keeps some consistent philosophies from his humble beginnings all the way through his political career.
It's a matter of time, but it's only a matter of time.
But even disregarding thematic importance, it's just the catchiest song in the show, and the whole town dances to it. Even the manure guy, even though the manure's not in the show, he's still dancing.
You gotta start somewhere. You gotta start somewhere. And make yourself useful or you're never gonna get there.
I think this and For the Dreamers are the two songs that have the best chance of becoming standards beyond the show's life, and I hope they do because I love them both. And that's my ranking of the original songs of Back to the Future, the musical. But which one is your favorite? Let's discuss this all in the comments, and next month, I'll be back to rank the show's use of non-original tunes. Music that was in the movie before it was in the show. But if you don't want to wait for next month, you can watch that video right now on Patreon for a $2 pledge. And for a $3 pledge, you can hear the podcast episodes we recorded with our initial reactions to seeing the musical on Broadway. Links in the description. Of course, this is far from the only time I've talked about Back to the Future on video, and it's not the only time I've talked about musicals on video either, and you can watch some of the others in these playlists. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Captain America, Dumb Old World. Hey, what happened to the awkward sitcom poses? How am I supposed to be disappointed when Russell Hicks doesn't show up now? How am I supposed to know that those actors got paid more than these actors when I can't see any of their faces? But Doctor, I am Bagniacci. I guess I'd be grateful the credits were shorter if it didn't mean the film itself was probably longer. Chapter 12, Horror on the Highway, the story of merging onto the 110. He also failed to stop Lyman from getting shot, but he's constantly failing to stop unalivings. He's never failed to stop an aliving before. You told us he failed to stop it! Skip to the failure! Lionel Atwill was in actual Frankenstein movies. What is he doing here?
Captain America.
But hey, I've already been assured he fails to stop this.
How much longer will it take it to revive? Well, only a few seconds.
Clearly, Dr. Jordan from the Mummy Strike should have just used this guy's resurrection device. Should I dig up more fun facts about garlic? How do you want me to handle this? Poor Dope was actually trying to file that chair. Is this real life?
Get out of the window, Matson.
We just brought you back to life, now we're gonna throw you to your death. You know, maybe the Scarab should have a disguise when he deals with things personally. We could use the door, but if it's good enough for that guy from Clarissa Explains It All, it's good enough for you.
Pick up the machine and follow him.
I'm a little impressed by the resurrection machine, but I'm mostly impressed that it's portable. Do any of you know the combination? Wait, which episode is this? Man, guns and kicking just keep getting a rematch. The dead man dies. Welcome to the lab. Time for your stool sample. Ooh, rolling on that would probably be great for your back. Hold the lever, Kronk. Oh, they're doing the Punch and Judy show from Learn to Argue Effectively. Again, Cap escapes by escaping, but he's fine letting that other guy die. Does this add to his kill count? You decide. Well, I feel very accomplished.
A dead man has been brought back to life.
This version of Clone High sucks.
Astonishing news came from the district attorney's office today.
And we're just going to take their word for it and run their report uncritically.
Scarlet henchman who died yesterday was resurrected by Dr. Lyman's life-restoring machine.
This is what Higgins did before he met Magnum.
Witnesses to the actual operation, Matson was seen escaping from an electrical laboratory.
How would they know it was Matson? All the henchmen look alike.
In the midst of the wreckage of his machine. You should be thankful, Matson. You're the only authentic case of modern times of a man who was returned from the dead.
This serial puts the lazy in Lazarus.
Too bad Lyman smashed the machine.
Every couple of episodes, they introduce a new sci-fi concept that could anchor an entire franchise, and then just casually eliminate it.
They'll slap a murder charge on him. Oh, I don't think so. The only witness is Captain America, and he can't testify without revealing his identity. If he does that, we should be compensated for the risk we are taking.
Please explain how knowing his identity could be even remotely beneficial.
I'm taking all precautions. Our lawyer has gone to see him. He'll warn Dirk to keep silent.
Dirk won't be so daring now. Insert sitcom door entrance catchphrase here.
Did you get anything out of Dirk? Not yet, but I will. Dirk will crack up when he's charged with murder.
Wait, he's actually doing lawyer stuff instead of wiggling Goon's shoulders?
All you can prove is that Dirk was present at the time of Dr. Lyman's death. Any smart lawyer will smash your case in no time.
Oh, come on. What lawyer would smash things in the Marvel universe?
Simply a witness, but you can't produce him. I probably won't need to. Dr. Lyman was abducted from his home along with his life-restoring device.
But they hid the life-restoring machine under Casper's mansion.
Now, if I can prove that Dirk was the unknown masked man who helped Matson with the abduction, I'll convict him of murder. But you can't prove anything. Gail Richards, your assistant.
We know who Gail is. You don't need to exposit this heavily.
Positive identification of Dirk as one of the abductors. Our unsupported testimony will not be sufficient in court.
Imagine all the kids suckered into watching Captain America who instead got this low-rent LA Law.
May I use the phone?
Phone calls in this serial?
Get me Dr. Malver at the Drummond Museum.
I guess Drummond is short for dramatic irony.
Yes, Gardner. Is there something I can do for you? I hope so.
Can you class up the proceedings with your screen presence?
One of Lyman's murderers. Now, we'll have a case against him if you can testify that he was one of Lyman's abductors. But he was not.
If only he sang I Want It That Way.
Miss Richards called Matson. I understand that. But we'll put a mask on the prisoner, and there may be something, some gesture or some mannerism that you may recognize.
Yeah, every man in this town has such distinct quirks.
Now, could you arrange to be in my office at 2 o'clock this afternoon? Of course. And I hope you have the right man.
That's also what he says logging onto Tinder. Have we met this guy before? Actually, I don't care.
What news, Counselor? The district attorney is going to spring a surprise witness to identify Dirk as one of Dr. Lyman's abductors.
Cut. Hey, buddy, could you learn your lines before we start rolling?
Just talk with the district attorney. As a matter of fact, I am to be the surprise witness. You?
I'm so giddy.
Excellent. That will knock that case into a cocked hat.
A cocked hat?
I'll get a habeas corpus?
No, the corpus was already resurrected.
I shall identify Dirk as being one of the abductors. Identify him? Well, you can't do that.
You can't recognize any of your own henchmen?
If he thinks he's being framed to take a murder rap, he'll tell everything he knows. Exactly.
What?
He's become a danger to my organization.
So keep him happy.
I've devised a little plan that will take care of him and the district attorney at the same time.
But just helping him go free would prevent him from turning on you. Why can't you do anything straightforwardly?
Instructions implicitly. I'll be present when he's brought into the district attorney's office and...
And what? That's it?
Miss Richards says when Matson attacked you, tore off his mask.
And he would have gotten away with it, too.
Neither of us saw the face of the other man. The man you're about to see is wearing the same mask you took from Matson.
Did you at least wash it first?
Richards has identified him. We hope you can corroborate her testimony. All right, Davis, bring him in.
Hey, Davis! And this other guy. Pad out your serial episode with lots of glaring.
No, I'm sure this is not the one.
Quite right, Doctor. This man is one of my operatives.
You have more operatives? Why do you send Gale on every mission? So a series with George J. Lewis where a government official disguises another man as the suspect and it's not Zorro?
Your judgment influenced by your friendship for Lyman.
Of course. My opinion will be without prejudice, I assure you.
Yeah, I assure you. I'd actually love it if we went through 8 more of Grant's operatives before getting to the real guy. Ooh, daddy likey.
This unquestionably is the man who looted Matson in the raid on Lyman's house. That's a lie. You're trying to frame me.
He couldn't speak until his eyes were uncovered?
By this man under oath? Positively. That's good enough to convict. Book him for murder.
Murder? You can't do that.
On television?
Suppose I talk. What'll I get? If you'll name the Scarab, I'll accept a plea of guilty of second-degree murder.
Oh, just try me, bitch. Stop looking at each other.
All right.
The Scarab is Kaiser Soze.
Scarab was that Lyman himself. Oh, that's preposterous.
Come up with a better lie or you're fired.
Lyman was a soul of honor. You might just as well accuse me of being the Scarab.
Dude, play it cool. I'm trying to have your back here.
By accusing a dead man?
It's true. Lyman was using his machine to bring Matson back to life.
Why did Matson kill him?
How can I tell what a man will do who's just been resurrected from the dead?
That's a fair point. Is Dirk the only smart person in this serial?
I can prove it. But I won't talk before this guy, whoever he is.
Whoever this man I've never met who definitely doesn't pay my salary is, I've never seen this ruggedly handsome fellow before in my life. And tell me where you got those masks. I want to stock up for my next party.
Now talk.
I'd give anything to cut to Steve Martin and Dead Man Don't Wear Plaid.
They're hidden in his house.
Lyman's house was thoroughly searched before it was closed up.
You didn't know the Scarab.
But you do know Jack.
There are secret compartments in his house that your caps could never find. Take me there and I'll show you.
I think you're lying, but I'll call you a bluff.
I think you're lying, but I'll follow you into the clear trap you've set for me. Meanwhile, in Obscuro Vision, setting up a room, the gritty reboot.
See that you don't fail this time.
Don't muck it up by dying again.
It is of no further use to us. He and Gardner must be destroyed.
Leave it to me. I'll drop them the minute they come through the door.
Not quite so quickly.
Slow your roll, Quickbeam.
Die, let them know that theirs is the fate of all who attempt to thwart the Scarab.
So they can spread the word after they die. Wait, maybe that's pointless. It's nice that we all wore our matching hats.
Good. I'll wait in the car.
Better hurry before the painters come back for their drop cloths. So Maldor's plan to take care of Dirk and the DA was have Dirk lead him somewhere they can be shot? Yeah, brilliant plan. Come on, let me shoot them. My foot's falling asleep. It's the Matson Show!
Good work, Matson. I knew the Scarab wouldn't let me down.
Quiet, you double-crosser. When you threatened to squeal, you signed your own death warrant.
But he didn't squeal. What is going on?
You're finally going to pay the penalty for interfering with the Scarab.
So we're really learning which henchmen they should move heaven and hell to resurrect and which henchmen are okay staying dead. Also, Grant killed another guy with the blank that's used as a warning shot. I guess I'll take shooting at each other from across the room over hitting each other with chairs and stools. Hitting with the gun was more effective than shooting with the gun. This serial's stance on guns is fascinating. Live from New York. Oh, now it's curtains for the DA. That other henchman was just 10 episodes early. Boys, no roughhousing in the room that's being renovated. There's the shoulder wiggling. I knew we wouldn't go long without it. I'd love nothing more than for the furniture to come to life and turn this into the fight scene from Beauty and the Beast. Throwing a chair that's under a blanket is slightly different. Kicks and guns seem to be evenly matched in this fight. Boy, things are getting steamy between these guys. Was this whole thing Maldor's plan to get another orgy going? A stool without a blanket. We're back, baby. Boy, Matson's really got a taste for going out windows. He's escaping the Winchester Mystery House. Once again running into the Old Forest, this time going to be stopped by some Barrow Whites. He runs like Tom Cruise. There's no way I'm letting him sit in front. The license plate says LOL. This serial is officially laughing at me. Hurry, we've got to stop Dr. Wade from going on vacation. They drove over a quiet landmine. I've got to make it to the highway. I hear there's horror there.
Take care of anyone who follows us.
Invite them for dinner and drinks and see if one thing leads to another. It's been a while since we've had repetitive driving. It's the you think this letter on my head stands for French connection. The POV of Jed Clampett. Hudson sticking his head out like a puppy. Yep, the Suburban Corner's back. It's hard to stretch 8 locations into 15 episodes. Driving is the best time to do a Rubik's Cube. He's both driver and shotgun. Did they just spend half a day filming 2 cars driving around in circles around the Cahuenga Pass and use it for every chase? Meanwhile, Clark Kent's clinging to the back of one of the cars. Remember when there was a self-driving truck in this serial? At least we didn't have to cut to its driver. Leaving a trail of dust like the Roadrunner. All the fast motion, it's like a really boring Monsters episode. Watch out, Christopher Lloyd spilled a vat of dip across the road. Good thing nobody else in this state is ever on the road. Blues Brothers 3000 is even more underwhelming. Come on, run over the camera and put us out of our misery. A jam handy Prado! Ah, good. Sending a car over this cliff again. I was afraid we'd see something new. And next time, we get another skyscraper plunge. Will our second finest building be destroyed? Well, that was Horror on the Highway, and even by the standards of this series, what the hell? There was barely any Captain America there. There was, what, one shot of him in costume that wasn't from the cliffhanger? And it was the shot cut to make it a cliffhanger? I expect more Cap, even from this fake Cap. But you know who exceeds my expectations? My patrons. Not only do they provide financial support, but several of them joined me on Patreon live streams while I was writing jokes for this riff. If you would like to join the next live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access, and additional pledges get you additional prizes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to go change out of my uniform because apparently uniforms are something we simply don't do anymore. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. These Hirschfeld caricatures are so minimalistic. Alfred Hitchcock presents. Ooh boy, I hope I get the North by Northwest plane. Nobody wants to admit it, but Funeral March for a Marionette, just a minor key version of the Leave It to Beaver theme. And now your host, Walt Disney.
Good evening.
Well, it's no hello.
I'm looking to see what lies ahead.
Or what lies beneath.
The old Romans used to tell the future by cutting animals open and examining their entrails. Due to some objections by anti-vivisectionists...
Can't even slaughter animals for fortune-telling anymore because of woke.
But through the wonders of modern science, we are not denied a glimpse into the future. Besides, it's much more tidy this way. This is an X-ray of a goat.
It finally ate that dynamite.
The ancients found to be full of strange portents.
This one either has a light bulb up his butt or his colon has a great idea.
I can see this will also give one insight about the past. For example, I now know what happened to those car keys I lost last summer.
I know what keys you lost last summer.
Future, Either this X-ray plate wasn't properly developed, or else we are in for a very dismal time of it for the next minute.
I'm sure the advertisers loved being disparaged like that. And now, Brandon's gone wild. Well, the Alfred Hitchcock Sorcerer's Apprentice can't be worse than the Alfred Molina Sorcerer's Apprentice. The Mad Magazine writers are just struggling to figure out how to parody his name. Shame there's no iconic piece of music they could use for the opening credits of The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Sardini the Great. See how many he can fit in a single can. I hear Superman's fighting a gorilla out here. Dr. Terminus? One miss from that match and his facial hair goes up in smoke. See, what I hate about most renditions of Blue Danube is that they're not on Calliope. Anyway, I gotta go see my doctor about my depression.
Hey, wake up. This is no place to sleep. Come on, wake up. You'll freeze to death.
Young Kurt Russell. Can you look at your lips and tell me if you're breathing? My God, this kid's watch stopped.
Hey, Milt, come out here, quick.
He's not really a chef, he just got the hat from In-N-Out.
Matter? Kid passed out.
Another drunk?
No, I think he's sick. Take a look.
It's in a book, Reading Rainbow. Who knew hot dog carts had so many exits? He's dead, Jim.
He's sick, all right.
Sick of you.
Give me a lift. Get him into my trailer.
Let's shift this possibly injured child around willy-nilly. Just got to pay a visit to Robert Denby.
Right over there on the bed, Milt.
Plop him between Mr. Body and the cook.
I can manage now.
All right.
Hi, Milt.
Hi.
Lena Lamont is Sally Slater. Oh, he's pretending to be Dick Tracy.
Who's that?
I found him lying outside, passed out. He looks half-starved to me. Maybe you'd better heat him up some milk.
Hot milk on a summer
You
night.
think I'm going to stop playing nursemaid to some crummy tramp? You've got another guest coming.
Oh, be reasonable, Irene.
He's a tramp, but I love him.
Looks like the poor kid hasn't had a square meal in days.
Only a triangle
The
meal.
wagon. There's charity hospitals, aren't there?
Are there no poorhouses, no
Spend all my
prisons?
time in between shows cooped up with him.
I hate your thoughtfulness.
Can't just throw him out. Maybe he's in trouble. There's no identification on him, nothing.
So the Hitchcock intro has about as much to do with the story as the Bill Nye segments have to do with the Back to the Future cartoon.
But he gives me the creeps.
But what about the bleeps and the sweeps?
Vic, I think he's waking up.
Mom, I had a horrible dream. I went back in time. Why is Betty boob photobombing?
What happened?
That's a terrible Fred Willard.
Where am I?
Feeling better, kid?
Feeling Better Kid, Tennessee. It's a small town, but that's where you are.
How did I get here?
You may ask yourself that.
Am I dead?
Dead serious about going to Itchy and Scratchy Land?
Oh, what made you think that?
Because of you. You look like an angel.
Oh God, it's Anakin Skywalker.
You hear that, Vic?
You never ask me if you're dead anymore. The spark is gone.
You look like the devil.
I wish.
Not me, chum. Victor Sedini's the name. I'm a magician. This is my wife, Irene. She helps me in my act. Act? What act?
A sister act.
Now, don't worry about that now, kid. My name is Hugo.
I'm Scorsese's attempt at a children's movie.
Hugo. That's all they ever called me at the home.
Oh boy, we're in for a rough depiction of mental health in this episode. I expect more from the collaboration between Alfred Hitchcock and Robert Bloch.
I shouldn't have told you.
Should have saved it for a third act reveal.
You see, I ran away.
When I tell you, Vic, trouble.
Let him talk.
Let him cook.
What are you doing here in Toledo?
The story's set in Toledo? Maybe they'll run into Phil Winkelstein.
And he lets me sell newspapers for him on the street. And at night, I sleep under the bridge.
With Anthony Kiedis.
In this weather?
Oh, I haven't any money. The man took it.
When he comes around.
His name is Fred. I think he's a bad man.
Bad man.
How come you got sick?
Oh, I'm not sick.
Not much you aren't.
It's just that I'm so hungry.
Yeah, but one look at the carnival food will kill your appetite.
2 days.
Irene, tell Milt to give you some hamburgers and see if he has some hot soup to take out.
Mix the hot soup with the hot milk.
Okay. It's your party.
And you'll cry if you want to.
You're going to be all right, Hugo. Just rest and get your strength back. What's the matter?
I'm just repulsed by your hot milk.
You're not afraid of me, are you?
You're a magician. I've heard all about them.
They're
They
unemployable.
can put spells on you.
I see. Now, well, somebody's going to have to put you straight about a few things, Hugo. I'll tell you what. Just as soon as you're feeling better, I'll let you watch the show.
Oh, no, please, not on my account.
Is Irene in the show?
Of course.
Well, then I want to watch it. I like to watch her.
He's a proto-Denny from The Room.
Pretty.
Good.
I approve of you creeping on my wife. Oh, why do I have this doll hanging here? Let me just powder this cocaine on my face. Oh no, he's a vampire! Oh, so if Hugo's the Denny, this guy's the Mark. Just taking a detour through George McFly's laundry. Wow, look at all this amazing circus we don't have the budget to show. The circus's most popular attraction, the conjugal trailer.
Hugo,
Man of 1,000 faces.
you feeling better?
Those balloons are about to carry away Carl Fredricksen, Curious George, and Gonzo.
I'm not doing anything wrong, am I?
Of course not. George, this is Hugo.
Have you heard about him and Kim?
George Morris. He's a high wire artist.
Ooh, that would be cool to see. Let's not show it.
Very happy to meet you. I like artists very much.
This is the one I was telling you about. You know, Vic picked him up.
Yeah, Simple Simon. Oh, no, my name isn't Simon. It's Hugo.
Yeah, this is aged like milk left in Death Valley in August.
I've got to go find Vic. We're on in 5 minutes. I'll see you later.
Don't forget what I told you.
I won't.
An angel. She looks just like an angel.
Like Sergeant Nicholas Angel.
What do you know about angels, Hugo? Oh, they told me about them at the home. About the devil, too.
No, Hugo, you're the devil doll.
What does an angel like her have to do with the devil?
Riddle me this.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder, too. Now, come on. Let's go watch the great Sadini.
I'm excited about this man who I think is the devil.
Yes, Hugo, we're going to see the magic.
And then we're going to see the rabbits.
My friend,
Meanwhile, in Oz the Great and
I'll
Powerful,
conclude this little demonstration of mystery and magic with the celebrated illusion of sawing a woman in half. I always save this little trick for the last, just in case it doesn't work.
the thought of you accidentally killing your wife amuses us.
Please.
Is he really going to do it? Just watch and see.
The Magic Castle's not all it's cracked up to be.
Are you ready?
Because I got friends on the other side.
Yes.
I'm Batman.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Well, some of the audience looks awake. You borrowed that from the Mad Doctor. She's going to start screaming out for Pluto.
Stop him. Stop him. He's hurting her.
Shut up, kid. We're trying to watch the show.
See?
If Buzzsaw Louie was a kaiju.
He's killed her. The devil's killed her. Calm down.
Yeah, saying that works. He did kill me, and it feels great. Thank you, Tower of Terror bellhop. Behold, 2 boxes where one was before. I am the great IKEA.
All right, I tell you.
Because I'm saved by the bell. Back then, you could really pad out a TV episode by showing an off-the-rack magic show. It's so hard to line up your wife's 2 halves properly.
She's smiling.
Yeah, she's been smiling this whole time. You could have pointed that out a lot earlier. This kid is the reason they cut the sawing the log in half gimmick from Ripsaw Falls. Okay, just toss your coats there. There's beer in the fridge. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's spine? Funny enough, this is exactly how my surgery went after my car accident. I imagine watching this will only end well for the clearly neurodivergent child who thinks this guy is the devil. Well, that was part 1 of Alfred Hitchcock Presents The Sorcerer's Apprentice. I can't wait to see where this is going, as long as where it's going is far away from here. I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but for joining me on a Patreon live stream to brainstorm jokes for this riff. Yes, these fine folks pointed out that all the devils I was seeing were actually just hammy overactors worthy of mockery. If you would like to join the next Patreon livestream, then step right up. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Even a $1 pledge gets you access. Now, if you'll excuse me, the circus is in town and I want to be as far away from it as possible. And until next time, this is Dave signing off. Last month, I ranked the original numbers from Back to the Future the musical. But of course, the movie was already so musical to begin with, so the musical had to include the movie's tunes. Well, most of them. Sorry, Time Bomb Town, Mr. Sandman, Ballad of Davy Crockett, The Wallflower, Night Train, Pledging My Love in Heaven is One Step Away. Welcome to the D-List, the show where I list things and my name begins with a D. And today I'm ranking Back to the Future, the musical's use of songs and score from the film's soundtrack. And when I say I'm ranking the use, there's a lot of factors at play here. Factors like how I feel about the song on its own, how it's staged, how it's woven into the narrative, how it matches the use in the movie, how it differs from the use in the movie, and approximately 1.21 million other variables. So ranking this is not only more difficult than ranking the musical's original numbers, it's probably a more pointless exercise. But if I put my mind to it, I can accomplish anything pointless, so let's get started. Number 9. Don't Drive 88. This is an adaptation of the end of the 85 Twin Pines Mall track from the film score, renamed after a solemn warning that Doc gives to Marty.
Whatever you do, don't drive 88!
Yeah, partially out of gunplay sensitivity, perhaps partially out of racial sensitivity, but mostly out of staging practicality, Doc is no longer shot to death, but is instead succumbing to radiation poisoning. Which is not really less dark than in the movie.
Doc, you go let me help you? Doc, you're dying!
So Marty's not being chased, he's just racing to the hospital, which still has a sense of urgency, but it doesn't have that let's see if you bastards can do 90 moment that really kicks things into high gear. Still, this is the first time we're seeing a taste of what the DeLorean can do on stage, and it's establishing that while the human characters may get new songs of their own, the DeLorean is getting that classic score. Number 8. Johnny Be Good. Marty plays an oldie? Well, it's an oldie where he comes from. I honestly have mixed feelings about even including Johnny Be Good at all, because on the one hand, it is probably the movie's most iconic musical scene. It's the culmination of Marty's arc of no longer fearing rejection, and if you didn't have it, fans would wonder why it was missing. But on the other hand, it's a lot of stage time to eat up with a cover of a cover.
Way down in Louisiana, close to New Orleans, where acapella with Tamani evergreens. They stood a log cabin made of earth and wood. Well, if the country boy named Johnny Be Good.
Don't get me wrong, it's at least an energetic cover of a cover, and the choreography adds a lot. The dancers are going wild.
Go, Johnny, go, go! Go, Johnny, go, go, go! Go, Johnny, go, go!
Now, in development, they really tried to include the Chuck Berry phone call in the show, but the staging was awkward and the dialogue slowed things down, so it was removed. So if you're only going to the show to see jokes you've already seen before, I'm sorry to disappoint you there. You're not going to get Lone Pine Mall either. I'm sorry.
Johnny, be good.
Also, remember how in the movie Marty only does the first verse of Johnny Be Good, but in the movie's soundtrack he does all 3 verses? In the cast recording, he does the first and third verse. I don't know why he skips the second. But the cast recording also has the guitar solo at the end, which the movie soundtrack doesn't, because I guess the soundtrack collectors just weren't ready for that yet. Number 7. The Letter. This is the track when Marty is writing his letter to Doc in the future. Obviously, the contents of the letter are a little different, but the emotion behind it is the same.
There's just knowing I'm gonna live to see 1985, that I'm gonna succeed in this, that I'll have the chance to travel through time.
Well, mostly the same. In the movie, Marty's heartbroken here because he knows that Doc will never have the chance to travel through time. In the show, since there's no Einstein to become the world's first time traveler, Doc tests the DeLorean himself, so he does get to do a little bit of time traveling before he dies. Maybe not enough to really count, but a little bit. So maybe that strips away one tiny thread of poignancy, but just a tiny one. Marty's still sad that Doc's gonna die.
On the night that I go back in time, you collapse from plutonium radiation poisoning.
The core emotion, Marty trying his desperate last effort to save Doc's life, remains the same. And as mentioned last month, it leads into the Only a Matter of Time reprise, which doubles as a Wherever We're Going reprise, so the second half of this track is not eligible this month. Number 6. Overture. Rather than a blend of the various tunes we'll be hearing later, Back to the Future the Musical's Overture is just a slightly abridged version of the movie's Overture. I don't mind it. It gets us in the mood for a story we already love, and on the scrim, we get to see as we are taken from whatever theater we're currently in back in time to Hill Valley, 1985. It's a rather short overture, but it starts us off on familiar musical footing before we get into the more original tunes, which also start on familiar-ish footing with Only a Matter of Time. In the demos, they just use the opening fanfare of the overture to lead into Only a Matter of Time, and yeah, I've already talked about how separating that from the score as much as they did was the right move, and yeah, having just this whole fanfare play, this whole overture play, this was definitely the right move. Number 5. Back in Time. Much like this was the end credit song of the movie, this is the post-curtain call song of the show, sending everyone out with a tune they already know and love as a Doc and Marty duet.
Jump at the future on one roll of the dice. Better remember, lightning never strikes twice.
A Doc and Marty duet with a Goldie Wilson interruption.
All I wanted to do, only wanted to do, was play my guitar and sing.
Have I mentioned how much I love Goldie Wilson in the show?
Take me away, I don't mind.
The song is performed pretty straightforwardly, and it may not be worked into the show particularly creatively, but it is worked in effectively. The choreography is a lot of fun, and the Doc and Marty backup dancers are a nice touch.
Go back in time, back, back. Go back in time, back, back.
but at one point, it was going to be reworked into something else. For a while, the crew was looking for an Act 1 closer, and something about that boy at the time just wasn't cutting it, so they decided to add a scene outside the school of Marty pleading with Doc to help because the stakes just got real.
Help me, doctor, and get me out of this time.
Bob Gale reworked the lyrics of Huey's song to fit the narrative, and this was part of the show for so long that the reworked Back in Time was recorded and released to build anticipation for the show. It's not on the demo disc, but it was released on YouTube.
Out of the 50s and back to 1985.
Not gonna lie, it's clunky. I get the instinct, I get why it made sense, and it comes close to working, it really does, but every changed lyric here just reminds me that the original lyric was better.
So take me away, use your mind. You gotta just promise me I'll be back in time.
I don't know, maybe it's a song that only works as an abstraction, as a mishmash of referencing iconography from the movie we just saw, and once you try to make it literal, it just falls apart.
When you drive 88, don't wanna be late again.
Fortunately, in development, something about that boy grew bigger and better until it became the banger Act 1 closer that it is, and Back in Time was sent back to where it belongs, celebratorily closing the show.
You gotta get back in time.
Number 4. The Clock Tower. This naturally underscores the Clock Tower scene, so it starts with a translation to stage of what is honestly the most musical theater-ish moment in the movie.
Damn, where is that kid? Damn. Damn.
That doesn't lead right into singing, but, you know, it could.
Damn. I've grown accustomed to her face.
Wait a minute. Doc Higgins, are you telling me you made a debutante out of a flower girl? My Fair Marty, it writes itself. But no, this doesn't lead to singing, it just leads to the action set piece, set to a condensed version of the Clock Tower track from the movie soundtrack. And it's phenomenally impressive the way they translated the sequence to the stage, but that's where we get to the uphill battle this track fights with me, which is in no way the track's fault. It is my own stupid brain's fault. I've seen this movie so many times that I have this sequence in the film pretty much memorized, and I know every camera cut that goes with every note of the score. So shaving a few minutes off the score is already throwing me, even before you get to the fact that what we see on stage while hearing the score doesn't match what we see in the film while hearing the score. Again, not the show's fault. It's a sequence that can only be done cinematically. It relies on the tools of film, of close-up and montage, things that simply can't be recreated on the stage. And honestly, they do a much better job of translating it to the stage than I ever thought possible. The use of scrims, projections, and lighting cues help create a sense of montage happening right in front of your eyes. It's not the exact same montage we get on film, but again, not the show's fault that my stupid brain is associating every note with a specific shot. Would it have been better if they hadn't stuck so closely to the original score here? If Silvestri had just composed a fully new Clock Tower piece for the sequence? I probably wouldn't go that far because this is one of Alan's absolute best pieces, so incorporating it into the show was probably the right move. Again, it's just my dumbass brain that's having trouble reconciling the score with different visuals.
The cable detached. I'll have to go out there and reconnect it myself.
But Doc, you're afraid of heights!
No, Marty, I'm terrified of heights.
But no matter how much hearing familiar score with unfamiliar visuals may distract me, it's all worth it for that crescendo into the For the Dreamers reprise.
One grain of sand becomes a pearl.
I know I already praised it last month, but seriously, that might be the moment that best marries the movie's music and the show's original music. It just feels so triumphant. I just love it.
This one's for the dreamers. Like me.
Number 3. Doc returns. Doc interrupts Marty's performance to take Marty back to the future.
Marty, you gotta come back with me.
Where?
Back to the future! It's incredible! You're not gonna believe your eyes! Get in the car!
And it's the score from the final shot of the movie, but extended a little bit, and with musical instrumentation coming in. And one last reprise of Only a Matter of Time to send us out on a pretty good marriage of the film's original music and the show's original music. But really, most of the audience isn't paying that much attention to the music. We're watching what that DeLorean does. It's incredible. It has to be seen to be believed. Number 2. Earth Angel. Marvin Berry sings One for All You Lovers, as George works up the courage to kiss Lorraine before being interrupted.
Earth angel, will you be mine? My darling, love you all the time.
Narratively, it plays out basically like it does in the movie, but for a scene that plays out so much in close-ups, translating this to the stage must have been a challenge.
Scram, McFly, I'm cutting in.
And evermore.
Like, we can't see Marty's hand fading on stage. We can't shift focus from character to character the way we do on screen. This all just has to play out in the proscenium.
Stop it! Hey, come on, stairs go. Excuse me.
But we can still have the singing fade into the background and then swell back up again at the key moment.
The vision of your happiness, angel.
And something the musical can add to the scene, George and Lorraine singing along.
I'm just a fool in love with you.
Honestly, that makes all of the emotional difference. I know it's making the subtext text, but that's what musicals are about, having characters sing their feelings, and there's no better way to show the moment that George and Lorraine truly fall in love. And the number 1 use of a track from the movie in Back to the Future the Musical, The Power of Love. This song opens the movie, or close to it, but it closes the show, or close to it. There's 2 others from this list that come after its use as the finale in the show. And also, first a snippet of it is heard in Marty's audition.
Make a one man weep. Hello. Make another man sing.
Hello. Your audition's over, McFly.
Principal Strickland, I don't understand.
That song is crap.
Jeez. I guess in the show, at least Marty gets to sing before his audition is interrupted, but man, Strickland is way more harsh than teacher Huey Lewis is.
I'm afraid you're just too darn loud.
But in the end, in the fixed timeline, Marty and the Pinheads get to sing the full song.
The power of love is a curious thing. Make a one man weep, make another man sing.
What I like about using the song at the end is not just the rather savvy move of sending everyone out on a tune that you know the audience already likes, but it's reinforcing the true happy ending of the movie. A common criticism of the ending of the original film is how materialistic it is. Marty's happy now because his family's rich. Go Reagan's America! And while I understand that criticism, what it misses is that being successful is not the reason the McFlys are happier in the new 1985 than they were in the old one. The reason they're happier is that George and Lorraine actually love each other now.
We need a rematch, George.
A rematch? Why? Were you cheating?
No.
Now the relationship isn't based on pity. Now it's based on mutual respect and shared interests. And a common enemy that they keep weirdly close, but at its core, their happiness comes not from their newfound wealth, but from the power of love. It's just a little bonus that they now have money, fame, and a credit card to ride that train.
It's strong and it's sudden and it's cruel sometimes, but it might just save your life. That's the power of love.
So using this song as the denouement reminds us that the story really was about the power of love. Also, Goldie Wilson showboats his way into the song, and Marty rolls with it.
The next time you feel it might make you mad, but you'll be glad, baby, when you found
That's the power
that makes the world go round.
Seriously, Goldie Wilson, favorite character from the musical, hands down.
You feel the power of love.
And that's my ranking of the jukebox musical parts of Back to the Future the Musical. But which tune do you think was used best? And do you think the whole show should have been a jukebox musical, or do you think it was strengthened by the songs we talked about last month? Let's discuss this all in the comments, and until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Republic Pictures? Republic Pictures are no good out here. I need something more real. With an ensemble this iconic, it's so hard to choose a favorite. I'm pretty sure there's more than this many people on screen across the series, and I just want to know if everyone who wasn't credited fired their agents or thanked them. I'm glad they told me the events are fictitious. I might have really thought they brought a dude back to life and then made zero attempt to recreate that technology. Took 2 whole guys to deftly guide this one. Chapter 13, Skyscraper Plunge, a less effective Marvel overlay of Tower of Terror. Ah, yes, remind the kids that they barely got to see him as Cap last week. You've taken the Cap out of recap. It's been weeks since I've crashed a car. I'm falling behind.
Take care of anyone who follows us.
He was just brought back from the dead, but he doesn't get to ride in the front, and he has to do busy work. Clearly, they didn't watch Superman Secret Agent, or they'd know that 1940s cars are bulletproof. The lines on the road are just suggestions. The car's doing a little butt waggle as it drives. All right, rear projection operator, you're gonna die. Butt dance, butt dance. I'm pretty sure there's a Dutch Brothers off this exit. The lack of any sort of frame of reference for where these cars are relative to each other really raises the tension. Grand Theft Auto. All right, George, let's just film you shooting him 8 more times. Yeah, we're gonna use them all. That wasn't the gunshot. Grant just drove over the broken glass from episode 1. Yep, escape by escaping. We've seen it. As you wish! Henry, Brody, and Salah are watching sadly because they didn't see him escape. Mr. Bradshaw, will you stand up, please? Still safer than a Cybertruck. Meanwhile, in one of this town's 3 buildings...
My car was smashed and the Scarab's agents escaped.
Yeah, those are like hourly occurrences now.
He's calling by a radio phone from his private car on the Westland Limited.
Hillman?
Hillman, the man with the power of a hill.
Backers of the Mayan expedition.
That's right.
I'll take the call here.
Meanwhile, in Howard Hawks' 20th century, I've decided to stop saying every train is the $1 billion limited.
I've made a remarkable discovery.
Lucky guy gets to ride in the Lily
I
Bell.
received from the last Mayon expedition.
It's May on now.
Yesterday, and exposed a copper plaque etched in Mayan symbols.
And dipped in
Of a
mayonnaise.
map showing the location of the fabulous Temple of Emeralds in the...
One short day in the Emerald Temple.
The Scarab will stop at nothing to obtain that map.
That's why I'm calling you.
I was in the Maltese Falcon 3 years ago, and now I'm here.
Containing the missing portion of this map.
This train should have been robbed by now. Did Knots cut the entertainment budget again?
You both must be protected. Not a word about this to anyone. I'll arrange reservations for you at a quiet hotel.
Unfortunately, it doesn't have a Skyliner stop.
Meanwhile, I'll contact Dr. Malder and warn him.
Meanwhile, at the home of the world's largest collection of Bulldog Drummond novels.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. I'll take the necessary precautions.
Don't worry, I always provide plenty of condoms.
Yeah? What's he want to know?
He already knows too much.
We all know that's not true.
Bring the bronze box from the display case of the main exhibit. I've been a fool.
But the fool on the hill, man.
Half of a map to locate the temple has been lying here in the museum under my nose.
Half of a map?
2.5 maps.
No. It was etched on a copper plate and must have been broken in 2 parts for better concealment.
The shield is the second marker, and this is the second Last Crusade reference. Bach. I see it's been carefully wrapped in the funny pages. This is the advantage to nobody ever wanting to see any of these exhibits. You can just destroy them unsuspiciously.
That's it, all right.
It's worthless without Hillman's half.
Of course.
I'm gleeful about its worthlessness.
I shall discover Hillman's whereabouts to my good friend, District Attorney Gard.
And I swear if he's just hiding him in his own apartment again, I won't be mad, just disappointed.
Dr. Malder, you should come here without proper police escort. I warned you.
Your warning came too late.
It clearly didn't if you didn't leave until after he called.
I investigated the Mayan exhibits as soon as I heard from you. This case has been opened and looted. It contained the tablet referred to by Hillman.
This is a naked picture of you.
Any indication how the thief got in?
Not a sign. Who has handled this case? Only my assistant, Gruber, and myself.
So wait, Gruber is publicly known as a Maldor employee, but Matson is only known as a Scarab employee. I don't want to know what else he uses that rag for. Ooh, a pocket gauge. Such wondrous advances in technology. Looking around for a single crap to give about any of this? Nope. Stack of books is a perfect hiding place because Grant can't read. He looks so paranoid. I guess getting his own hands dirty instead of sending a henchman has him shook.
I'll let you know what we learned, Doctor. Meanwhile, I'll have the police search the museum for additional clues. Fine.
If they find a secret passage and a bunch of stuff of Matson's, that was there when I moved in.
Certainly. Goodbye.
I know I just said you need police escort, but I'm kicking you out without giving you one. Ooh, a new location? Oh, no, it's just Winston Arms lit poorly. Hey, Grant, did you ever notice that you have the same hallway as the Hotel Metropole?
Have you forgotten we're dining with Mr. Hillman?
Dining with Mr. Hillman, starring Mark Curry.
All right, let's go. Hello?
An excuse to get out of a social engagement? Awesome! I mean, aw, darn.
Commissioner.
Guess they didn't bother to film his side of the call this time.
And wants all confidential files brought to him immediately. I'll have to go back to the office and pick them up.
But what about our dinner engagement?
You go ahead. I'll try to join you later.
Or I'll run back and forth between the two, changing outfits comedically. Oh, Selsden. In the dark, I can't tell if this is a new henchman or one we've seen before, but in fairness, I wouldn't be able to tell even in the light.
I'll let you know what we learned, Doctor.
Oh, this time instead of a giant-ass live eavesdropping device, they used a tiny recording device.
Yes, I'll phone them right away. Now, excuse me, Doctor? Why, certainly. Goodbye. Get me Mr. Hillman, Hotel Metropole.
Metropole again. I'm surprised they didn't just do a new hotel, but still use the same set.
Yes? Here's your information. Metropole Hotel, Suite 504. That's all we need.
Yeah, it's literally all of the information.
Hillman's at the Hotel Metropole, Suite 504. You know the plan. Get started.
We probably could have gotten started earlier because it was a fair guess he'd be at the Hotel Metropole. Oh, the DP lit the wrong side of the door. Today, we're teaching recorders how to fly. Would have been easy to hide, but no, go straight for shooting. Why not? Being unable to see anything doesn't make the shootout more interesting, but I'm still happy not to see anything. I've fully stopped clocking Grant's kill count at this point. He's a bloodthirsty menace. Anyway, now that that's done, I can get to work on the next chapter of my Severance fanfic. Hang in there, John. Just 8 years until you can be in a real superhero series.
Hello?
Oh, damn it. You want me to keep track of someone? That was a callback to a riff on the new DVD. You should all buy the DVD.
Thank you. Clancy speaking.
Clancy, the town's only cop.
Broke into my office. I don't know what he was after, but it probably means they're trying desperately to find Hillman. So be especially careful.
Especially careful, as opposed to earlier where they were just doing a baseline slightly careful.
Mr. Gardner can't arrive too soon to take the accursed thing off my hands.
NBC's at the door.
Better play safe and hide that thing.
In fact, it would have been smart to have it hiding the whole time, but whatever. Hey there, facing the wall here. Enrico Colantoni? Don't mind me, just keeping an eye on things from the wall, because I'm the face in the wall. Oh, hey, buy me dinner first. Except then I'd have to deliver it.
Sorry, bud. Just a formality.
Just a formal groping, nothing personal. Oh good, Mattson's here, so he'll accidentally kill the fake room service guy. Wait, I ordered pasta, not pistol.
What's the meaning of this?
I don't know, seems self-explanatory.
That'll be your last. Get over here. Turn around.
And walk back over there now. I am forcing you to get your steps in. Arthur Two Guns Jackson. Oh, hey, Gail. Haven't seen you since I died. How have you been?
I have to copper that girl.
Oh, you meant now? Ah, good. This shot. He looks way too calm considering he knows the Scarab is sending someone to kill another guy he's hiding.
Put them in the closet.
You're gonna play 7 Minutes in Heaven whether you want to or not.
Now, Mr. Hillman, the Scarab wants the other half of the treasure map. You may tell the Scarab I'll not aid his murderous plans, even at the risk of my life.
Oh, you've been rehearsing that speech.
Take care of those two.
Till I come back to your side.
It's in the wall safe.
I will immediately compromise my morals if it means sparing the life of my beloved Clancy. Gail's right, this does look like my hallway. Am I at the right address? No, this is definitely the hotel. My building doesn't have any unconscious bellhops. Well, if you don't need anything else, I'll just keep on being the face in the wall.
Watch him. If he tries any tricks, let him have it.
Tricks like sawing Irene in half? Once again, changing costumes is an excellent use of your time, Grant.
This looks the real thing, all right. Now we're taking you to a nice, quiet place.
A quiet place? I don't know if that maze is coming back this year.
We'll go out the service entrance.
Oh, so he'll use a maintenance service elevator, still in operation, waiting for you. It is Tower of Terror. Oh, Hillman showing some fight. The spirit of Professor Dodge lives on. Ah, now random vases are shown to defeat guns. He turned into Don Lake. Back to kicking defeating guns. Now we need to see vases and kicking face off. Ugh, making this mess after they probably already knocked out the staff who will have to clean it up. I had a dream once that I saw a fight scene with different choreography. Come on, dude, that's not a chair. Ugh, dying still wasn't as painful as these neck pricks. Another Don Lockwood special. Matson the Flying Squirrel! No, my popcorn cart! Oh, it's Bob and Emily Hartley's living room. Oh no, that ground is like 4 feet below you! Wait, was the shower curtain shot in Psycho an homage to this? As if I needed more reason to be annoyed at Hitchcock and Robert Bloch right now. Does the dummy look stiffer than usual? The Scarab strikes? Who does he think he is, the mummy? You call that a skyscraper plunge? It was a high-rise tumble at best. Episode 1 ended with one of our finest buildings destroyed. What are we doing here? I would like to thank my patrons not only for their continued financial support, but for joining me on Patreon live streams as I brainstorm jokes for this riff. If you would like to join the next Patreon livestream and see your name listed among these fine names, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And at $2, you can see early and bonus videos, and at $3, you can hear my podcast. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go jump out of a window. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. And now back to Alfred Hitchcock Presents a Really Ableist Narrative.
From him. Now he says he wants to put Hugo in the act to take care of the props.
We don't talk about Hugo, no, no, no.
There. I tell you, I've had it.
Makes me want to eat your pants.
So why don't we blow out of here? Head for the coast, just the two of us.
Talk sense, Georgie boy.
Talk sense, Georgie boy.
Anyway, Vic's a headliner. You're just another carny act.
Another Ed Norton impersonator.
Vic, what's that phone he got? Just a couple of trunks full of props.
Is he talking about Carrot Top?
Anybody can do a magic act, honey. Even I could have had a steak for the gimmicks.
The stick is what ties it all together? No wonder that's where Homestar had his bread sing-alongs.
How's that for an angle?
What's the use? We haven't got a dime. And anyway, Vic would never let me go.
Apparently he thought I meant all that till death do us part crap. Hey, George, don't bogart that Listerine. Save some for Coach Z.
We belong together, kid.
Don't you turn your back on me.
I can see it now, the great George and company.
Real romantic pitch. She gets to be company.
George.
The kid who caught us together already just caught us together.
It's a big idea.
Big idea. Maybe we will see Phil Winkelstein and Buzzsaw Louie.
Guy, I think it's time you and I had a little talk, huh?
You see, when a magician's assistant and a high-wire artist love each other very much...
Yes, Hugo, it's true. I love George.
If Richard Denning had gotten the TV version of My Favorite Husband instead.
Oh, but Mr. Sedini, he's such a nice man, even if he does look that way.
Hey, my husband is a handsome asshole.
Well, when I first saw him, I thought he was the devil.
With his blue dress on.
You mean you thought he looked like the devil?
Yeah, you heard him say it out loud, lady.
At the home, they wanted to send me away.
God, Simple Jack was more dignified than this.
But I'm all right now.
Oh, yes, you're
Yeah.
fine.
I know Sedini isn't the devil.
The toast doesn't fall jelly side down.
And you believed him?
Look what it's done so far.
I was the same way once. I trusted him,
Until I took an arrow in the knee.
but now I'm his slave. I'll tell you a secret.
New Mums has secret weapon. Another DVD callback.
Houdini is the devil.
And you're Max Devlin.
Oh, no. George said it's all tricks.
That's the way he fools people. He makes them think they're tricks.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was tricking people into thinking his tricks are tricks.
It really happens. And when he saws me in half, it's because he really wants to.
So what's stopping him? There are holes in your story.
I'm so afraid of him. Oh, please help me.
So the only woman in this story is a lying harlot manipulating the caricature of a mentally challenged youth. Keep going, Robert Bloch. I'm sure you can find a way to make this racist, too. A giant pretzel rod.
What is it?
Oh, that? Don't mind that. It's definitely not an underwhelming sex toy.
This is it. This is what does the magic.
The flux capacitor.
The wand? He waves it and the magic happens.
He waves it to start a Disneyland parade.
Do you think you could steal it? Steal it? Then you'd have his power.
Hugo Man and the Masters of the Universe.
Hugo, nothing can help me as long as he's still alive.
A Hitchcock production where someone tries to talk someone into a spousal murder pact with a carnival backdrop, and it's not Strangers on a Train.
You must. It wouldn't be wrong.
No.
This version of The Graduate is even bleaker.
Hugo, please. No one will ever know. I'll tell you the way. Please.
She really puts the gaslight in Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss.
Right. I'll help you. Just tell me what to do.
Yes, Hugo. I'll tell you what to do.
I'll tell you to buy some fine products from these sponsors. That's not how you do the rubber pencil trick.
Irene, are you there?
Such a cruel husband, politely knocking on his own door. Is that a knife? Where's Paul Hogan when you need him?
Where's Irene?
I haven't seen her.
That's funny.
Yes.
That's how my friends react to most of my jokes.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Well, what are you hanging around here for? Everybody's in bed. You're supposed to bunk with the roustabouts over in the pop tent.
Oh god, this episode's depiction of roustabouts would make Dumbos look gentle and sensitive.
What do you want me for?
I needed the keys.
Goofy left them around the park.
Trunk.
Is there something you wanted to get out of it?
No. There's something I wanted to...
Yes, truly the most iconic Robert Bloch, Alfred Hitchcock stabbing scene. Oh, the Sorcerer's Apprentice trapped him in something made of wicker. I can't believe this is reminding me of two terrible Nicolas Cage remakes that I'd still rather be watching than this. Just a second, just cleaning up the murder I did for my crush.
Hugo, I gotta talk to you. Oh, not now, please, no. She told me what's up. She tried to get me drunk.
Now, you were doing that fine on your own.
Sneaked out. I gotta stop you before you do anything foolish.
Oh, George has way more romantic tension with Hugo than he does with Irene.
She's gonna frame you. That's the bit. She's got it all figured. No, Jolot, you kill Sadini, she'll tell the cops tonight everything.
So the one he thinks looks like an angel turns out to actually be the devil. If only Elvis was here to warn him.
I'm all right. You know I'm all right. Sure, pal. Sure. But you tell the cops that line about the devil. Well, they'll have their own ideas.
Oh, please. We all know cops don't have ideas.
You could get locked up for murder.
When was this verse of Cell Block Tango?
Come and warn you, big boy. What's the matter?
Oh, he's just bitter his role in West Side Story was recast for the film so that most people will know him only for this. At least you have Shane to fall back on.
So good. Hugo, don't do it. Listen to me.
They're gonna kiss. Oh.
George!
George of the Jungle, strong as he can be. The wand turned into a sleeping lady. Eat Your Heart Out 2001 match cut.
That's you, George?
Falling asleep in your Sneaky Links trailer that's right next to your husband's trailer isn't exactly the most discreet strategy.
Where did you sneak off to?
Wee, I'm Dracula!
See? I have it. I have it now.
This is how magic key holders act when they get the new limited edition popcorn bucket.
Never mind that thing.
Irene, you had to know he'd be like this when you told him the wand was so important.
Did you do it?
Yes.
Where is he?
In the trailer?
But not in the teaser trailer.
Does he know?
Yes. But it won't matter.
Matter?
All that matters is the wand. The magic wand.
What are you talking about?
Again, you put this idea in his head, lady.
Whoever has the wand has the power.
So their boards will work on water.
Where's George?
What's Sadini?
No, Hugo, no.
He went to sleep. So I locked him in the trailer with Sadini.
But if the police find him in there with Sadini, they'll think that...
It doesn't matter what they think. All that matters is this. Now the two of us can go away together. We'll have a wonderful act. You'll see. I can do all the things Sadini did.
He thinks he's the literal devil, but he still thinks his power can be replicated with the wand. Interesting theological perspective.
You don't understand.
I'll be greater than Sadini. I'll show you. Irene.
Boy, Hugo was just collecting dead and unconscious bodies.
Irene, I didn't mean to hurt you.
So I guess the moral of this episode is, never trick a caricature of a mentally troubled youth into doing your murders for you. I'll keep that in mind in the future.
I'll show you. I'll show you I can use the wand. When you wake up.
Before you put on your makeup.
True.
It is way too easy to shoplift a femme fatale from this carnival. Why are the spotlights going in the middle of the night when the circus is closed? Yeah, anybody can do a sorcerer's apprentice who tries to conjure up a shortcut to their chores, but finally we have a sorcerer's apprentice who is tricked into multiple murders. Just what we needed. Surprise Pikachu. Hey, what's Milt up to right about now? I miss that guy.
Now?
Good lord, this script is 5 lines of exposition repeated ad nauseum. Shake hands with danger. Just let her sleep. At least she doesn't have to watch this. This episode is a deep cut.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Hugo the Great!
This is not what I expected from James Gunn's origin for Hugo Strange. See, if this had been the Blade of Wrath that Mattson tried to kill Gale with, then that episode still would have been really boring.
Smile, Irene! Smile!
Smile 3 is a real step down.
I don't know quite how to put this.
But we've decided to go with a different applicant. Good luck with your career.
It worked excellently, but the wand didn't.
The saw works, but the wands don't. It's a reverse Islands of Adventure.
Irene was beside herself.
Hey, I'll do the terrible puns here, Hitch.
She misunderstood the whole thing and arrested Hugo for murder. There's not much more to say.
In fact, the whole story was pretty pointless.
Commercial break.
And now an ad for this episode's merch, an Irene Matryoshka doll.
The foregoing has made it obvious to me that we've had quite enough for one evening.
Oh, now you spare us.
Save the rest until next week, when I shall reappear. Until then, good night.
Okay, but when you reappear, will you fly? Just once? For us? If this was my Alfred Hitchcock present, I wish he had given me a gift receipt. And An Alfred Who Now production? I'm not familiar. Associate produced by the president of Wasamata U from the live-action Rocky and Bullwinkle movie. That's not a joke, that's just a true fact that I know. Oh, no credit for Milt, I see how it is. Good work, Joseph E. Romero. You definitely chose all the best music one could use in The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Florence Bush spent 8 weeks perfecting Sadini's goatee. This has been a Filmways presentation, darling. Well, that was Alfred Hitchcock Presents The Sorcerer's Apprentice. A little bit darker than the Fantasia version, but slightly better than the Nicolas Cage version. I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but for helping me brainstorm jokes for this riff on a Patreon livestream. If you would like to join the next livestream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to not get sawn in half. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Hello, boys and girls. This is your old friend, the ghost of Adam West speaking. I know some of you may have at various points thought that my take on Batman was rather silly. However, now that you've seen the type of superhero serials that we were teasing in our show, I think you can appreciate what we were doing a little better. Like when our plots didn't make sense, it was on purpose for comedic effect. Admittedly, we may not have had Lionel Atwill on our show, but we had Vincent Price, and isn't that even a little bit better? Chapter 14, The Scarab Strikes, a title we could have used for literally any one of these chapters. Wait, he actually was Cap in the previous climax, but they're still using the Grant title card? Took them this long to be embarrassed by the costume, huh?
Watch him. If he tries any trick, let him have it.
This is a job for anyone else. I'm gone, baby. Yeah, Grant, just toss your clothes on top of that guy.
This looks like the real thing, all right.
The Coca-Cola secret recipe.
Now we're taking you to a nice, quiet place where you can decipher both pieces of this map for us.
At least there's only half as many map pieces as Guybrush needed to collect.
Take a look in the corridor and see if it's clear.
Sounds like that clumsy oaf showed up. When Captain America throws whatever that thing was. How sweaty does Grant get fighting in that costume? He'd be less sweaty if he just wore the suit. Tommy Wiseau takes notes on how to tear apart this room. There should have been a sequel serial where Cap is victim of a revenge plot from the Hotel Metropole cleaning staff. Gale, Clancy, this is no time for a thumb war. Calling it now, the last fight of the final episode will be in an IKEA showroom, just endless amounts of furniture to destroy. Why are the curtains an Italian restaurant tablecloth? Oh man, now there's an open parking space. These curtains go, and I do! Yeah, he lands on Billy Crystal's mattress. Did I leave that other henchman unkilled? Let me rectify that.
Captain America landed in the truck down there. He may be alive. We better clear out before he raises an alarm. We've got to take Hillman with us. He's the only one that can decipher the plaques.
Decipher the plaque psoriasis, I mean. Some luck! Landing right on top of a bed of foam rubber. I told you we were mocking crap like this, old chum. Did the truck already drive away from the hotel? They're in some suburban neighborhood now. I'm wet and hysterical!
You're coming with us. If anyone tries to stop us, you'll be the first to get it.
He runs into Tony and Maria on the fire escape. using the fire exit as an entrance? The district attorney has no respect for the rules. Hey, you're not Mike and Sully.
Those men took Hillman away with them.
What if it turned out this was the same museum from the mummy strikes this whole time?
Captain America tried to trail us, but we lost him.
Yeah, that's a brag.
So Hillman is resting comfortably at the farm.
Where he can play with all the other
Need to
Hillmans.
talk by morning. I wonder how Captain America found out we were at Hillman's hotel.
Yeah, how could he have possibly guessed that the guy in hiding needed protecting?
One of my agents reported that the man we sent to the district attorney's office for the electro recorder was killed. His body is in the morgue.
And the DA must have the electro recorder with your voice on it.
And his own voice on it, I guess.
Recorded on a magnetic wire. When it was played back, all sound was eradicated.
Sure, why not?
There was no identifying mark of a mechanism. We have nothing to worry about from the district attorney.
You never had that much to worry about from him, really. He would just kill some of your less important henchmen.
The man I found here must have thrown this out the window.
You sure about that? Couldn't it just be random garbage that happened to be near your building?
Seems to be a recording device of some kind.
Yes, and it may have been planted in this office.
Sure, and Raptors may have smelled like barbecue sauce, but we have no reason to assume it.
We'll report in the morning.
Fine.
Let's hope we get a lead to the scarab.
Great contribution, Gail. Later, at Dr. Wade's vacation hideout. Beep, 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 beep. Hurry up with my Sonic order.
It's Matson, and the scarab is with him.
I'm utterly shocked to see my boss and his number one guy. Honey, I'm home. Wahahaha.
Dr. Maldor, so you are the scarab.
What a shocking twist that we've known since episode 1.
Yes. I am the scarab. The murderer of Lyman and Dodge, and I didn't come to discuss that.
Shut up about my murders already.
Let's get down to business, Hillman.
To defeat the Huns.
I must learn the location of the lost Temple of Emeralds.
And Waze hasn't been invented yet.
Your associates, unless you decipher these plaques.
They're written in that Temple of the Forbidden Eye language, and I don't have a decoder card.
I won't do it. You'll never get your criminal hand to that fabulous wealth.
Only the legal grave robbers deserve the wealth.
But there are ways of making you talk. Tie him up to that chandelier.
Geez, I really thought we'd run out of setups for Lionel Atwill orgy jokes by now. And that fireplace has the secret passage to Zorro's cave. God, this just comes so naturally to Lionel. It's a beautiful day in this scarab wood, a beautiful day for a scarab. Gonna give that to Spinal Tap to make a girl smell. Thrill as a museum curator changes his mind about removing a glove. In high school productions of Phantom, they have to manually pull down the chandelier. Get the comfy chair!
There'll be plenty of time to get the information I want. There'll be no interruption from Captain America or the district attorney now.
Those are the only two idiots I'm concerned about interrupting me, but boy howdy, I sure do love knowing that I'm only concerned about two separate idiots. If it turned out there was only one, I'd be actually kind of annoyed. He starts streaming he's back in high school with Nick Rivers.
What'd you find out?
Well, there were no identifying marks on the parts, but I found a fingerprint on one of the magnetic coils.
Good. Now we're getting somewhere.
Not somewhere interesting, but
Identified the fingerprint as that of Ed Graham.
Graham is sidetracked on his quest to recover the lost treasures of Daventry.
Here's his record.
Arrested 3 times on suspicion of robbery and receiving stolen goods. Dismissed each time for lack of evidence. Well, this time we really have some evidence. I hope
Yeah, Gail's close-up directed by Fritz Lang.
I'll force Graham's hand before he learns we have his fingerprints to convict him.
Yeah, just go mess with him before getting a warrant.
Get in touch with the chief operator at the telephone company.
Tell him I loved him in Story Without End.
Hello? Just a minute.
Hang on, I can't hear you over the torture.
I'll talk. Cut him down.
Graham's on the phone.
Every single person in this town either works for Maldor or was killed by him.
Yes, Graham, what is it?
The district attorney dropped in with that electro recorder. He couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, big shock.
I told him I'd never seen anything like it.
In my life.
I don't think so. He just seemed to be checking around the radio shops.
All right. Let me know if you find out anything else.
I've got to be the fifth caller to 1019 AM. No, the phones are the most sympathetic characters.
You may have fractured his skull. Your stupidity will delay my learning the secrets of those plans.
I should have left you dead when I had the chance.
Boys. Get my hat and coat. We're going back to town.
All right, boys, let's give him spinal damage on top of everything.
Yes, office.
No, we're a DA's office. We don't have anything in a can.
Thank you. Calling Grant Gardner.
God, I wasn't sitting alone in the parked car listening to Pink Pony Club on repeat for an hour, crying my eyes out.
Chief operator reports that Graham just made a phone call to the old Watson farm off Riverside Lane.
So you didn't investigate the rest of the Watson farm when you knew they were using Watson Feed Barn way back in episode 2?
Fine. I'll reopen negotiations with Mr. Graham.
If you negotiate with Graham, he'll just demand you give him a marionette after he gives you your spinning wheel. They redressed the flower shop from episode 1 for this, right?
You're under arrest.
Well, good morning to you, too.
What for? For manufacturing that recorder.
Which isn't a crime.
On a coil.
All right, I made it. I sold it to a stranger.
Yes. The stranger you just called at the Watson farm.
When you call a stranger, the conclusion to the trilogy.
No, never mind that. You better talk and talk fast. Is Hillman at that farm?
Ah, damn it. You also have a gun? I thought I was the only one. We made a Maytag joke way back in The Avenging Corpse. I wasn't expecting actual Maytag product placement. Once again, guns are decorative. How does Grant decide which henchmen he'll kill and which ones he'll handcuff?
That'll hold you for a while. I'm going to investigate that farm.
Let me know if you need anything while I'm out. They laugh when I installed several hidden radios, all of them just one leg stretch away from any single thing I could be handcuffed to in here.
Calling H1. Calling H1.
Oh, but Gruber has to walk to reach a radio.
Come in, Graham. This is Gruber.
Graham, Grant, Gruber. Let's have way more characters with phonetically similar names. Let's make this as confusing as possible.
Warn the Scarab.
I'll phone the farm. Then I'll send someone down to release you.
I don't know why the phone has to be on the other side of the room as the radio, but... I don't know. Someone told me you can install Bejeweled on this thing. Ugh, that was a waste of a camera setup.
Calling MA. Calling MA. Calling MA. This is Gruber.
So Graham could have radioed the Scarab directly.
Come in. What's the trouble? The DA got the goods on Graham.
Ooh, new vocal warm-up. Gruber says Grant got the goods on Graham.
No one answers. Shall I try again? It's no use. The phone's out of order. There's no way to warn them.
Why don't they have a radio?
Beat the DA to the farm? No, it's impossible.
At least you tried.
Call my pilot. Tell him to have the plane ready to take off.
So both the DA and the head of this museum have their own planes, huh?
There's never lived to talk. We've got to fly there and bomb the house.
Okay, seems like a bit of an escalation. I guess Maldor was tired of Grant and Matson killing all his henchmen. He wanted to kill some himself.
I'd better phone headquarters.
That is assuming you really successfully fixed this thing, Carl.
Hold!
Welcome, catch! Ooh, boy, finally I get to be the chair breaker.
We're coming to the house now.
I hope dinner's ready.
Sit down.
Early recliner tests. They are just wrecking Andy's living room. Aunt B's gonna be pissed. Flying in a plane is slightly different than driving a car. No, Slim Pickens was riding that. None of them noticed the explosion 3 feet outside the front door, huh? Curse you, Red Baron! Okay, they had to have felt that one, right? Are they so singularly focused they don't notice the structure shake? You would really think changing up the environment would force them to get creative with the choreography.
This is our last poem. We mustn't miss.
Also what the director said about the next chapter. Oof, hitting him with a Kincaid. Insult to injury. Fry's grandfather, no! It exploded twice? Ah, great. Another scam text about unpaid tolls of doom. Did that just say final chapter? It did! We are so close to being done. We're almost there. We can almost move on from this stupid district attorney and his stupid Captain America pajamas. I would like to thank my patrons not only for their continued financial support, but for helping me brainstorm jokes for this riff on some Patreon live streams. If you would like to join the next live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And at $2, you can see early looks at upcoming videos, as well as alternate jokes from some earlier riffs. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to go count down the seconds until we're finally done with this serial. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Easter Bunny films. They can't all be as bad as Hop. Oh, great. Dick Van Dyke's gonna lecture me about what to do with my tuppence. This short is too hot for TV, unless Encyclopedia Britannica consents.
The bank offers us many services. And like Mr. Frank Adams, most of us use the bank.
So teaching us how to use it is actually a waste of time.
For one thing, the bank is a good place to keep money.
But a bad place to order pastrami.
Here is Mr. Adams filling out a deposit slip.
He did not give us permission to film him.
He lists cash and checks separately. The total, $62.53, is the amount he is going to deposit in his savings account.
I guess Jess Dunlop should have learned a thing or two from Frank. DVD callback.
He takes the cash
and runs out the door
check,
screaming.
The deposit slip and his bank book to the teller at the savings window.
I can only interact with you through fake jail.
The teller places the bank book in an adding recording machine.
A calculator with a microphone.
Into the bank book, she punches the amount of his deposit and the new balance.
No, 28461.
There's the amount of the deposit, $62.53.
Yeah, when do Joker and his goons bust in?
The pages of the bank book show the record of Mr. Adams' savings account.
And make for a dull flip book.
8 years ago, one March, he made his first deposit of $50. As he made regular deposits from his balance grew. But his balance actually became greater than the sum of all his deposits.
Then he lost it all when he invested in Tesla.
At the end of each 6 months interest period, the bank added interest to his balance, which therefore kept on growing.
This is the first time an Encyclopedia Britannica film has attracted any interest.
The teller puts Mr. Adams' deposit slip with other deposit slips in this basket. These slips are a record of the money that has come into the bank.
And this other girl's gonna carelessly toss them into the recycling.
And up here, they're checked in the proving machine.
Prove! The
bank's careful methods give Mr. Adams confidence that his savings are secure.
Confidence with BankSight.
So does the federal government's insurance guarantee.
And we have no reason to worry about that being unreliable anytime soon. I'm a ship's captain.
Some of the money of the depositors is kept behind the great door of this vault.
Oh, great. They're letting me out of the vault now that I've used my guest choice. Hurry, Gail Richards and Mr. Gregory are in that vault.
Part of the money that comes into a bank is kept in cash.
For the button hooks.
But the rest of it must be put to work to earn a profit for the bank. And so, the bank invests much of its money.
Robert Redford's getting the hot rock from one of these boxes.
According to law, these investments must be safe investments, such as government bonds, municipal bonds,
James bonds, Barry bonds, and emotional bonds.
The bank also invests its customers' money in personal and business loans to reliable people.
Agent 13's in the next locker over.
Here is Mr. Adams with the president of the Elmville National Bank. They're discussing a loan.
Saved over $4,000. That's right, Mr. Smith. I've saved 80% of the capital I'll need to start my hardware business. I see. And now you would like to borrow an additional $1,000 from us.
You selfish prick.
In your letter here, you explain why you feel this town needs another hardware store. Tell me, Mr. Adams,
Eraserhead after Supercuts.
Hardware business. I worked as a salesman for 3 years with the Lewis Wholesale Hardware in Johnstown.
No, nothing bad ever happens in Jonestown.
Department in the King Hardware Store here in Elmville for the past 8 years. That should certainly be enough. And you've been promised a location on Washington Street. Yes, I have, Mr. Smith. Good place for a hardware store.
Oh, I'm so glad you approve.
Thank you this long. Oh, that's fine. Will the bank need security? No, I don't think so.
We leave the vaults unlocked and fired all the guards.
Putting up 80% of the capital from your own savings. Besides, you've lived in this town and banked with us for quite a while. You have a good reputation. We know you're reliable. I'm glad you think so.
Means you haven't heard the real dirt on me.
Where you sign. You'd better read it over carefully first.
Loan contracts explode across the screen.
For value received, I promise to pay to the Elmville.
Kind of looks like Raul Julia, which is appropriate since he's Mr. Adams. Does that make this the memory bank?
Beginning 1 month from the date of this note. This seems okay.
Yes, sucker, he didn't read all the fine print.
Fine. And since you're paying the loan back on a monthly basis, we will calculate the interest on a monthly basis, too. The tables in this book will give us the exact figure.
Yeah, you gonna explain this whole process to me every time?
20 months at our usual rate. It comes to just $20.43.
Boy, before the invention of the ATM, banking was completely inaccessible for the socially anxious.
Interest from the principal. And give you a check for the balance. That sounds all right.
As if you had any other options.
It comes to exactly $979.57. That's fair enough. Miss Jenkins, will you please make out a check to Mr. Frank Adams?
This Miss Hathaway prequel isn't much on its own, but it really recontextualizes Beverly Hillbillies.
Right away, Mr. Smith.
Thanks. Now, how about opening a checking account for your new business? Yes.
Yes.
I'd like to do that right away so I can start paying for my furnishings and my merchandise by check. I'll start my checking account.
Oh, that's when the film thinks we stop caring?
Mr. Adams finds his new checking account very useful. To pay for the $150 worth of merchandise which he has ordered.
So, one Loungefly.
He's going to draw a check on his bank.
You shouldn't draw on the bank. That's graffiti. That's why they call him Banksy.
Here is the stub of his check. To the balance brought forward, he has added his most recent deposit. From the total, he subtracts the amount of his present check. $150. He keeps a complete record of his checking account on his stubs.
Imagine keeping track of your money in this much detail. Actually, just imagine having money.
That means it is an instruction to the bank to pay to the order of the Miller Supply Company the sum of $150.
I can't believe this is making me miss the rollicking action of the bus driver.
Mr. Adams writes the amount in words so there can be no mistake.
As long as they can read cursive.
The Elmville Bank on which this check is drawn will pay out the $150 as soon as the Miller Supply Company endorses or signs the check and presents it for payment. All that remains for Mr. Adams is to mail the check with his order to the Miller Supply Company, which can collect the money as soon as it endorses the check.
And then as soon as it endorses the check, it'll get the money. But first, it'll endorse the check.
And here's the check arriving at the Miller Supply Company. The girl stamps or endorses it.
Oh my God, we get it. Endorse.
But instead of collecting the money direct from the Elmville National Bank, the company does it through its own bank, where the check is arriving right now.
Oh, they have their own little cardboard teller window.
This bank can collect $150 once it places its own endorsement on the check.
Endorse!
As it is doing here. But instead of collecting the money directly, it uses a more convenient method.
It just counterfeits the money.
Like many other banks, it sends its checks to the Federal Reserve Bank for collection.
Seen here organizing their spice rack.
The Federal Reserve Bank is set up to handle thousands of checks from hundreds of banks.
Hundreds of banks in which John Kayak fights off bank mascots.
All these banks save themselves a great deal of trouble by collecting on checks through the Federal Reserve Bank.
Is this a deleted scene from Making Books?
The Federal Reserve Bank collects the money direct from the banks.
Just toss this money into any old basket. It'll be fine.
And returns the checks to these banks.
Not enough emphasis on the importance of the overhead lob in finance.
Mr. Adams' check reaches the Elmville National Bank, where it is canceled.
Canceled checks. You can't even be checks anymore because of woke.
Adams' account. As proof, the canceled check will be sent to him along with his monthly statement.
When did they try to upsell him on a Sapphire card to put him in crippling debt?
And here Mr. Adams is serving a customer in his hardware store.
Finally, the hardware store opened. Weird Al's been in a sleeping bag camping out overnight.
With the help of his bank loan and the money he has saved over the years in his savings account.
At this hardware store, you can buy paint and watch it dry, and that'll be more interesting than this short.
And there is the lady's change.
And there the lady vanishes.
But speaking of change, the store is beginning to run short of it. Yes, there is just time to change his coat and get to the bank before closing time.
Before one last call for alcohol, so finish your whiskey and beer.
Adams finds his local bank very convenient.
Foreign banks, not as much.
Not only because it can always give him all the small change he needs,
but
also
small
because
change.
of its other services, such as his savings account, the loan which it gave him, and the checking account which makes it possible for him to pay for his orders by check.
And now all of this can be done in your underwear on your phone.
At the teller's window, he is getting his small change, conveniently wrapped in paper and labeled nickels, dimes, quarters, and $50.
But inconveniently, the labels don't correspond to the actual coins in the paper.
Mr. Adams is a good customer of the bank.
They're ranking customers now?
The bank provides many services for him.
Who my?
And for everyone who uses the bank.
Yes, come on down to the bank to be serviced. I guess that's it. Mr. Adams died on the way back to the hardware store. Well, that was using the bank, and yes, it turns out banking is indeed exactly as boring as it seemed when I was a kid. Being an adult sucks. I would like to thank my patrons not only for their continued financial support, but for joining me on Patreon-exclusive live streams to brainstorm material for this riff. These fine folks deposited observations into the chat that compounded into jokes. If you would like to join the next Patreon live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And if you have a little extra money in your bank account, you can purchase Riffin' with Doggins Volume 1 on DVD and digital download. Every copy sold buys me an additional 15 minutes I can spend working on making silly things for you instead of doing boring work that pays a little more reliably. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go massively overdraw from my bank account in order to afford rent. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Well, folks, it's time to say farewell to Captain America and all these characters we know and love. You remember the ones. Gale, Matson, Mayor What's-His-Name, Commissioner Who's-It. I think there were a couple of Lymans. There was a professor named after a car. I feel like Edward Van Sloan showed up really briefly. And, of course, the true hero of the series, Walt Davis. I hope you enjoyed this serial. Robert Fraser would have enjoyed this interview a lot more if he had gotten his cup of coffee! After all this, these guys still want to take credit for this, huh? Last chapter, The Toll of Doom, with a massive paycheck for Robert Downey Jr. Okay, now they're bending over backwards to avoid using Cap's picture. Why did it take them this long? "10, 20, 30, 40 henchmen or more. The bloody red scarab was rolling up the score. I swear King Kong's around here somewhere." They're gonna feel real silly working so hard to destroy this furniture themselves after the bomb goes off. Again, you said he bombs the house in the recap text. You could have skipped to the bombing. Man, that chandelier is really rocking. The bomb got it so shaken. Oh, now it's perfectly still. I'm kind of gonna miss this repetitive choreography. You know, the same way I kind of miss hobbling around on a walker after my car accident. And Cap bumps Hillman's head against the wall and exacerbates his brain injury. He's so giddy watching them escape. Sorry, you can toss those bags to the side. I kind of live out of my car. Well, they certainly got their money's worth out of this sign.
Wealthy railroad president was rescued today by Captain America from the Scarab's agent.
That's a really long crossword clue.
House where he was being held prisoner. Suffering from a brain injury, he was rushed to a hospital, the name of which the district attorney refuses to divulge.
Because he doesn't know how to pronounce it.
Kept a secret to protect Hillman.
If Hillman does regain consciousness, you'll tell him that you are the Scarab.
Almost like revealing your identity to him was pointless when you could have just sent an agent to get what you want.
Only the DA and Captain America know where he is. It is obvious the district attorney and Captain America are the same man.
Yeah, boss, I figured that out 10 chapters ago. Give me some credit.
He said that the district attorney was on his way to the Watson farm. Yet Captain America was the one who reached there.
Oh, you mean that thing that your guys expected to happen in episode 1 of this stupid serial? Now you can put 2 and 2 together.
Bad shape. I wired for a famous brain surgeon.
But he ran away babbling about his luggage.
When his office caught him. He's driving back and should be here by 5 o'clock.
Somewhere.
Here's their reply.
Wow, they spent a lot of effort just to write "suck it."
Coming here to the office.
Yes. I couldn't take a chance to let anyone know which hospital Hillman is in.
So this town has more hospitals than women.
In the meantime, you go to the hospital, stay right beside Hillman. In the event that he regains consciousness, try and get a statement, even for a moment. Understand?
Right.
Can't believe I had to borrow Nicky Gnome's car. I knew I should have turned left at Albuquerque.
Keep quiet and drive where I tell you.
Man, the lengths some guys go to not tip their Lyft driver.
The Drummond Museum.
Oh, now they skip the establishing shot? This is it? Huh, the Arts and Science Museum across town is way cooler.
It's good to see you, Miss Richards. Be seated.
Dr. Melder, why was I brought here?
Hold on, I'll tell you after the dolly stops moving.
Perhaps this will explain.
Yes, I'm hiring you as an exterminator.
Explained a lot. You're the Scarab.
Yes. It's your misfortune that I had to let you know.
I mean, you didn't have to. You could have used that finger prick serum from episode 2 on her again.
Tell me.
Did you sail across the sun?
Where are they keeping Hillman?
Oh, it's in the Mayo aisle, but it's best foods on this coast.
Fortunately, only the district attorney knows.
I had thought you would say that. But I have a means of making you tell me the truth.
So after all this, the good guys only find out Maldor's the Scarab because he straight up tells them. The heroes have no actual useful skills that help them solve any problems. Of course, he only tells them he's the Scarab in order to get to the guy that he's trying to stop from telling them he's the Scarab, so his skills aren't that great either.
Which is a very efficient truth serum. Under its influence, you would tell me anything I want to know.
Mostly what makes a ball bounce.
Unfortunately for you, the effects never wear off.
Well, that sounds inconvenient. Again, why didn't you just use the finger prick serum?
In an insane asylum. A hopeless...
But enough about Grant.
And now...
So he has all these truth serums. I guess whipping Hillman for the information was just more fun.
Wait.
Till I come back to your side.
Go ahead, Miss Richards. And I warn you to tell the truth.
I could jab you anyway to make sure you're telling the truth, but I actually only have 1 dose left, and I also need to find out if Gruber's been stealing my gelato from the fridge.
You will arrive at the office at 5 o'clock. From there, he's to be taken to the hospital.
What is the surgeon's name?
Dr. Wade, we're interrupting his vacation.
Dr. Rodman Barracks.
Spell it.
REDRUMNILBOG.
LAM. BARACS.
Contact Agent 33.
Ah, our last new expendable agent.
His name. To go to the district attorney's office.
So the Scarab has doughy character actors on his payroll.
Mr. Gardner, I'm Dr. Rodlam Barracks. How do you do, Doctor? Would you have a chair?
Given the size of his crew, the real doctor might as well have been one of the Scarab's men already.
I know. I received your wire about Hillman, and instead of driving all the way, I managed to charter a plane.
Yeah, you and everyone else in this serial.
In a case like this, time is important. Has Hillman regained consciousness? Sorry, no.
Oh, don't try showing emotion now.
I'll have to make an examination at once. Which hospital is he?
A hospital on Guerrero Street.
Woodlawn Avenue. My associate's waiting for my call. May I use your phone? Certainly. I'll dial it for you.
In memory of Dr. Lyman, I want to spend as much time touching my own phone as possible.
643.
I am judging his dialing technique. I have a premonition the phone's about to ring.
Hello? Get my surgical kit and meet me at the Crestview Hospital on Woodlawn Avenue.
Remember, this is the Scarab's agent. He's just acting like a surgeon, cutting for the very first time.
One will meet you in the lobby of the hospital in case of trouble. The other will wait in the getaway car. I'll be here when you get back.
Very well.
If we must.
I'll start at once.
I'm sorry I can't go with you, Doctor, but I have some work to do.
These numbers aren't going to paint by themselves.
Of course, Mr. Gardner.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's me, Davis, just Davising it up.
What's up? That man's an imposter.
That man is pasta?
Only Gail and I knew I'm expecting a brain surgeon, and the man I wired for is Dr. George Thomas.
Which George Thomas? There's 35 on Wikipedia.
There's a chance to find her. I gave him the name of the wrong hospital.
The hospital I sent him to is in some kid's snow globe.
Ask him to send a raiding party to the Crestview Hospital and pick up Dr. Rodlam Barracks and whoever's with him. Meanwhile, I'm going to trace that phone call he made.
Probably should have done that before talking to you. Gail's in trouble. Time could be of the essence here.
This is the district attorney. I want the address of Oak 2643.
So this one was arbitrarily a Grant job and not a Cap job, for reasons. When has shooting through the door ever worked in this serial? Why even try? Did that door even have hinges? It's weird seeing Grant and Mattson fighting without another henchman for either of them to kill. Sorry guys, this room doesn't have enough chairs. Huh, you think I can't withstand some handcuffs? What do you think the Scarab makes me do every Saturday night? Gay porn was really chaste in the old days.
Where's Miss Richards?
How would I know?
You know, all right. And about that phony surgeon, Rodlam Barracks, too.
Phony? Well, the girl told us that...
He stole Superman's hair.
The wrong name. She made this one up to warn me.
Processing. New thought loading.
And at the same time to tell me that Malder is the Scarab.
Malder? You're crazy. Hey, how could she do that?
I'm so impressed I immediately drop his cover.
Is Malder Scarab spelled backwards?
And Maldor couldn't figure that one out. He's actually even stupider than Grant for once.
L-D-O-R. Malder is the Scarab.
Okay, now explain it 6 more ways so we're sure to get it.
She'll have a horrible death. Well, you know what? Shut up.
And dance with me.
You won't find it out in time.
And that sound means it's time for our lightning round.
The whole thing was a trap.
Also, are you insane? Get out while you can. The curse is real.
I just managed to escape.
Hold the car there for a fast getaway. We'll be out as soon as we dispose of the girl.
So he found out in time. Even in the end, Grant is wrong about everything. It all comes full circle. Chapter 1 and Chapter 15 have the same tied-up damsel in distress bullcrap.
No one can do that and live. This looks 1,000 years old.
And the mummy looks old, too.
A week ago, he was a living, breathing man.
But he didn't get Brendan Fraser his coffee. Can you tell I recently rewrote the Florida Mummy?
He was placed in this case. In a short time, he became the withered mummy that you see before you.
And then he killed Dr. Jordan.
Just like that in a few minutes.
I mean, you could just shoot her, but sure, slow, elaborate death traps have never backfired on you before. It's an emergency, but he still parks with a polite space cushion. Later, Willem Dafoe's gonna investigate the scene of this firefight. Ah, crap, I regret that. Now I'll never get the rain check on that shine. When I get shot, I stand up to stretch out as I die.
I'll get our valuables together while you connect the mummifying.
Then get the great Sidini to saw her in
I'm
half.
afraid the district attorney will hardly recognize Miss Richards when he finds her a withered mummy.
But he'll still recognize her a bit. She'll still have that ineffable Miss Richards quality. Not really a big crescendo moment, but sure. Man, filling balloon animals is tedious. What's in that bag, like sex toys and stuff? Look, I'm running out of steam on Lionel Atwill orgy jokes. Oh, hey, thanks for getting the door for me.
Mr. Scarab, you arrived sooner than I expected, Mr. District Attorney.
Wait, let's get on the same page. Real names or made-up names?
Well, you'll never find her unless... Unless you're willing to exchange her life for my freedom.
The Scarab will have the pleasure of turning on the gas.
And what a pleasure it is for him. To be honest, doing just about anything gets him off at this point.
In a few minutes, it will be too late to save Miss Richards. Then she's in the building.
Only Richards in the building.
Yes.
Now bags defeat guns, sure. Ah, we got lockdown wide angles to better disguise Lionel's stunt double. It's not good framing, but at least it makes the fight look slightly different than the 14 identical fights before. And we're back to normal. And back to security cams. Look, I'll take what passes for variety at this point. Suck it, Mattson. You just get handcuffed, but I get to die on screen in the finale. Sure, you already died once, but... How are we supposed to know that Gale is in mortal peril without a gauge slowly rising to indicate the chamber filling with deadly gas? Oh, wait, everyone, I have another fun fact about garlic. Did you know that the city of Chicago was actually named after an indigenous word for garlic? And yet Chicago-style pizza and garlic pizza are two very different things. They're in a museum full of all sorts of exotic artifacts, and what do they hit each other with? The same stupid furniture as every other fight in every other room. Meanwhile, MODOK and Red Skull have fully taken control of Manhattan. Yeah, but it was the 40s. Everyone was constantly surrounded by twice as much cigarette smoke. Did a puppy just yelp? And arbitrarily, those are the punches that defeat him. Okay, now, what did I come in here for? Nah, I'm good. Just let me die. Okay, she was only in there for a while, so she'll only be semi-mummified. She'll look, what, about 150 years old? The Scarecrow walks at midnight.
Thanks to Captain America, whom we now know to be our fighting district attorney.
Wait, why did everyone else need to learn Cap's identity?
Gang pay the supreme penalty in the electric chair at the stroke of midnight tonight. To review the Scarab's crimes?
No need to review them now.
That would require continuity.
Convictions definitely prove that crime doesn't pay.
Well, it does for 14 chapters.
I want to say that the people of this city owe a great deal to you, Mr. District Attorney. Captain America.
District, Cap, no, they both feel too stupid to call you.
Cleverness tipped me off to the Scarab's identity.
But Captain America arrived in time to capture you.
Friends, please, you can both share the blame for this stupid cereal.
It's midnight.
Why are we still at the office? We should have gone home hours ago. What, can they see the execution from that window? Someone set up some stock footage of London outside?
The toll of doom for the Scarab.
That's it? That's the whole serial? One more interchangeable fight, if anything a less intense fight than the earlier ones, and then the Scarab is just executed off screen? Mattson is just handcuffed in a hotel room somewhere? We only see Gruber die for the crimes? We don't find out if Hillman recovered? And the good guys only won because Maldor finally revealed his identity to Gale so that she would tell him where Hillman was, which he only needed to know to prevent Hillman from revealing his identity? Gale used the tiniest bit of cleverness to pave the way for Cap to do more punching, but this time it was series-ending punching just arbitrarily? How many more Scarab agents are out there somewhere? Did they all get arrested, or did they just shut down like battle droids? What in God's holy name was the point of literally any of this? No. I refuse to accept that as our finale. And yet, I must, because there was never a follow-up to this. There was a serial called The Return of Captain America, but that was just a re-release of this one. They were either so proud of this one they had to show it to everyone again, or so ashamed of this one that they had to trick everyone into watching it again. I don't know. Well, anyway, we're finally done with this so-called Captain America. And I truly could not have done it without my patrons, both for their continued financial support and for joining me on the many Patreon-exclusive live streams, watching this boring-ass serial over and over again to brainstorm jokes. This serial may have been completely unsatisfying, but the camaraderie we formed over watching it over and over will last forever. Anyway, later this month, we shall begin riffing a different public domain serial based on a different comics hero, albeit a slightly more faithful adaptation of a slightly less beloved comics hero. Although he does seem to be beloved by one person in particular, beloved enough by that one person that he just keeps making weird TV specials to hold on to his movie rights. That's what he does now instead of hijacking honeymoons, I guess. But before that, we'll have another one-off riff, and you can watch both of those right now on the aforementioned Patreon for a mere $2 pledge. And for a $5 pledge, you can get instant access to the digital download of Riffin' with Doggins Volume 1, if you want to watch the DVD without a DVD player. If you want to watch it with a DVD player, you can still buy it at Doggins.com. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to Avengers Campus because every single Steve Rogers or Sam Wilson they have walking around there is an infinitely better Captain America than Grant Gardner. And until next time, this is Dave signing off. I guess Goldie's in the middle of replacing the clock tower. Bailey Films, more palatable after a good stiff drink. Oh, I have Mother Goose's stories muted. She just posts way too many clips of her watching Love on the Spectrum. Ooh, it's a Harryhausen. We're gonna see Puss in Boots fight a Kraken.
And now here's something we hope you'll really like.
An animated movie beginning with the book cover? Bold creative choice. Here comes Gumby.
All right, the coast is clear. Ah, crap, we've been made. I wasn't expecting company. Hide the contraband.
Yeah, but aren't all these elements supposed to be mixed up in a Sierra game? Later, that same second, she's got magic IKEA powers. I guess Mother Goose already knows how to use classroom films.
Yeah, I'm late for my untitled game.
And now Mother Goose shows us her vacation film from her secret hideaway. It's the Muffet Show with our very special guest star, a big spider! Casima's Nightingale Sing Sing is up in that tree. Back then, readers could only go 1.2 times as high. She got off easy. Poor little Miss Med of Nails had to sit on something else. Eating a copy of Curds and Whey by Steinbeck. What if James Patterson had called it There Came a Big Spider instead? A rejected Super Mario World enemy. These kids today, oblivious to their surroundings because they don't look up from their curds. Hello, I'm frightening here. She barely noticed him. Now she does a performative Looney Tunes take to spare his feelings.
Gosh, ain't I a spider?
If Mother Goose hangs out with a goose, does Mother Hubbard hang out with L. Ron Hubbard? Or Mayor Hubbard? It's the starving dog from the Haunted Mansion. Yeah, when does Feathers McGraw move in? Yeah, Mother Hubbard has a Joker smile. Yeah, and whose fault is that, Hubbard? Dun dun dun! So he grabbed some jail keys to lure some pirates into giving him a bone instead. Because she has no respect for his gluten-free diet. Important to wear the bread scarf. And the bread hat. So no one informed Harryhausen that talkies had been invented? I know, I'll just eat her instead. Oh, that's an escalation. Michael Palin was trying to kill her instead, but things went wrong. I did not know this rhyme had these other verses. I guess we're watching the Peter Jackson extended edition. Easy come, easy go. Her house looks scheduled to be demolished by a bypass. Well, that's a terrifying forced rhyme. Oh, you thought the only creature you ever loved was taken from you. What a great prank. Ah, damn it, I was all set to Frankenweenie you. Look, the humor in these things won't really come through until they record Edward Everett Horton's voiceover. Oh, this story is full of tripe, all right. Okay, but this one doesn't feel like an obstacle. Welcome to Muttsterpiece Theater. She really wants her surprise face to be memed, huh? With the way this story is meandering, I expect this dog to be a lot shaggier. I guess we'll allow rhyming bow with bow wow, but watch yourself, counselor. Boy, Mother Goose is a more prolific producer than Roger Corman. Where the hell is Shelley Duvall when you need her? She must be the queen. She's moving all over that chessboard. Young Queen Charlize Theron before all that nasty business with the huntsman. So this is that Jerry Seinfeld movie about Pop-Tarts? Ah, crap. Somebody was using the kitchen to make tuna rarebit. I gotta deep clean before I can make something good. The Queen of Hearts took a big gamble pivoting to a cooking channel, but it paid off in the long term. Every time she stamps, Indiana Jones smashes a floor tile. Delicious clay. Not to nitpick, but don't most queens have people to do their cooking for them? Wait, that's straight up the Disney Wonderland King of Hearts. Did he remarry? And then she pushes him into the oven, I think? All the children's stories are kind of a blur to me. All right, honey, glad I could help. I really thought he would have died by now. Ah, who are all these chimney sweeps tumbling out? Ah, yes, classic hobo bait. Wilson from Home Improvement? He got his head stuck in a coffee filter. I mean, it's kind of on the Kingdom of Hearts for hiring a knave in the first place. So by clean away, they meant 2 feet to the side. As usual, men only know how to help with violence. One bonk on the head is all it takes for this guy to be full sore. Unfortunately, once broken, trust is not so easily reforged. Oof, her I'm just disappointed face really stings. That's right, knave. I'm the only worthless man who gets to hog the fruits of the Queen's labor all to himself. Later that week, the Royals of Hearts were publicly executed in a Peasants of Hearts uprising. Darren Aronofsky's Mother Goose presents. Looks like this version ends with him getting poached. Isn't that the castle Gene Kelly goes to teach Jerry how to dance? Off to find some 5th graders to put me in a parachute. Egghead, a Todd Phillips film. Hatching Pete is even weirder than I remember. Ah, he got the ladder past St. Orchard Gauge. No, Humpty, don't risk it. Eggs are too expensive as is. Nice wall. I can see why Charlie Brown leans on it all the time. Sat did a tightrope routine. What's the difference? Is the semicolon really the punctuation you want there? An okay fall. I've seen greater. Gotta say, I'm not impressed with the quantity of the King's men. Well, they clearly gave it their best shot. This guy's a terrible LEGO Masters contestant. That's all, yolks! Wait, is Mother Goose just Mother Hubbard in a different costume? I liked the part about the bread. Nope, the films aren't good enough. Let's blow the whole thing up. We've had quite enough of this nursery rhyme review. Bye! Off to live my dreams and become a bookmark. Next week, Will Vinton's Aesop. Well, that was Mother Goose Stories, using a rather generous definition of the word story. Also, where the hell was Grimmy? Look, all snark aside, it was pretty cool to see Ray Harryhausen do like a cute project with cuddly characters and not giant monsters. That was a fun change of pace. I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but also for joining me on Patreon-exclusive live streams to brainstorm jokes for this riff. These fine folks ensured that the joke cupboard was not bare, and so the poor doggins had material. If you would like to join the next Patreon live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And additional pledge levels have additional benefits, such as early and bonus videos, an exclusive podcast, and a free digital download of Riffin' with Doggins Volume 1. But if you'd rather have a physical version of Riffin' with Doggins Volume 1, that is indeed available at doggins.com. Now, if you'll excuse me, I left some tarts cooling on the windowsill, and I've just been aching for an excuse to fight an Abe. So until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Well, already more comics accurate than Captain America, just by nature of showing a comics page. Come on, Spencer was a little difficult to work with, but you don't need to call him names. High Fidelity Sound System, the engineer was Nick Hornby. J. Lawrence Wickland? Isn't that the Ranger from the Humphrey the Bear cartoons? Directed by ventriloquist Ray Allen and legendary singer James Taylor. Based on cartoon strip. We don't have the budget for articles. Written by a shipman and a miller. It's going to be all about grain production and distribution. George Morgan Cox were the Adam Scott Aukerman of their day. Ooh, Terry Kellum. I loved him on Saturday Night Live. Ralph Bird. Whose honeymoon did he interrupt? Ah, the fourth Andrews sister. Mike McGurk? That's a first draft Dr. Seuss name. Okay, this guy looks like he's probably the hero. Ah, Slappy the Living Dummy! Clive Anderson? Is he gonna get replaced by Drew Carey and Aisha Tyler? Oscar the Grouch and Elmer Fudd are in this? Herbert Weber and Buddy Roosevelt are what I say when I try to remember any president's name between Lincoln and JFK. Chapter 1, The Spider Strikes, unlike that lazy scarab who waited 14 whole chapters to strike. Our story begins with a Rice-A-Roni commercial. Oh god, it's the bus driver. Hope everyone's ready to see the empty parts of Pennsylvania.
Local number 3, 4 points north.
Everyone thinks they can do a Kermit impression.
Merced, Modesto, San Francisco,
Be sure to wear some flowers in your hair.
Reading.
Meanwhile, Uncle Billy is misplacing $8,000.
I was just sending a wire.
Number 3 on track 4.
There's Paterno and Brewster.
Rooster? We're already at the Little Orphan Annie crossover?
He said for all of us, Rob. I don't like it.
Okay, I'm sorry I told your parents we were getting divorced.
Stay here and admit that I'm afraid of him.
But what do you think, audience?
My friend, I'm not going because he sent for me. I'm going because of something I wish to do.
Which is show up when he sent for me.
Paterno and Brewster are against him, too. Well, let me go with you. Not this time.
Ray Walston's about to be blinded at that magazine stand.
What's your step, Chief?
Don't worry about me. I'll take care of myself, all right.
Oh God, where the hell am I? I can't take care of myself. Liberty Films presents Tracy Jr.'s coming down the track. So is this the train that Hillman's on? The Beatles are uglier than I remember.
Did any of you see him when you got on? Perhaps the rest of you know why you're here. Perhaps you're afraid.
Steve Martin? Is this Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid?
Nor do I consider him useful to me. We understand each other.
I, Dabney Coleman, understand you.
What good is he to us? Maybe he will have something to say about that when he comes.
Suppose he does. He's not here. And what if he were? Are we sheep that we follow him blindly?
Man isn't human.
Nah.
Well, you sound like a sheep.
I don't think he's on the train.
I'm not sure he even exists. I've never heard of a man in my life. Oh, Homestar's pretending one leg is shorter than the other again.
He's coming.
Remember, kids, physical deformities make you evil. My God, it's the default Facebook profile pic.
Well, gentlemen.
Walt Disney. Curly Howard is Colonel Klink.
You. What is your report?
Fine. Yeah, everything fine.
Got any more detail in your report than that? No?
Fine, Chief, fine.
I just drew a mouse. Gonna build an empire about it.
My affairs are in excellent shape.
I'm sleeping with so many married people.
Wish to hear what I have to say?
Not particularly.
Listen. I'm through with you.
Martin quits as Nick Rivers' manager.
Be yellow and lick your boots, but not me, not me. I'm not afraid of you, nor of anything you can do.
The other guy's not bulletproof, he just has stormtrooper aim. Okay, just checking in, guys. Have a good train ride. But is he human? This is a total ripoff of that train pulling into the station movie. What the hell? There used to be a Starbucks around here. Oh, the spider's a pimp. Not exactly Fritz Lang's M. It's maybe up to J or K. My wife dared me to try walking in heels. We agreed to meet halfway. Oh, good. Made it to Ted Mosby's apartment. Did you see that? The spider signal! So, every Republic serial had a villain named after a bug, huh?
Hello? Dick Tracy speaking.
Jungle Goddess? I'll do it, but only if I can be real racist and Clark Kent is there.
Up with Anderson's office. Yes, he has my report on it. All right, goodbye.
He's got Congressman Murray's smile.
Hello?
Radar Secret Service? I'll do it, but only if the audience can't tell any two people in it apart.
All about that. Send Steve Lockwood in, will you? And now, Gordon, what's on your mind?
Well, I'm thinking you're about the busiest man I ever saw.
I mean, 2 whole phone calls?
Hello, Steve.
Stern reports another spider mark case.
Strange how every single person branded with the spider mark and then murdered turns out to be some well-known criminal.
Yeah, well, probably a coincidence.
Patorno. Benson.
Killed for his interruptions.
Corvich.
Were all those men victims of the spider's mark?
7 of them.
Grumpy, sneezy, dopey.
Reports another. Ceased to be a job for the local authorities. The murders have taken place all over the United States.
Before I can expect to receive any notice from my G-man brother, I guess I'll have to become an arch criminal.
Oh, you're just looking for an excuse.
Your mind, Gordon?
I think it was something to do with the fact that it's your birthday.
Well,
We had sort of planned to celebrate. That is, if the nation can spare you for half a day.
What are you talking about?
Why the circus? Circus?
Yeah, Superman's gonna fight a gorilla and some kid's gonna kill a magician.
Promised to give a show for the little orphans at his country estate, and we promised him that we'd drag you along with us.
I can make it, Gwen.
I like breaking your promises for you,
Can I
Gwen.
go, Chief? I guess so, Mike.
Still more rides than Animal Kingdom's opening day.
For the orphans?
No, it's swelling. Hey, come on, let's sit down, Joey.
Well, look who's here.
Hello.
Oh, hiya, Steve.
Hi, Mr. Brewster.
And Miss Gwen, I'm glad to see you. Hello,
there,
Gordon.
Brewster.
Well, where's that brother of yours?
He's too busy being the title character.
We can't take time off, you know.
Here, let me have that ball. You kids don't know how to hold it.
And Cinema never had anyone playing football in a suit again.
Say, I was a shortstop on All-American team. I was.
Shortstop? You mean quarterback, don't you?
Oh, well, it's all the same thing. You know what I did? I made 3 touchdowns in the first inning.
Sir, you may confidently talk about sports you're clueless about, but you are no Matt Gorley.
Like this, with a drop kick.
Huh, no Lucy Van Pelt required. Ah, Roberto Benigni as Pinocchio.
Music. Curtain. Coco, come out. Coco, come out and make your bow.
I've got very visible strings to hold me down. Who is the monster and who is the man?
Because without me, the puppets, they have no voice.
And they must scream.
Isn't that right, Coco?
The first Bob Baker day was kind of lackluster.
Hey, you big lug, take your hat off. The kids can't see.
How about taking your own off?
I told a lie today.
I told a lie today, oh boy. It's kind of funny, I guess. Oh, it's a reverse of Dan Aykroyd's dream.
Yes?
A long-distance call is waiting for you in your study, Mr. Brewster.
A long-distance call?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll take it.
I don't even care who it is. I just love talking to people far away.
Why was your little sister Jacqueline spanked?
Boy, nobody else could have done these voices but that one clown, huh? Wow, that puppet looks fantastic. Polonius is out for revenge. Oh god, I'm so nervous. I've never taken long distance before. The spider-shaped flashlight just feels like insult to injury, really.
Honest, Mr. Ghost, I'll never tell lies again.
So how does this help the kids learn to argue effectively?
Learn your lesson, Coco.
So Muppet Vision had to close, but this is still open?
If you ever tell lies again,
The King of Hearts will be too full sore.
I will haunt you.
Help! Help! Mr. Brewster's been murdered!
Brewster's been murdered, but what about his millions? Because of the murder, let's all stroll casually away. This is total science fiction, a well-behaved group of kids that big at an amusement park. Spot Conlon is on the scene.
Say, McGirt, bring everybody in from outside, will you?
Federal 4,000.
Kinda looks like Tom Lennon. I guess this is what happens when Lieutenant Dangle takes his job seriously.
Oh, Dick? Ellery Ellery Brewster has just been murdered.
And now all his fortune will be left to Punky.
I'll leave right away.
This had better not just be a ploy to get me to the circus. Just as I thought, it's definitely a window.
This is the direction from which the shot must have come.
Make an examination of that.
It's residue from the tarts the Knave of Hearts stole. Some pirates are waterboarding Carlos down there. Not my business if he wants to be chicken. I guess we're not invited to this scene. Okay, what do you all want to do instead? Oh, okay. Dun 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 dun.
Take a look at these, Gwen. See what you think.
Bradley Whitford is Lorne Michaels.
The two specimens of sawdust are not the same. They come from different types of wood.
Arthur Two Woods Jackson. But Dick Tracy, I am Pagliacci.
I noticed that sawdust does not cling to your clothes as it does to the others.
We are puppeteers, sir. We do not perform in a sawdust ring.
We can all vouch for the puppeteers, Mr. Tracy. They were giving their performance at the time of the murder.
I see.
Look, the only way to prove he's a murder clown is to put him on a talk show with Robert De Niro. Tracy, this is no time for freelance tailoring.
Can you explain this?
Sawdust, no doubt. Some of my puppets are stuffed with it.
Oh. I wasn't aware of that.
Well, I didn't know that! For your babies, they're gonna creep on you.
Watch yourselves.
Mr. Tracy!
Elaine! Damn it, I thought we sprayed the lawn for film noir gangsters. After the humorlessness of Cap, I am savoring every drop of terrible comic relief this serial gives me. Meanwhile, outside the house from Plan 9... He's shooting the chair. Republic serials hate chairs.
All right, let him go. I got him covered.
Wait, the hero shot a crook non-lethally? Is that allowed?
All right, boys, take these two crooks back into the house.
Let me take care of these fellas, Chief.
Here's something they left behind them.
It's their artist portfolio. They've got some good still lifes in here.
You made there, son.
Oh, gee, that was nothing. But say, you sure can use a gun. You're Dick Tracy, aren't you?
Yes?
That's why I responded when you called me Mr. Tracy.
Someday I'm going to be a G-man, too.
And then I'm going to grow up and marry a moon maid.
Now's a good time to start. Come along.
My God, it's the Record Store Day Bandits.
Seems to me I saw 3 men out.
And a baby?
One of them got away. I'd know him if I ever saw him again, though.
You sure about that?
Certainly.
Well, take this into the house and wait there for me.
So other than Dick himself, Junior is the only character from the comics in this, but that's still 2 more comics characters than Captain America had. Time to solve the mystery of the substandard audio fidelity. And they're all waiting to see Lyman bring a dog back to life.
How about it, Gwen?
Yeah, I quit because I hate you.
The sawdust you found on that puppeteer is the same as we discovered in this room.
Puppeteer, I can't believe you betrayed my sawdust trust.
Martino, can you account for the sawdust I found in the cuff of your trousers?
Certainly. No doubt it fell there when I was fixing one of my little puppets. Some of them I stuffed with sawdust to make them fat.
I do enjoy fat-shaming my puppets.
Let me have one of those records, Steve.
I want to throw them at zombies in Sean and Ed's backyard.
Please, Mr. Ghost.
Honestly, I'm just impressed that in 1937 he had a record with sound quality so good people thought it was being spoken live.
Coco.
Honest, Mr. Ghost.
Ugh, is that what my voice sounds like recorded? I hate it! Die, everybody!
Put up your hands, everybody!
I took the precaution to remove the bullets before bringing that cleverly disguised revolver in.
But the first one would have been a blank to fire as a warning shot anyway.
The puppets, and this record played your voice. You shot Ellery Brewster and then returned to the booth in time to take your bow.
Honestly, we're all very impressed with your time management skills.
Think I'd get you, did you? I knew it was you all the time.
He's not quite Barney Fife. He's maybe Barney Panflute.
I'll be on the station shortly.
I am not used to the star of a Republic serial actually successfully solving crimes.
They cleaned up this murder in a hurry.
These men were only tools. They didn't plan the murder.
Puppeteers aren't known for their planning.
Need anything of Junior? Oh, there you are.
A second woman? Are we sure this is a Republic serial?
Everyone was terribly worried. You bad boy.
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'd like to keep this little rascal with me for a while, miss.
I want to loan him out to Hal Roach.
By one of the men that got away. And his life won't be safe until this matter is cleared up.
Well, I guess that'll be satisfactory, Mr. Tracy.
Wow, everybody knows Dick.
The necessary arrangements. He really is one of our very best boys.
Even though I just called him a bad boy, I contain multitudes.
Say, Gordon, you were Brewster's attorney. Did he at any time say or do anything to arouse your suspicions?
Well, about a month ago, he did give me a sealed envelope, which he asked me to keep for him.
An envelope?
Yes. He wouldn't tell me what was in it.
But it had Ed McMahon's picture on
He
it.
acted rather peculiar about it. He said he wanted me to have it in case anything happened to him.
The contents didn't matter. He was just a passionate collector of envelopes.
Yes, it's in my office. I'll go down there and then meet you at the lab.
Good.
Later, in one of our famous Republic serial driving scenes... Wow, more tire scruffs than the floor of Rise of the Resistance. I wish I had someone to play How Far Is It to That Mountain Ahead with. Get out of the passing lane, buddy! Using sound effects to make completely normal turns seem intense. A Lakitu lowers holding a wrong way sign. Well, I give up. I hate you, fence! Oh, we ran him off the road? We're the worst parade drivers ever. So we crawled from the twisted burning wreckage.
He's still breathing. Let's get him up the car.
They're taking him to Chilton Academy. He's going to be roasted by Paris Geller.
Is he still alive?
He's doing science and he's still alive? You know, I'm getting really self-conscious that you keep filming my limp.
His condition seems critical.
What if he should die?
Then we will eliminate a very dangerous enemy.
He won't die.
Then why do you ask?
But by means of this operation,
Can't believe they interrupted Dr. Wade's vacation for this.
glands, he will be unable to distinguish between right and wrong.
In that event, he will be very useful to us, Moloch.
How useful can someone who can't distinguish between things really be?
My brother Gordon, Brewster's attorney, goes to get a certain sealed envelope bearing on the case. His car is discovered wrecked and Gordon can't be found. Last night his office was broken into and all records taken.
Even that one of the
Whoever is
puppeteer's
responsible
voice?
for those spider marks is the man we want. And I'm asking for full assignment to the case.
Go to it, Dick. You can have a free hand.
Thanks, poor man's Arthur Treacher. All right, I'm taking over this serial now. I'm, Nick AC. New Mums has secret weapon? You should buy the DVD.
Looks like the work of some crank.
Cranks, known for making unempty threats. It's definitely the work of some crank because nobody cares this much about freeing a puppeteer. It's weird the threatening notes are getting more detailed as they go on. It's like the cranks are getting more and more patient. Feed the birds.
Unless you can give me a more definite reason why the bridge should not open, Mr. Tracy, the plans will go through as scheduled.
I have 2 weeks in which to work. Perhaps I may get a lead from these notes in that time. Meanwhile, if you receive any more, will you please let me know?
Certainly. Gladly.
And by the way, you once called me a warped, frustrated old man.
I have just removed the bandages. The transformation is complete.
Will his face be recognized?
No.
They took his face off.
And the facial nerves have contracted. There is also a white streak on his hair.
Is the operation completely successful? Can he be dominated?
Dominated? Lionel, is that you?
Incapable of recognizing evil from good. Wait.
Thanks, Timu Peter Lorre. So he'll do good and evil in equal measure. He just won't know which one is which, but the good's going to cancel the evil out. It's kind of a wash. Oh, that's what Dr. Claw looks like. So his crack earlier about becoming a master criminal was foreshadowing? This script has base-level competency I didn't know Republic was capable of.
We are your masters.
You are my masters.
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
That has happened.
I regret nothing.
Except that hair.
Ooh, gotta think of something juicy to make him say next.
Is your enemy and a fool.
Fool of a dick.
He is a fool. It is well that you feel that way.
It is well with my soul.
Share in the power which is mine. It is time we startle these fools out of their smug complacency. This little machine is only a model of the big one which we have.
Come on, you gotta make the setups for Python quotes more challenging than that.
Watch that phase.
Ba-ba-da-ba-da-da. Yeah, but does it have a funny name that sounds like a sex toy?
Each threatening note was sent to the governor from a different post office. Each one was written on a different typewriter. There is one note, however, which gives us a real clue.
The exhaust port is 2 meters wide.
This letter was typed on a 5A Underton. That model was discontinued 3 years ago. Each letter is imperfect. The clue is the G.
It's a healthy piece of real estate.
New. Was replaced from a different type model. That means it was repaired in some shop.
This season of Smarty Pants isn't as funny.
I want you men to find out where that 5A Underton was repaired. Who paid the bill and the address of that person.
So we can arrest them for voiding the typewriter's warranty.
Must lead us to the man back of the Spider murders. The man who is threatening to destroy the Bay Bridge. Get going.
Typewriters were rented? Wow, must be a slow news day. This montage is playing on a loop in Tom Hanks' head. Yeah, just get to Lois's column about Superman vanishing. Ah, Gage! Oh, no, it's just a clock.
I found it, Dick.
You found the shop where the typewriter was repaired?
No, better than that. Here's the address of where it was returned. 238 Burton Place.
Named after a young upstart director who's gonna make a movie based on some other comic strip hero, but I'm sure our movie will be just as successful.
238 Burton Place.
Hold on, here's, never mind.
Take him into the next room and drag any information out of them you can.
Find out if they know what makes a ball bounce.
Hurry up. They're due to make an attempt on the bridge in less than an hour. We've got to work fast.
The bridge is being patrolled. No one will be anywhere near it.
The gangsters are tracking menstruation?
You know, I never saw a chart like that before.
Then again, I don't spend that much time looking at charts.
36,000 cycles, steel brakes. Steve, name everything that's calibrated in cycles.
Well, years are cycles.
Rings are cycles.
Electricity, sound.
Sound. That's it. Sound vibrations. Caruso's voice could break a wine glass.
So could Bianca Castifiore's.
These fiends may have just such a machine. A machine that will disintegrate matter by sound.
Yes, but
there may still be time to save the bridge.
Sorry, I should have interrupted you faster. My bad.
To be driven onto the Bay Bridge. The more heavily loaded, the better.
Well, but Dick,
Caruso's voice could not...
I was too slow again. Sorry.
We may be able to load the bridge with tons of extra weight, and thereby destroy all their calculations. Mobilize every truck in the city.
Sounds like a leap in logic that might not pay off the way you want, but who cares? Trucks are expendable.
Cars. Mobilize every truck. Send them to the Bay Bridge.
Stock footage is deployed to the scene. Meanwhile, in Sky Captain... Finally, it's emergency cement mixer's time to shine. Boy, Dutch Angle Boulevard is busy today.
This
mass of steel, concrete,
American Churchill.
cables is more than just a bridge. It symbolizes a highway
To the danger zone.
greater civilization.
We only had to destroy 3 Toontowns to make this highway. I love an observation car. Whatever happened to predictability? Which truck has the Ark of the Covenant? They trust Junior to drive more than the guy who injured himself holding a football.
Everything in order?
Right.
Are any of these trucks robot controlled by Dr. Maldor? Colin Farrell? And the Hot Wheels race begins. Thanks to the camera from the Camera Speaks for these crowd shots. Oh, now he's James Franco.
Cracking up!
It just remembered a hilarious Brian Regan joke.
Increase your power.
Do 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 do. Screw it, I'm going back for Raising Cane's. I mean, this is just what it's always like getting on the 101. Meanwhile, George of the Jungle is swinging on the bridge. Come on, man, into the rear projection! Oh, it's nice to have a bridge in danger. Brings me back to the Fleischers. Maybe they shouldn't have left the construction crane there for a completed bridge's grand opening. Ooh, the Bridge of Terror. It's like the Tower of Terror, but, like, horizontal. Well, that was chapter 1 of Dick Tracy, and I'm actually kind of enjoying it so far. It's amazing how much more effective a serial can be when the hero doesn't waste time changing into pajamas. I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but for joining me on Patreon-exclusive live streams. Yes, these junior Crime Stoppers had their eyes peeled for any suspicious joke opportunities I might otherwise have missed. If you would like to join the next Patreon live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And at $2, you can see bonus features, including alternate jokes from most of these riffs. And if you want to watch these riffs on physical media, Volume 1 is now available on DVD, and future volumes will be available in the future. Now, if you'll excuse me, I actually left hours ago and only left this recording here as an alibi. So until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Somebody once told me something in the way she moves, something for everyone at Comedy Tonight, something for nothing and your chicks for free. Our story begins in the Alan Brady Writers' Room. And now the drawing account, a one-man show. Ruben Valtierra, Weird Al's keyboardist, drew this. Rube, are you sure you drew this and not the crazy cat guy?
Well, folks, there she is, the Rube Goldberg door opener upper.
Cut, let's try it again.
Sure, I know they have a gadget called an electric eye that does practically the same thing. But that's no good for a waiter.
You see, the electricity might give the waiter a shock.
This was before cartoonists had media training.
To pick up his tip, and he'd lose his professional standing. How does this door opener upper really work?
Through delusion.
It's very simple. But watch close.
Yeah, not that close.
Here's what happens.
This Monk reboot sucks.
You see, waiter places Cat B
Cat Baloo
on pile of dirty dishes A. Now, Cat B sees Mouse C.
You roll your dice, you move your
This
mice.
is a stuffed mouse because he must be used for the next waiter.
Sure, just have him talk us through the still image. Don't, animate it and have Powerhouse playing.
To lift lighted candle E, which ignites fuse F and sets off bomb G.
So the mouse needs to be fake, but the bomb they'll just replace each time.
Very gently. Well, folks, I suppose there are one or two among you who think that my inventions are a bit ahead of their time.
Well, Wile E. Coyote believes in me.
Perhaps. All right, go on and say it. Downright screwy.
But cartoons of inventions just fuel my true passion, public speaking.
Genuine inventors. Guys who've got their stuff protected by the United States Patent Office. And believe me, some of it needs protection, if you know what I mean.
I really don't.
For instance, now here's an invention that was granted...
It's called the Q card, and I'm still figuring out how to use it.
48, back in the year 1896. But don't ask me why.
Okay, Rube's not great on camera, but in his defense, there's a bunch of critters inside his head pulling elaborate levers to make him talk.
This little nifty is a labor-saving device if there ever was one.
Elroy Jetson's escape pod?
An automatic hat tipper for the lazy Lothario.
Created by Al Lowe.
Fitted snugly inside of this deluxe derby, that is, in addition to the wearer's slightly addled head, is a conglomeration of wheels, cogs, gears...
Worn by elderly Groucho?
Counterweights... strings and pulleys.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Gallantly doffs the chapeau whenever a young heiress passes by.
Oh, that one was worth animating.
Anyway, this is just one example of the many queer devices that have...
Happy belated Pride, everyone.
And here's a copy of the patent to prove it. Oh.
Yeah, turning it around clarified things.
There are literally hundreds of such patents on file in the United States Patent Office.
And that's why I'm here asking you to vote to defund the Patent Office.
The inventors were all perfectly serious.
And don't call them Shirley.
They believed that their inventions would make things easier for us and our lives pleasanter and safer.
Wheel of Fortune!
The persistent dream of inventors has been to get something for nothing.
You gotta have something if you want to be with me.
To create a machine that will start itself, overcome all friction, and still have enough power left to do useful work.
The Pixar Pal Around?
In short, perpetual motion machines.
Sure, I nearly had it a couple of times.
Now here's a typical example of what I mean. A famous old standby. Of course, you all know that when something is dipped underwater, it seems to lose weight.
So let the passengers drown.
A perpetual motion machine is designed to have some of the weights in water and some of them out of water at all times. It's all very simple. And so are you if you think it'll work.
Well, you're the one that brought it up, buddy.
But confidentially, I've got one that will work. And if you'll excuse me for a few minutes, I'll show you.
Snorts a huge line there.
Not even your genius is equal to that task.
Negging narrator.
The United States Patent Office will no longer grant a patent for the design of a perpetual motion machine because the experts in that office know that you can't get something for nothing.
Rush songs are off limits.
Get power out of an engine without paying for it in fuel. Fortunately for us, however, man has discovered a virtually unlimited source of power.
Yeah, it's called the sun.
Paid for that power by years of painstaking research and experimentation.
You won't believe all the drugs we tried.
The source of power is gasoline, the chief
yeah, that's unlimited.
Industry. Gasoline, in fact, is the greatest single source of power in the world today. And the automobile engine is by far the greatest user of gasoline's power.
Greatest in quantity, sure.
Here's a device that looks like a cross between a trench mortar and an automobile engine.
Stop showing us stupid inventions already.
Demonstrate the principles of getting power from gasoline.
Using a snow cone cup.
Liquid gasoline contains the power all right, but unaided it can't release the force it holds. When a light is applied to it, liquid gasoline burns as innocently as...
Innocently. Small bean gasoline. Just a little guy.
We all know. Gasoline has to be mixed with plenty of air to release its power.
Did they even tell Rube Goldberg that the short was about gasoline?
An equal amount of gunpowder. Into the first cylinder goes a mixture of air and gasoline. Into the fourth cylinder, an equal weight of gunpowder.
The second and third cylinders get table scraps and they'll like it.
With an electric sparker, the swoosh shows lots of power.
I never thought I'd miss the charming whimsy of the inside story of modern gasoline.
When a piston is put into these cylinders, fueled again with gunpowder and a mixture of gasoline and air, a better test of power will show up.
Duck and cover.
The gunpowder has the better of it here.
If you know a more efficient way to skip stones, I'd love to hear it.
Taken off its wraps. Gasoline does its best work when it's under pressure.
Or when it's Ice Ice Baby.
Fueled with the mixture of air and gasoline, the piston is pressed down until the mixture is under high pressure.
Using Wacko Warner's mallet.
It is clear that the highest pressure kicks the piston farthest, develops more power.
You ever think Jam Handy should have stuck to swimming?
The method of obtaining this added pressure in the automobile engine was to increase the piston stroke.
He did what in his stroke?
When carried beyond a certain point, the engine starts to knock. So several other changes were made to increase power without causing a knock.
And thus No Knocks November was born.
It was redesigned so that it will mix the air and the gasoline together more completely.
I want my air full of gas.
Engines, the roof of the combustion chamber around the intake valve has been lowered just a fraction of an inch.
And the whole thing fell apart as a result.
So that now the gasoline is mixed with free air and compressed more for more power.
Wait, where are the imps jumping on those pistons?
Doesn't get something for nothing. But he does get more power than ever before from the gasoline he buys.
And it only costs him $140 to fill half a tank.
Now do more work with increasing efficiency and economy.
This wasted paper is a visual metaphor for how wasteful gasoline is. Laughing in rhythm.
Folks, I've done it. I've discovered the secret of perpetual motion.
And I'll share it with you if you buy my $300 course.
Long, long after you and I have departed from this earthly scene.
He's Bert Loring.
This machine of mine will be working on and on and on and on. Never stop.
It's a Mr. Wilson concussion generator.
Or back night. On and on.
I'm getting some dynamite.
And on. Oh, skip it.
And with that whimper, we say goodnight. Next week, MC Escher promotes steam engines. Well, that was something for nothing, and boy, was it much closer to the latter than the former. It was cool to see Rube Goldberg, but he was clearly much less comfortable on camera than he was designing wacky chain reactions. I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but also for joining me on Patreon live streams to help brainstorm jokes for this rip. Yes, these fine folks help build elaborate contraptions that change the nothing of this short into something humorous. If you would like to join the next live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to spend the rest of my day doing propaganda that's only tenuously related to this. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Why wasn't this tune on I'm Breathless? Republic Pictures presents Dick Tracy in Produced by Nat Levine. Not the most exciting title for an adventure, but... Turns out John Wick is short for J. Lawrence Wickland. Appropriate backdrop because doing a Republic serial is the only way out of director jail. Sure, but was Chester Gould ever hired to draw stupid inventions for gasoline propaganda? Winston Miller, he's a cigarette beer. Photography by my second favorite bookstore, Lions and Nobles. Wow, dropping the sitcom poses already? This truly is more efficient than Cap in every way. Theodore Lorch is what comes out when ChatGPT tries to recreate the credit Ted Cassidy as Lurch. Chapter 2, The Bridge of Terror, the story of the Tappan Zee. Wait, that's what the head of the Spider Gang is called? Okay, that's only mostly ableist. Evil Lieutenant, Port of Call, New Orleans. Two brothers on their way. She's a secretary and lab assistant, but I'm guessing she doesn't get a pay bump for doing both jobs. So we just replaced the sitcom poses with a previously on card for everybody. Lateral move for efficiency, I guess. And the co-workers you invite to events out of obligation. Oh, Dick Tracy's in this? I wasn't aware of that. And now the beginning of Office Space. He thinks his hat's better than mine? Boy, this rear projection needs to get its suspension checked. Wait, when the hell did we get to London? That's a pretty bouquet. Meanwhile, at Outside Lands...
Increase your power.
Oh, should I increase it? Yeah, thanks for the advice. Is this the bridge over troubled water I keep hearing about? Oh yeah, I screw things up like this every time I try to make a three-point turn. Is the bridge also a marionette? Did it tell a lie today? Hell, Wade, lights out, total blackout. This footage of the bridge collapsing will be playing in Christopher Walken's office when he destroys models of Country Bear Hall. A Jam Handy production. Mayor Randolph complains about one of our finest bridges destroyed. Oh, so Dick didn't escape by escaping so much as he survived what looked unsurvivable. Republic Pictures still gonna Republic Pictures. Turns out Godzilla's holding the bridge up for everyone else to cross.
Increase your volume. I'm giving it everything I got.
Yeah, okay, Scotty.
Take her up to the stratosphere. We're getting out of here.
Really disorganized collection of Matchbox cars.
Here's the guy that jammed the entrance to the bridge. Have him held for questioning. I've got to get to a telephone.
Because we're still 9 years away from us coming up with the two-way wrist radio. Is the hang gliding guy from Soarin' Over California. Hello, mudder. Hello, mudder. Hello, fodder. Hello, fodder.
Dick Tracy speaking. Get me the police airdrome. Hurry it up.
Meanwhile, in Lois Lane's plane... Alright, should be a smooth flight so long as Encyclopedia Britannica doesn't bring any more helicopter propaganda. Ernie and Bert look different than I remember. You know, the clouds really are like another character. Surprising how much power they get out of an engine that doesn't look so very big.
There's a patrol plane trying to follow us. Rise above its ceiling.
Ugh, I can't be in the same room with you when you're in rise above its ceiling mode. Surprisingly rigid ceiling. Well, that sure was a waste of everyone's time.
Level off. They can't climb any higher. We'll land at the power plant.
The Six Flags power plant. It turned into a Barnes & Noble. Or a Lions & Noble. Oh, sorry, we left the camera on the street corner. That is way too many subtitles.
Okay. Thanks, Ed.
Police report that the wing disappeared into the stratosphere.
Up where the air is clear.
They were unable to follow.
They'll probably hover up there and descend at night.
They only descend at night.
Say, I've been questioning Burke. You know the fellow who had his truck jammed on the bridge? Couldn't get a thing out of him.
You know, I have a hunch he's tied up with the spider.
Not every inconvenience is the spider ring.
That nearly wrecked the bridge is a menace to the entire nation. It is vital that we destroy it within the shortest possible time.
The fastest way to destroy it will be to get Elon Musk to try to fix it. They disappeared.
Lady, you can't come in here.
Young man, I report you to your superior.
A third woman. I'm impressed.
Well, you take your hands off.
Initiate Ruth Buzzy protocol.
I never saw such an impertinent young man in all my life.
Don't you just hate it when Irene Ryans bursts into your office?
Which of you be Mr. Tracy?
I'm Mr. Tracy. What can I do for you?
Well, who are the other two?
Well, these are my superiors, Miss,
Hankins. Hankins a name.
Well, Miss Hankins, won't you be seated?
Well, I don't mind if I do.
Here, let me cheat your seat to camera.
It's about my white leg and chickens, Mr. Tracy.
Mr. Tracy's very busy. I'm sure there are other departments to take care of your trouble.
No one else would listen to me. So I came to you. I knew you'd listen to me.
Because you're the main character.
Glad to.
My white leg and chickens were...
So this is the daughter of that American Gothic couple, huh?
Ever since that peculiar humming sound come from that old power plant on the other side of the hill, they won't play worth a ding-dang.
Wow, Junior is really saddened by low egg productivity.
T'other side of the hill from the power plant, I told you?
Of course.
Sorry, I have the memory of a goldfish.
Now, let's see. That power plant belongs to,
That is the old Sierra Pacific plant. They don't use it no more. And I want that humming sound investigated.
Well, I don't blame you.
Any cats caught up in trees we can get for you on the way?
I'll see what can be done. Mike! Yeah, Chief. Mike, will you escort Mrs. Hankins to the elevator?
And do it as broadly as possible. Squeeze the comic relief out of this bit.
Humming noise. Old power plants. It's a wonder we ever get anything.
We're trying to investigate a noise-based crime. There's no way this other mysterious noise has anything to do with it.
I guess you're right, Dick.
There can't be anything to that chatter.
Perhaps not. Well, I'm working in my laboratory tonight.
I'll let you know if my eyes behold any eerie sights. Meanwhile, at the Mission Tortilla Factory... John C. Reilly? I knew it. Howard Hughes was behind this. Someone got a theremin for Christmas. Yeah, that ladder definitely came from the plane. Taste Pilot's Grill has less food than I remember. Kevin Corrigan? Your miniature steamer trunk is ringing.
Yes?
Big Louie?
That G-Man brother of mine messed things up at the bridge.
Don't talk of failure, Gordon.
We don't talk about failure, no, no, no.
I'll remain here with the wing until morning, then fly in with an ordinary plane.
I'm an ordinary plane.
Brother against brother.
The Oasis reunion?
One good and one evil. I wonder which will win.
I don't have a stake in it. I just have an academic curiosity.
Ah, the alligator opening its mouth transition. I figured it out. This is definitely a microscope. She's cosplaying Princess Leia.
Have you any lead on the whereabouts of Gordon?
And can we please hang up our coat somewhere?
Except that I feel certain my brother is alive.
Do you attribute his disappearance to the spider ring?
Also, who are we? We just keep standing around in various scenes.
We've got to wipe it out.
Well, Dick, I see you're pretty busy.
You know how it is. I'm sorry.
I guess we'll be running along. Good luck, fella.
Thanks. Good night. Good night.
Yep, looks like Junior's gonna drop some eaves again.
I'll tell where the man has been in the past week. Check over that list, Gwen.
Brick dust, 12%. Mustard seed pollen, 20%. Coal dust, 8%. Asbestos fiber, 43%.
Asbestos fiber.
My favorite ice cream topping.
Get that much asbestos on his clothes.
Well, he might have worked in a factory.
Asbestos. Now, let me see.
Ding dang! Let go of my ear!
Junior.
I like Indiana.
While I was reading to him. Young man, it's time for you to be in bed. Now run along with Mike.
Oh, okay, I'm going.
Junior, what was that expression you just used?
Ding dang.
Ding dang.
The witch is dead.
That's what that little old lady said in my office this afternoon.
The terror of Colorado Boulevard?
What would it take to drive to the Sierra Pacific steam plant?
Well, we could make it by morning. Why?
It may be a wild goose chase, but the pipes and boilers of a steam plant are usually well covered with asbestos.
So ding dang is what caused you to make the connection? Not the fact that she was complaining about a mysterious disruptive noise and you're investigating the source of a mysterious disruptive noise?
I'll see if I can dig up a watchman. You wait here. All right.
I'm not picky about which watchman. Could be Rorschach, Night Owl, any one of them. Oh no, it's the testicle alarm.
I won't take off until the coast is clear.
What do you want?
You got any glazed donuts?
Investigator. I'd like to inspect this plant.
James Marsden? Shouldn't his passenger be a CGI critter?
No reason why not.
You notice how unsuspicious I am?
Can't see much, though. Plant's been closed down for a long time.
This plant died 30 years ago this very evening.
See who it is.
Yeah, so Freddy Krueger was chasing someone around here a while ago, but there hasn't been anything since then. Where is this guy in relation to them? Steve Morgan's on the catwalk? They inverted the Jaws theme.
Well, there's nothing much here to investigate. No? Okay.
However you get your kicks. Alright, I'm done spying. Is this asbestos? Need to taste it to be sure. Just kidding, I'm spying again.
Just a minute. What's in that building? The place is locked and I haven't the key.
Goofy lost it somewhere in the park.
I see. Well, I guess we can skip it this time.
I'm not known for my thoroughness. Wish he would have left me a magazine or something. Well, I enjoyed the tour, but I gotta admit the gift shop was underwhelming.
What's up? We're being watched by a dozen guys.
A community theater cast of 12 Angry Men.
Start the car and let's go.
Well, we found the spider's den, and I don't really care about following up. Are they driving Cruella de Vil's car?
Listen, Steve, when we go through that dip, I'm bailing out. Keep driving.
You sure, Dick? I mean, we're out of their side. I could just park and you could get out safely up. No, you'd rather do it this way? Okay. As you wish. Yeah, and he saved Professor Dodge's locating device. Oh, you, pretty shitty bang bang. Now to spend the afternoon frolicking by the lake. This is a really inconvenient glory hole. What am I, a giant? Finally, I have a lightly fried handkerchief. I mean, that front gate you parked by earlier seems much easier to sneak in through, but you do you. I forgot that being an Olympic pole vaulter is part of Dick Tracy's backstory. Real life Donkey Kong. Yeah, how did I get inside? They're all taking a break after singing No Dames. So this is the live-action remake of Destruction, Inc.? Come on, gotta be a bathroom around here somewhere. least we're getting our steps in for the day. Where the hell's the directory? And now the moment Dick Tracy invented parkour. By Jove, what?
Stand by the plane ready to take off at a moment's notice.
Wait, how close to the rear projection do you want me to get? One jump ahead of the bread line. If I'm going to see an actor known for playing Dick Tracy on a ledge, I had better be watching Ishtar. And on the roof, he runs into letters to Cleo. Okay, there's 5. You owe us 7 more guys. I have to bounce off the wall at an angle like the DVD screensaver. This one's for the dreamers like me. Da 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 da. Hey Dick, I remembered I could park and catch up to you easily. We don't know who each other are, so we better start shooting. Ooh, this dummy fell from much higher than any of the Cap dummies. So many random stairs. Did MC Escher design this power plant? Stairs and ladders is a less challenging board game. Dick Tarzan! Well, I have no idea what this device is, but I'm just gonna assume it's evil and destroy it. Now the Mads can't do this week's invention exchange. Oh, hi, I didn't hear you come in. Oh no, it'll take us months to rebuild this interocitor.
Come on, Steve, we're taking off.
Dick, are we just gonna abandon my car or what?
There they go! Got dragging away that plane!
Now let's just take a detour to harass Cary Grant. This is your captain speaking. Please keep your bullets outside the plane. Sean, I'm sorry. They got us. Okay, so is every cliffhanger gonna involve a bridge? Oh no, our rear projection doesn't match the establishing shot! The Fur Pirates? Sounds like a Tailspin episode's coming up. Well, that was chapter 2 of Dick Tracy, The Bridge of Terror. Book ended with 2 bridges, really. And I would say the first bridge, with all that heavy stuff falling, was a little more of terror than that second bridge, which they just failed to clear. And ironically, it was just the middle part of the story that didn't involve a bridge. I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but for joining me on Patreon live streams to brainstorm jokes for this riff. Yes, these fine folks help piece together seemingly unrelated, strange, disruptive noises into jokes. If you would like to join the next Patreon live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And at additional pledges, you can get all sorts of bonus features, like alternate jokes, a weekly podcast, and digital downloads of Riffin' with Doggins Volume 1. If you want a physical version of Riffin' with Doggins Volume 1, that's available at doggins.com/RWDVOL1. You have options! Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to storm into the office of the highest-ranked law enforcer in the county to complain about my phone's battery life. So until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Paramount, throwing away decades-long TV legacies just to appease a senile dictator so he'll approve a merger with the company that hired the Pixar creep. Yeah, he's got the dead vacant eyes of me when I eat Jack in the Box. And now, the great American novel tune. Famous Studios, so we'll only get about 20 seconds of the title character. Come on down to the scenic Conevale! Okay, we got 4 minutes until the lightning strikes. Harvard Lampoon's Board of the Cuckoo. Funny Book Magazine, named by the creative minds at Cartoon Films, Inc. Look, a green clock. Let's torture Earl Janeth with it. Oh man, I gotta get this clock for Debbie. Oh, why did Geppetto design me to feel depression? Are there any even smaller animals living in his clock?
I'm late for a very important date.
His life is so monotonous that the same frame is unrestorable both times. Job would probably be easier if he didn't fall asleep between each task. I guess work from home really isn't all it's cracked up to be.
No ponds to relax in, no trees to climb. I feel like a jailbird serving time.
And my voice has this annoying whine.
With a chime
So his window only has bars from the inside?
is cuckoo.
I'm so blue cuckoo, blue cuckoo, blue cuckoo.
Strangers hide, no fine feathered play.
I don't know, these birds' lives seem equally repetitive.
I just wait around for the hour to strike, so I can give out with my cuckoo.
Well, she's the only bird with mammary glands, so she must be the love interest.
Making me the loneliest soul. Now, how much can a cuckoo see from a pigeonhole?
That was my away message during my emo phase.
Into the world outside, see things where my eyes would.
The birds from the Fox and the Hound are watching these guys grabbing worms like, oh, come on.
Never tried.
Now it's time to pave on Piper.
Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. All I ever do is cuckoo.
And I don't even get any Cocoa Puffs.
Hey, that's what I wanted to do to you while you were singing, buddy. He's Harold Boyd.
Wait, leaving was an option this whole time?
I'm free as a bird.
Someone should write a song about that.
So this is basically a robot bird come to life with a soul. It's chirpy. Oh, these are almost puns. Oh God, please don't talk, Crow. Starring Chevy Chick and Jack Pelicance. Owl cops are Birdville? Wait, what the hell? He's an owl cop, but also a traffic light in his eyes? Okay, I guess gags don't need any semblance of internal logic. They can just be stuff happening. Why is the 42nd Street branch on Main Stem? That's geographically confusing. Now the puns have completely stopped trying.
Pluck me feathers and fry me. Look a who's here.
Who let you out, jailbird?
Look, I'm a cuckoo.
A generic lobster bird, see?
Watch out for the termites. Wooden head.
Little wooden head. He really was built by Geppetto.
Hey, you gonna stick around a while?
Boy, they must have really hated his song too.
Pull yourself together, big boy.
Hey, it's May Nest.
You're cute. Hubba, hubba.
Oh, and now his heart is going to escape because it also hates its job. Look, he's already made of wood. You don't need to arouse him further.
Can't change your blockhead.
A woodpecker would be the natural enemy of a wooden bird. Ah, the birdcage. Let's go see Nathan Lane in drag.
If I were free,
Ah, it's Jessica Robin.
I were free, the world would see a happy and smiling me.
Jeez, I wish we were only getting 20 seconds of this guy.
And leave my cares.
Why does the nightclub have suburban windows?
Have my share of fun.
This is a dour cage dance.
These bars remind me that I'm alone, just like a stone
Are stones known for their solitude?
beside the road.
without a friend.
He's still not as sad as I was when they closed him up at Vision.
I want someone to hold me, to lead tenderly, and that would be if I were free.
Oh, he thinks he is Superman.
Look, a Timberwolf! You ruined the act!
Woody Woodpecker's got range. That's what happens when you fall in love with the stripper.
You were terrific, darling. Doing that for me.
Let me violate my contract and ditch my remaining performances all for you, the guy who has no sense of parasocial boundaries.
Everybody make for the Southland!
Starring Regina King. And now she's gonna trick him into killing the great Birdini.
Nightingale, we're heading south.
Wile E. Cuckoo. This is how it feels watching the Mickey and Friends tram pull away while you're still in security.
Hey, wait for me!
Just like Superman, I can only fly when the animators feel like it.
Wait!
A Cuckoo Brown Christmas. So this is when he tries to get Sylvester to eat him?
Oh, she came back to gloat that her Trapped in This Life song is better than mine?
The world would see a happy and smiling me.
How did she find out where he lived? The freedom of stereotypical trad wife roles. And the moral is, rushing the stage while your crush performs always ends well. This lifestyle I hated before is alright as long as I'm getting laid. Well, I have plenty of biology questions. The bored cuckoo will return and abandon his family during his bird life crisis. Well, that was the bored cuckoo, and I know it's cliche at this point to assume that old cartoons were just thinly disguised outlets for the animators' fetishes, but come on, what do you want from me with this one? I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but for joining me on Patreon live streams to brainstorm jokes for this riff. These fine folks pointed out all the things I couldn't see because I was just trapped inside my clock, until I arbitrarily decided it was time to leave. If you would like to join the next Patreon livestream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And if you would like to own the first 10 episodes of Riffin' with Doggins on DVD, well, Doggins.com/RWDVol1 has you covered. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to riff a live show in person and completely ruin the act until I get beat up by a woodpecker. So until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Even the Sunday comics are black and white? This paper sucks. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Come on down to J. Lawrence Wickland, the J. Lawrence Wick theme park. James is a weird way to spell Smithy. Based on Studio 60 on the cartoon strip. This thing had more editors than Space Mutiny. Musical supervision by Harry Shades of Grey. So every Republic serial needed to have at least one Hamilton in the cast, huh? Ed Wynn and Stan Lee together at last. I love to laugh, true believers. Excelsior! Chapter 3, The Fur Pirates, where Cruella de Vil and Captain Hook join forces. Did the lame one make a formal declaration of war, or did he just kind of start fighting? And is there a difference anymore? His scientific accomplice. This is the old type of scientific criminal that Mayor Randolph was already used to.
The brain was from Al someone. Al Turd.
So did every woman's name in a Republic cereal have to start with G? Junior, Mike, Admiring Ward, Constant Companion. I feel like these both describe both of them. Federal body investigators, and they got the t-shirts to verify their credentials. Here I am, trapped in the spider ring's lair. He's not in the lair, he's on the roof. Lying captions. I've seen better Tinkerbell costumes. And I've seen better fireworks. I've changed my mind. I don't want to go down the slide. Turns out the G in G-Man stands for George of the Jungle. Die, oversized ear trumpets. All right, Dick is running right towards them. Or away from them, I guess. Get off your plane.
Come on, Steve, we're taking off.
There they go.
Definitely build your airstrip near the side of a hill. Stop by the prop room, I see. No, my beer keg! Hey, Roger, what do you call the break in the middle of a song? Oh, once again, they just survive what looks unsurvivable. Really gonna deplete the tension of the cliffhangers after a while. Could you guys clear out? I'm waiting for Moses. And now that they're leaving Mission Tortilla, it can get replaced with Ghirardelli. Quick, men behind the force perspective model. So no wild theremin sounds when they're leaving, huh? Tag, you're it, car.
The wing, it's taking off.
Should we look in the same direction, or...?
Well, anyway, I destroyed the sound disintegrator.
Or I destroyed something, anyway.
I wonder where they can be taking the wing. If we can make Burke talk, we'll find out.
Let's go recruit Edgar Bergen to make him talk.
Rise into the stratosphere before you set your course for our number 2 base.
I didn't realize we were ranking the bases, boss. The backslashes are closing in.
We'll show more leniency in your case if you give us the information we want.
Burke is Ryan Reynolds now?
I don't know anything.
What about my brother Gordon Tracy, who disappeared 2 months ago?
I'll bite. What about him?
All right, boys, take him away.
Well, at least we tried.
I'd give a fortune to be able to locate the headquarters of the Spider Ring.
Well, the giant spider web might be a clue. This camera operator went on to found WikiFeet. Moloch is hanging out with Salem. I guess this is setting up the Archie Dick Tracy comics. I don't think it's any of my business whose member the men are holding.
This is very bad, Gordon. Burke is yellow at heart, and if they sweat him, he might talk.
Burke knows we have made a...
He's told John Lovitz his old man Potter makeup.
His mouth shut.
Then we can go ahead with our plans.
They are already underway. This time there will be no interference.
Boss, why did he get all the lines this time? What's going on here? And the windshield wiper from Pegleg Pedro's telescope transition.
Did you get anything out of Burke?
Just a popcorn bucket of Toothless.
Doesn't he know where your brother is?
If he does, he isn't telling.
But it doesn't seem possible for a man like Gordon to disappear without leaving some trace.
Oh, well. It'll work out somehow.
No need for me to take action as a protagonist or anything.
Oh, gee, Mr. Tracy, it's swell.
Oh no, next he'll be saying, "So's your old man." Nautical Kramer.
May I come in?
Certainly, Commander Brandon. Come right in.
Oh, hello, Junior.
I guess we all know Commander whoever this is.
How do you do, Miss Andrews?
How do you do? Won't you sit down, Commander?
Thank you.
Well, is this a business call or social?
Business, Dick.
The Business Dick, starring W.C. Fields.
Docks this afternoon, 1 full day ahead of schedule.
Well, there's nothing so bad about that.
No.
John Polito is Fred Clark in the Dr. Phil story.
His arrival.
What kind of trouble?
Furs. Valued at $1 million. The captain believes they're aboard his ship and that there will be an attempt made to smuggle them into the country.
I'm afraid I wouldn't be of much help to you, Commander.
I'm already trying to steal furs as well.
Besides, I'm concentrating on the spider ring right now.
I'd feel a whole lot better with you on the case.
You're the only competent G-man on Earth.
Next time.
Thanks, Commander. Thanks for asking me.
Thank you. Goodbye, Miss Anderson.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Now, which channel has that guy who reports on the Scarab?
7.6-84 verified. Station mark and 7.0 Howard. 7.6-84 verified.
He's just saying, be sure to drink your Ovaltine. Once again, we're skipping to the Little Orphan Annie crossover.
84 verified.
Ah, damn it, is Crustacean starting again? Agatha? Meanwhile, while they're trying to stop the Morovania, Wilmer Cook is burning down the La Paloma.
Sign off now, but stand by for any message regarding the Morovania.
Mercury Radio Theater's gone downhill.
Suppose that was China, Mr. Tracy?
Certainly sounded like it. What does your log chart say?
Well, that's the funny thing about it. There isn't a single station listed on that wavelength.
Must be an unlisted station for Patreon broadcasts.
For an established station.
Sounds like Russian or Hog Latin or something.
Hog Latin, spoken by Boss Hog.
Fiji Island Zithers. Say, you know that might be Fiji.
They might be Fiji.
You know why they do that dance down there?
Oh, thank God, Steve is here to stop the comic relief from happening.
Lockwood.
Something turned up, Steve? Yes, this package was sent to the jail for Burke, so I brought it right over to you. Let's examine it in the laboratory.
Can I go with you, Mr. Tracy?
No, that may be an international spy sending a message in code. You stick by the radio, Junior.
When I convinced the orphanage to let me keep you, I didn't intend on you following me anywhere.
Oh, no, you don't. Mr. Tracy told me to do it.
We all know you can't be trusted with anything more complicated than a cup and ball.
Have you got the whistle?
Yeah, I'm showing off for Lauren Bacall.
Taking any of them, Dick? No, I guess not. Hello, here's one that's been opened and resealed. Where? The fourth one from the right.
They told me this was a brand new Labubu.
Must be something wrong here, or the package wouldn't have been tampered with.
I think the DoorDash driver took some of the fries for himself.
I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. Taylor and James.
Couldn't have used any disappearing ink on these, or it would show up.
There, if you fold it together, it makes a new picture. Al Jaffe, you magnificent bastard.
Does that mean anything, Dick? It looks like a small pinhole.
Maybe you're right, Gwen. We'll soon find out.
Wait, setting it on fire reveals the disappearing ink that wasn't there? Sure, I guess nothing phases me after that owl cop.
Plans. Release you tomorrow.
Moravania? That's the liner Commander Brandon was speaking of.
They're planning to free Burke tomorrow, break jail. Brandon was right in suspecting the furs were on board the Morovania.
Literally every crank who barges into the office with an unimportant request is actually the lead they need.
Make Burke talk. Maybe he won't have to talk.
Dut. Here's the story. The arrest of Shell Oil Jr.
What's the idea of moving me to another jail? It's orders, sonny boy.
You see, we're playing musical jails. We gotta switch from jail to jail until the score stops playing. Jeez, are they driving through the Dust Bowl? Oh, great. Dr. Maldor's robot-controlled truck is here.
Well, get out and see what's wrong.
Clearly, this is a job for everyone but me.
Put him up, copper.
Oh, Dick Tracy's Crime Stoppers and the Great Movie Ride fused into one.
Easy there, copper.
He's Rob Riggle now? Burke has the Rich Little of faces.
Good work, fellas.
Take this off, wise guy. Come on.
All right, we'll trade you our guns for yours.
Stop that roadster and beat it. We'll take care of these guys.
Thanks. G-men.
I mean, it's kind of funny, I guess.
Good work, fellas. It looked like the real McCoy. You think we fooled Burke with it? Well, he's gone.
And now the wiper's going the other way. Man, I never get parking this good. Now I'm worried they're closed today. Okay, not every scene change needs a PowerPoint transition. I love his little head popping up like whack-a-mole. It's whack-a-dick. That came out wrong. Before I go down there, I hope there's still one Capri Sun left in the fridge. So, we meet at last, Floor.
I tell you, the spider's expected.
Max Casella?
What made you think so?
Listen, you don't think the spider would pull a jailbreak if he didn't want to see me, do you?
Oh, all right. I'll have somebody take you out to him.
Pop on down to see Bugs Bunny. I jumped in the boat twice. And they go down to the underwater lab from Electric Earthquake. Where is he hiding relative to them? And once it's taken out to sea, Dick can murder Johnny Rocco. And the Told You Would signs transition. Scuffy the tugboat is on the scene.
Zeke's coming out here in a launch. There's a man with him. He says it looks like Burke. Burke!
How can they keep track of what Burke looks like when his face keeps shape-shifting? Well, it was a nice cruise, but the cabins leave something to be desired. All right, I'm king of the world. Oh, I tripped.
That jailbreak was slick, Chief.
Thin Lizzy reviews are in.
Where's Mika's lands?
We had nothing to do with it. You were not supposed to be released until tomorrow. You'd better be on the level.
Wait, I thought I was supposed to be a criminal. What do you want from me?
Damn, something's wrong. Someone slipped up somewhere, Chief.
Wet hair, don't care. This is concerning. I mean, it's amusing. Now Ricardo Montalban's gonna order them to shoot him. Dick smash! This is an intense bedtime tuck-in ritual.
Mr. Tracy told me to stay tuned in on that station.
And I've been here for 3 days!
Just the same, he told me to.
Ouch. Calling Mike McGurk. Calling Mike McGurk.
That was Mr. Tracy.
I can't believe he actually wants to hear from you!
Hello, Junior, can you hear me?
Now you don't. Well, if it ain't Dick Tracy...
You like my gangsta voice? I've been practicing.
Now that you've got Dick Tracy, I suppose you intend to keep him prisoner on this big steamer in the river basin.
Junior seems less impressed than Mike with this reveal.
Very long.
Police know all about the abandoned boats in this river basin. They know all about the Mauravania and the $1 million fur deal, too. And Mike McGurk is right now telling Steve Lockwood to have the police boat meet the Mauravania before it docks.
I like how the bad guy is letting the good guy monologue for too long. Quit roughhousing over there, I'm trying to sleep! So this henchman's shove is stronger than construction beams.
Why didn't you let me?
Not yet.
It's only chapter 3.
Tie him up.
All right. Steve's going to the docks.
He is, huh? Say, we gotta get on my motorcycle and get down to that dock before they leave. Come on!
Who trusted you with a motorcycle? Ned Land on the radio?
The Mauravania is entering the harbor. The wind is just right for a smoke screen.
Get them into their places with gas masks. Have the smoke machine ready for immediate action.
All right, man. Get to your boat.
And the cast of On the Town gets to work.
Burke, be right with...
I want to make him do a rude gesture.
He won't give us any more trouble, Chief.
So Burke's the guy who takes sole credit for the group project.
Start the smoke.
So they're putting smoke on the water? Dun dun dun, dun 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 dun. Dark Harbor got some heavy-duty fog machines. Love, exciting and new. Why don't you do any of these tasks for a change, buddy? Ooh, it's the Voyage to the Iron Reef pre-show. Hey, it's okay if the smoke level doesn't match from shot to shot, right?
New speed!
Aye, aye, sir.
It's gas!
And you can't just hold your breath like Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan? And one sit-up. Ooh, in this serial, the good guy has the ring with the secret sharp object. The Keystone Cops in Anything Goes.
Hey, Mike, we're here. Stop it. Stop it.
I can't stop it.
I can't stop the beat. Ah, for a second I thought the comic relief would be useful. The weather started getting rough. Wee! Keep away from our barbecue. We like it extra smoky. We materialize on the front of the boat and have amazing centers of gravity.
Look! There's place!
Doing an actual stunt on location? He thinks he's better than us?
Have speed ahead!
Excuse me, what Cliffs of Dover?
What happened, Dick? They're raiding the Mauravania.
Raiders of the Lost Mauravania.
Full speed ahead!
We can do a much better crash than Mike and Junior did. This will make great padding for my at-home sound studio.
Police boat!
Better get out of here.
What about the other?
They can take that boat. Come on!
I hope they just have a series of even smaller and smaller boats next to each other. A Universal Studios New York window guy. Wow, his aim was way off.
All right, you men, get aboard. I'm going after that launch.
Dick is just addicted to jumping on and off of boats at this point. He's not quite Cary Grant, he's Cary's small business loan. Boingy, boingy, boingy. And facing this way now.
Look out, folks.
Are you crazy? Don't go between them!
Can't make it through there. You'll be killed.
Relax, it's just rear projection. See, in the actual shot, they're much further apart. Derek Zoolander watches, seething with jealousy. Whoa, zoned out there for a minute. When did I get between two dangerous boats? Looks right to the SS Joker. And left to the SS Clown. The walls are closing in! Lucas must have really loved this scene in particular. Well, we've gone from Dick Smash to the Dick Smasher, I guess. Death Riders in the sky. Well, that was Dick Tracy Chapter 3, The Fur Pirates. Definitely wasn't what I pictured the Fur Pirates looking like, based on things I've stumbled across on DeviantArt. I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but also for joining me on some Patreon live streams to brainstorm jokes for this riff. These fine folks squeeze between the ships of hokey artistic choices and obscure references, helping me come out the other side with jokes. If you would like to join the next Patreon live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. I promise you won't actually be squeezed between two ships. Well, not for that reason anyway. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go radio my coordinates to the least competent person I know. So until next time, this is Dave, signing off. with their teacher. I loved him in Mary Poppins. Oh, teacher, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, teacher! Oswald is worthy to lift Mjolnir? A Disney character who flaps his big ears and flies? Well, now I think I've seen about everything. Stopping to smell the flowers is for quitters. If you have that hustle grind set, you pick flowers on the go. She lance me not. Kinda takes the suspense away when you can count at a glance that there's an odd number of petals. Universal really just made this short so they could eventually build Oswald's motorbike adventure. Okay, but his ears still aren't as versatile as his ass. The sidecar magically switched sides! Aw, his whistle was returned to sender. She's just gotta pull the laundry in so Dick Tracy can use that as a zip line. So this character is named Fanny Cottontail, and she predates Hortensia the cat as Oswald's love interest. The interspecies thing wasn't in yet, but at least her name aged hilariously. Disney set the standard here so they could blow everyone's minds when they eventually added a third pig. Oh, you got the sniffles? Here, blow your nose exactly twice. Now you're good to go infect all of your classmates with whatever illness you have. Huh, in the old days it was your own parents who gave you a coat hook wedgie. Good thing Inspector Gadget's riding this one. The school bus is slightly more organized than the trolley was. This cat clearly hasn't watched bicycle safety yet. Ugh, someone failed the smog check. Boy, they are harsh on fare hoppers. Oh god, it's the opening credits of the Captain America serial. See, this is why you can't trust people who say they're just asking questions. Shouldn't a door to the land of the clouds be on that cliffside? Yeah, still less bumpy than the Matterhorn. Ah, the Oswald Mania Parade. Oh, they're always warning George to watch out for that tree, but never this guy. Hamlet, Act 4, Scene 7. When plate spinning goes horribly wrong. Ah, that's Shoeshine Boy's cue to become in real life underdog. Huh, help can hurt. The text says help, but the style is much more Yellow Submarine. Well, now it looks like it says Jeep, and it's about as bumpy as the Indiana Jones Jeeps. Drown a rabbit, save a rabbit. Ah, instant Stockholm Syndrome, just add water. I'm only into guys whose incompetence nearly kills me. So Oswald's not dating a cat yet, but his love interest will. Dr. Horrible has less music than I remember. I guess he's Oswald the Smelly Rabbit. There's more evidence for that than there is for luck. All right, buddy, now I'm giving myself neck splinters. Take that! See, if Disney had kept the rights to Oswald, that's the bouncing ball we'd be following for sing-along songs. Ah, time to gather at Calico Town Hall. Finally, the titular teacher. Teaching conga lines, it looks like. So they fought over the affections of a girl just to see who could drag her into a boring class. Usually Disney cats are trying to trick kids into skipping school, alongside a fox. The original Disney's Recess, not created by Paul and Joe. Souvenir brick making an early appearance. That's still detachable, huh? I'm impressed he hasn't lost it by now. But before he can throw the brick at the cat, he's sued by Ignatz Mouse. Let's do this 8 more times, really get our money's worth out of these few frames. Oh, he gave him a back blow because he thought he was choking. Ah, I now fear the creature I was prepared to attack mere seconds ago. Do you bite your thumb at me, sir? So is this cat also Pete before he bulked up for the steamboat role? Nothing up this sleeve, nothing up this sleeve. Ooh, he's leaking way more than the Roger Rabbit fountain. Good save, it's just a fist-pumping brick. And now you're using it to worship him like a pharaoh. Ooh, Brick Plinko. And the bully took himself out, leaving Oswald free to be a passive protagonist. I guess that's lucky. Well, he's dead. Better put him in RFK Jr.'s car. Oh, okay, she's just turned on by violence. And kids, that's how I met your mother. A mouse with a paintbrush? Can't imagine Oswald will ever have to worry about that. Well, that was Oswald in Oh Teacher. That was remarkably high billing for the teacher, considering how much screen time the teacher actually had. That was some Mark Hamill in Force Awakens level billing. As always, I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but for joining me on Patreon-exclusive live streams to help brainstorm jokes for these riffs. Yes, these fine folks looked at this short and helped me see what was funny about it. If you would like to join the next live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And at $2, you can see bonus videos, early videos, even some alternate jokes for some of these riffs. And don't forget, Riffin' with Doggins Volume 1 is available on DVD and digital download. But if you don't want to pay to rewatch the first 10 episodes of Riffin' with Doggins, you can also just buy the new features for the DVD a la carte as digital downloads. All the new riffs, the new bonus features, all available separately if that's how you want them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm late to class myself. I know I haven't been a student for the past 16 years, but you know, that's just how late I am. So until next time, this is Dave, signing off. They all ran after the farmer's wife. Dick Tracy takes on. Produced by Nat Leving Cole. It's unforgettable. This chapter may not involve a bridge, but we went through a lot of effort to get this background plate. We're gonna use it. Congratulations to Ray Taylor on your engagement to Ray Travis. Created by a chest of gold that Nicky Gnome got to before Peg Leg Pedro. Before going into injury law, Morgan & Morgan wrote the original story. My Favorite Burnett, starring Bob Hope and Dorothy Lamour. Not quite great Hughes, just okay Hughes. Buddy Roosevelt, who of course inspired the Buddy Tear. John Dilson, the son of a pickle. Chapter 4, Death Rides the Sky, in which the Grim Reaper takes the Skyliner to Epcot. I don't know, generic mobstering isn't working out. I guess we'll resort to piracy. Now we'll find the chest of gold. His diabolical skill as a pet sitter. He's the only henchman who's not allergic to the lame one's cat. Lockwood and Anderson, in association with Dick Tracy, present... Loyal? Yes. Helpful? Well, one of them maybe. Did secretary used to mean pilot? Also, why is this her title card when she's like the only one in the office we haven't seen flying a plane yet? I'm the title character, why do I go last? Even fake Captain America got to go first. Boy, they gotta clamp down on vaping here.
What happened, Dick? They're raiding the Moravian.
But first they're taking the Hobbit's Isengard.
Full speed ahead!
No, Republic serials don't do anything at full speed. Ugh, we should have hired movers.
Police boat.
Oh, Joe Bluth wasn't kidding.
Come on.
Don't tell Freakazoid these boats aren't here anymore. Thanks to budget cuts, ships can't have cannons anymore.
All right, you men, get aboard. I'm going after that launch.
Whee! Just keep shooting up. I'm sure it's aimed at someone bad. Bodie Dick Boat Race. They crash into Jack Lemmon and Joey Brown going the other way. Yeah, I kind of assumed that. Shut up unless you have something useful to say. They're flying away. It'd be cool to see how any of these shots relate to each other.
Look out!
Yeah, I hate it when you think the middle seat's gonna be empty and then someone shows up at the last minute.
We can't make it through there.
We already did in the cliffhanger. Quit your whining. Let's stick one of these boats into a canal and entertain a very bored internet. No, he's not gonna make it through with the coaxium. Whoa, our decision to randomly graze the side of the other boat with our boat has consequences. Good thing I have the cardboard tube from some old wrapping paper. Quick, men, throw these giant eyedropper bulbs overboard. Okay, so this time Dick survived, but the boat didn't. That feels less cheap than some of these other survivals. Oh god, the tire swing is falling! One of these ropes is connected to a bucket with a monster mascus. Oh, you're not just gonna pull me all the way? Fine, I can use the ladder, I guess. Music? The suspenseful part's over.
Why you want to ride your motorcycle off the end of a dock beats me.
Look, pal, I'm contractually obligated to do a certain number of wacky things per chapter.
You what? We was gonna... You don't say so.
And the transition wiping the snot from his nose. Oh, but Dick is dry as a bone.
This tramp steamer was one of the Spider's hideouts, Steve. If we're lucky, we may find something which will tell us more about them.
If only Oswald was here to lend a foot.
The men we captured have been searched. One of my men found this. Does it mean anything?
Thanks, Brandon. It may.
Planes, boats, and dirigibles. The original pitch for planes, trains, and automobiles.
Doesn't tell me anything now. Steve, your pockets are dry. You better keep it.
Oh, it's not like yours look any wetter, Dick. Jeez, this is a boring escape room. Criminal scrapbookers.
Queen, hoping you will meet me, Aunt Mary.
Ah, she was married to Uncle Bren.
Aunt Mary.
Please excuse my dear Aunt Mary.
Maybe of some value.
They left the camera lens back on the lot and had to film through a surplus periscope.
$1 million lost, and many of our men captured by the police.
This spider sounds nothing like Susan Sarandon.
And if Dick Tracy finds out that we're after the Mogra necklace, he'll try to block that too.
Evil Paul Rubens is on the case.
I have just received word that the wireless message concerning the Mogra necklace has been found by federal men.
And that means Dick Tracy.
The only federal man in the world.
I don't think even Dick Tracy can stop us this time.
Ooh, it's a jewelry plot and a diamond transition, thematically relevant.
With famous Mogra necklace aboard Pacific Queen.
Pacific Queen is what I call it when I watch Across the Pacific and the African Queen back to back. Not the most expected Bogart double feature, but...
Is that what you wanted to know, Dick?
It all ties up, Chief.
No, Lionel Atwill's not in this one.
My guess we'll make an attempt for the necklace. Steve and I will fly out to meet the Pacific Queen. Wire the commander to expect us. Tell him we will pose as newsreel photographers.
Not as cartoon animation directors?
That way we can use the fluoroscopic equipment without exciting too much suspicion. Right, we're leaving right away.
Mr. Tracy, Mike won't take his castor oil.
Castor oil? Now it's a Popeye crossover? Well, he knows if he actually takes medicine, he'll never get a job with RFK Jr.
So let you get away, huh?
All right, Doctor. Take care of your patient.
Who did Dick have babysit Mike before he adopted this child?
Oh, Mr. Odette. Glad to see you. And Mr. Potter.
Okay, these guys have names now, but who are they?
Oh, for what?
We've heard about your cleanup at the waterfront.
You could have been a contender.
Oh, Steve, you better put that stuff right in the car.
I'm not going on this mission without bringing my complete Barry Manilow vinyl collection.
Those things. Be back by night.
Hey, wait a minute, Steve. I'll help you.
Hey, I thought you were sick.
I never felt better in my life.
Ha 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 ha! He's gonna be dead before he's 40.
Have you heard anything? Found any trace of your brother Gordon?
Or any Tracy of your brother?
I'm sorry, old man.
Old man who's half my age?
Oh, well, it'll work out some way, I'm sure.
It's not like I was emotionally attached to my brother or anything.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
See you again.
Bye, Dick.
Ugh, the propeller and the wiper spinning in opposite directions. Disorienting! Now we can escape Tweedy's farm. Alright, let's try not to crash into a bridge this time. The Encyclopedia Britannica narrator is fuming at the inefficiency of takeoff compared to a helicopter. Hey, buddy, stop kicking the back of my seat.
I wonder what kind of a person is that marrying? You never can tell.
Yeah, we have fun here. Boy, it'd be faster to list the Last Crusade set pieces that didn't come from this serial.
Hey, there she is now.
Is it the Goodyear one or the MetLife one? I hope it's the latter. I want to see Snoopy.
Sir?
Commander Crane, not to be confused with Commander Keen. This guy does not have a pogo stick. Ugh, when parking in the Chief Western District is open, you know it's going to be a long wait for Ghost Rider.
Canny how these G-men get on the trail of Prime.
The uncanny G-men! The dirigible is dragging Grandpa Potts' outhouse.
Pick up gears and readiness for the landing. And stand by to render all assistance.
And I do mean all assistance. Luggage, sexual favors, help with trigonometry homework, anything they need.
We're already forced to hook on.
I can't hear you, but I'll nod in agreement. In the not too distant future.
All right, lower away.
This is a ladder-heavy chapter. Since we don't know how to land, this works out nicely. I wish these guys would throw me a lifesaver too. Alright, now which one of you can help me with the trigonometry homework?
Taylor, show the gentleman to Monsieur's statement.
Taylor? Shouldn't you be busy co-directing? Wait, you're just gonna double box wipe before you help me up?
Only an hour ago, I put the necklace
Is every supporting character Fred Clark?
I
hope our suspicions are groundless, Monsieur Rene.
It's gone.
I was afraid it would be.
I told Aunt Agatha not to trust the Hemingways.
It's worth a king's ransom.
Or a queen's gambit.
I can't understand.
Monsieur Rene, we must work fast. I believe that necklace is still aboard the dirigible.
Unless Gloria Stewart threw it overboard.
Better than that, I have a very fine imitation of it.
An imitation?
Yes, this is what it would sound like as a waiter.
By our company, as a synthetic duplicate made of it. I'll show you.
I can't shake the feeling I left my oven on.
It is just an imitation, but a very good one.
You'd never know it was made out of construction paper and macaroni.
For a while? Oui, monsieur. Commander, what's the position of the dirigible?
We are just over Santa Barbara.
Then I should step aside. We're in Carlton Lassiter's jurisdiction.
Salon. Make them think it's a newsreel stunt.
Very well, Mr. Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Churton. Thank you very much.
Not at all, not at all.
Oh, I hope that camera doesn't speak.
Any sign of the necklace yet?
No, not as yet. The fluoroscope will sure pick it up if the right guy comes in. It's working perfectly.
Maybe you should have it do Mike's job.
I do hope he asked me to speak. Oh, I'm
Oh, you're gonna regret this, lady.
Oh, the folks back home.
Now, will you say a few words?
Only...
Yes, come right along. And now, Miss
Clarabelle. Georgietta Clarabelle.
I'm named after a cow and a stuck-up Bette Midler poodle.
Yes. Well, Miss Clarabelle, will you say a few words for us? Yes, into the mic.
Mike.
I'm not going to speak into someone who won't take his castor oil.
Okay, Steve, I'm sure this will be a thrill for the people of Creamy Falls.
In Creamy Falls, you're never alone. You got the neighbor Hap and us.
Tell us, Miss Clarabelle, have you enjoyed your flight in the Pacific?
I'm not suspicious.
Oh, my, yes. It's been just too wonderful. And now, friends of the radio.
I'm going to list some opinions about certain types of people.
And now of someone else. Find anything?
Yeah.
Oh, but I have so much more to say.
Don't move, anybody.
You're not broadcasting to Creamy Falls on my watch.
Your phony camera didn't fool me.
Cool to see D.B. Cooper before he made it big.
You're not gonna get it. You get me? You're not gonna get it.
He bumped his head on the frame, so even that one stormtrooper was ripped off of the serial.
Got the necklace, Steve. Come on.
Hey, gang, there's other windows you could look out of. And proceed carefully into the chase. We had comedy, we had mystery. Just keep Coleman Francis away from this, okay? Another marionette. Ah, the return of the flying Dorito. Operation This Guy Drop.
It's landing.
Hey, you got my landing on camera, right? It looked really cool.
Hold on.
It's the park from Bicycle Safety where that kid was doing tricks. Let's get out of a vehicle that can move faster than us and run the remaining 500 feet after him. That's not the spider ring, that's an unrelated alien invasion.
Careful now, careful.
Ooh, coolest ladder shot yet. Hand me down the Tracy repellent bat spray. And in Grand Republic serial tradition, the hero fails miserably. Wait, do I have to dangle the entire flight? You won't let me in? We'd better both put our hands on our hips.
Spider has the motor necklace.
Wait, just a fade out and a fade in? Are we out of PowerPoint transitions
I
already?
think you ought to know that these newspaper men out here are threatening to bust right into the place if you don't give them a story about them jewelry.
I also think you ought to know that I'm here to remind you of the mess you left when you went away.
In the next edition.
Now, why is that guy dressed more like Dick Tracy than Dick Tracy is?
Boys, I have a surprise for you. Take a look.
Looks like the Moga necklace.
No, I meant take a look in this book, Reading Rainbow.
Ring stole the imitation.
Okay, but you want to buy a watch?
Fool me, would you, mister?
Figure it out for yourself. You know there's an imitation and a real.
One necklace always lies.
The one that was carefully hidden away, or...
Victor Garber is Michael Hitchcock.
The that's hidden away that the crooks grabbed, thinking it was the real McCoy.
That was Monsieur Rene's idea exactly.
I'll say that's using the old bean.
But is there a guy trapped in the old bean?
Boy, what a story. Look out.
A theft being prevented is a much bigger story than a theft happening.
It worked.
In terms of the vernacular, it's spectacular because it worked.
I understand. You will. Now here's the idea. You will take off this afternoon on your announced flight east. Once in the air, a robot plane...
Oh, you can say robot.
Of course, you were supposed to follow. I am banking on the spider reading the report of the imitation having been stolen and trying to get the real one.
I'd bet my smarmy smile on it.
I begin to understand.
Man, they must have really blown through the quirky transitions budget. Wait, I want to read about the Boss Sanity trial. What the hell is that story?
A clever trick. But Monsieur Rene has not outwitted us yet. Gordon must be told of this at
So
once.
the surgery that made him incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong turned him into their most valuable strategist? Oh, we're back. At least this time the white moves with the propeller. Oh, Rick and Laszlo are leaving together and Elsa's staying behind? At this point, the plane should get higher billing than Clive. I'm not speaking to you this entire flight. There's got to be something I can fall into. I've been more competent than Mike for far too long. I'm going to cause problems now. Mike, he's giving you plenty of time to stop him. You want to do anything? So Republic Pictures just thought robot meant remote control, huh?
Hey!
Otto from Airplane's extended family.
Mike! Hey, Mike! We're taking off!
It's on automatic pilot. Now this is pod racing. And so forth. It's the Calico Mine plane. Garner Holt eventually replaced those dummies with proper animatronics. And the signal for Tom Cruise to do some dumb stunt with the plane. Hey, beep beep, don't cut me off, buddy.
He's not landing the robot plane? Yep, that's it.
I'm seeing double. 4 planes. One of those dummies is carrying Pinky and the Brain to the North Pole.
This up to Dick Tracy. Pilot, turn back.
About as convincing as the physical-to-screen car swap from Bourne Stuntacular.
The regular
plane's heading back, Dick.
Regular plane on Cartoon Network. The wing went to Six Flags Fright Fest. So it just keeps flying like that, huh? Man, this opera's great. I can't believe it put Clark Kent to sleep.
There comes the wing.
Do-do-do-do. Here comes the wing. I hate fast-forwarding through Marin's intro. Get to the interview.
Okay, I spy with my little eye.
We just sighted the passenger plane. When we get within range, let them have it.
Quick, men, find the B-roll that makes it look like we're getting within range.
Head straight for the robot plane, Dick.
Yeah, I can see it too. You don't need to narrate everything.
Screw it, I do want shotgun.
Dick! Junior's in that plane.
Ugh, crap. Now I regret not letting him come to the lab.
Where's the flight attendant call button?
Radio control is out of order.
But the plane had better do as it is told. It better listen to the radio.
Drive the stick, Steve, and head for the robot plane.
Robot plane call.
There's another plane coming at us, and it carries a machine gun. Tell the other gun crew to stand by.
Man, he sounds so exasperated. He needs surgery that makes him incapable of distinguishing between stress and relaxation. No, the plane lands in Italy. You land in England. Consider it restraint that I only made 2 Great Muppet Caper references in this chapter. I didn't even compare the necklace to the fabulous baseball diamond. Yeah, man, now I could use a ladder. I want small planes to start hanging Dick Tracy mannequins like how some people hang Woody and Buzz from the back of their trucks.
What is that maniac doing?
So, this is how they refuel the space shuttle? I can't see him beneath me, but I assume it's working. And the glass scratches up Junior's face. Good thing the frame was made out of a box of Apple Jacks.
Thanks for saving me from this completely unavoidable situation.
Good chin up, Junior. We're not out of the woods yet.
Well, I'm not as scared now that you're here.
You've survived way worse crashes than this thing can do.
Each one mark a vital spot and don't miss.
So even the wing just uses shotguns? I really thought it would have some sort of a laser mount that George Lucas could steal. No, the console was a Spinal Tap drummer.
Good. I've got it.
Oh no, that plane was carrying Henry Blake! Sure, Dick's wearing a parachute and there's plenty of time to bail out, but I have no idea how this cliffhanger could possibly resolve. Ah, that title sounds so distinct from all these other episodes where Gordon's trying to stop Dick. Well, that was Chapter 4 of Dick Tracy, Death Rides the Sky. Not to be confused with Skews death while he kisses the sky. I would like to thank my patrons not only for their continued financial support, but also for joining me on Patreon live streams to help brainstorm jokes for these riffs. These fine folks posed as newsreel photographers until they could suss out which parts of the serial made for the best joke opportunities. If you would like to join the next Patreon live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And additional pledges get you additional perks, bonus features, all sorts of stuff. You know, just stuff. There's stuff behind the paywall. Now, if you'll excuse me, this episode was actually only an imitation, and I must tend to the real episode, which is still hidden away safely. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Ooh, King Baggett, my favorite Hobbit. Can't wait to find out who the dual roles are. Probably Utterson and Mr. Poole. At Home with Margaret Dumont and Sigmund Freud. Shall I take a turn about the room? Letter from a Mr. McMahon, ma'am. My dearest Alice, thanks for operating the Punch and Judy show so kids can learn to argue effectively. So Dr. Jekyll wants you to go to the opera. And don't forget, it's formal.
Crap, I hate operas.
You want to prank him back? Ditch him when he invites you to Burning Man. Meanwhile, in a different corner, or possibly the same one... You need me in this scene? No? Then to hell with you. They ridicule Jekyll for his unheard-of experiments. Here we only want experiments we have heard of. None of those experimental experiments. The Lost Baldwin brother. Gentlemen, I called the formula Four Loko. I caught a fish this big. The age-old conflict between lawyers and scientists. It didn't just start with Donald Gennaro and Ian Malcolm. Henry, listen to reason. If you do experiments, it could cause a chain reaction that one day leads to Hasselhoff doing a musical. I need you, okay, you, to go over there, and then I want to see your head explode. All right, men, huddle. What's the play? I can't stay mad at you guys. It's a living. And stay out. Next. Next patient, the Ancient Booer. So Jekyll doesn't have time for his fiancée, but will learn his lesson through sci-fi hijinks. This is the original husband who works too hard family movie. Dr. Jekyll, Dr. Wade. I keep watching films about doctors who treat patients for free, making me jealous. Nice to see the watchful Bus in an early role. Alright, so you're here for a manicure. Excuse me. Alright, there's a lot of patients waiting, but it's okay, I got you Lightning Lane. Yes, that's right, a prescription for one lobotomy. It'll cure all your problems as far as I know. Hey, your pissed-off fiancée and her dad are here. That bust on the right is hiding the switch to open the bookcase to get to the Batcave. Oh god, Clamato? No thanks. Yeah, while he's sweet-talking her, her dad is back there raiding the opium cabinet. Well, I sure enjoy these talks, honey. See you for our next one in a year or two. Why can't we all find a love this indifferent? Alright, next patient, Earl Williams. Okay, so we're just gonna watch all these doctor's appointments in real time? Alright, let me just grab your bulge. Unfortunately, Moloch plans to make him incapable of distinguishing between his good self and his evil self. In 6 months, I can have him passed off as pure evil at the embassy ball. I can even get him a job as an insurance agent or a middle manager, which requires better evil. Boy, the Pepsi challenge is intense. Which pocket did I put my cell phone in? Well, evil's not going to release itself, so bottoms up. Ooh, Cross Dissolve's coming to liquid now. His evil self has corn sweat Clark Kent hair? Ironically, he's turned into every Jerry Lewis character except Buddy Love. He's doing his impression of the monkey during the freeze frame of that one episode of Police Squad. Well, King Baggett crawled so Frederick could march. Everyone knows evil people duck walk everywhere. He doesn't know if he wants to go in or out. He's not evil, he's just a cat. Ah, I'm terrified of crouching! What's the matter? You look like you've seen a normal guy squatting. Oh my god! I'm so lucky I have Hyde as my best friend, and I love Alice so much. I've never gotten motion sickness from a still frame before. Oh, this man who looks exactly like Dr. Jekyll is best friends with Dr. Jekyll, so we need to treat him like Dr. Jekyll? Well, we'll see what we can do. Oh, the pain, the pain, the pain of it all. Boy, he's a rambunctious little toddler. I say, this simply isn't done, what? Look at him politely closing the door after himself. So evil. Hallelujah! Ugh, he's about to wander into Fritz Lang's M. Okay, now which way to the nearest Pop Mart vending machine? Ah, I jump-scared myself rereading this. Popeye's dance classes are really popular. It's a real silent disco. The Hunchback of Big Ben, I guess? These guys all belong in the Cheers opening credits. Oh god, someone's dressed as a terrible racist caricature outside. Pardon me, folks. Can I interest you in some Girl Scout cookies? My daughter needs to make a quota. So he's the guy at the bar's open mic who's just doing Jim Carrey shtick? I think he made an unwanted pass at that woman, but the other guy was in the way, so for all I know, he was just offering her a tissue. Get out of here. We don't want your kind here. We only serve upright walkers. So he's evilly confusing the hell out of everyone? Well, it doesn't seem to have dampened his spirits. Every girl's crazy about a demon-souled man. Oh no, this boarding house is for ordinary urchins. You're looking for the one for ne'er-do-wells. Oh, they just got that room dressed up for Feathers McGraw. Harold Hill's suitcase is under the bed. Well, I have this bag of magic beans. Will that do? So why does Mr. Hyde need to rent a room when he's already been declared welcome in the Jekyll household? And swing your partner around the room. Hang on, there's a fly on your apron. Yeah, that's how I would collapse in bed after Scary Farm shifts. The Many Adventures of Jekyll and Hyde, which replaced Mr. Toad's Wild Hyde in Florida and Country Bear Jekyllry in California. So Mr. Hyde just beats the crap out of Tiny Tim for no discernible reason? I guess that's adventurous. Wow, this alley suddenly got really busy. Hub of nightlife over here. The first actually evil thing Hyde has actually done, and immediately the good people of London shut that crap down. What an optimistic story. Well, if you're just going back to Jekyll's house, there's really no need for Hyde's lodging. Wait, he agrees to take accountability and make an effort to rectify things? And he's significantly less evil than the entire Republican Party. Hold on, first I just gotta chase the butler around. Little game we play. Hey buddy, that crap may fly with those upper-class butlers, but not street poor people. Sebastian Cabot is Rob Reiner in the Dom DeLuise story. Turning into Mr. Hyde and paying off a bunch of people is Jekyll's equivalent of drunk ordering from Amazon at 3 in the morning. Excuse me, can you remind me which character I am? Hooray! Mr. Hyde's a hero! Hyde bless us, everyone! And that's when he first got the idea for Jerry's Kids. Now he can spend all night evilly rearranging his junk drawer. Hey, Moon, you ever gonna reveal the runes to open this door to Moria, or what? I drink my milkshake! Ugh, I just had the craziest dream that I beat up a kid but immediately apologized and didn't really do anything else particularly evil. He's still thrashing around just as much when he's Jekyll, he's just standing upright for it. It's nice that all the intertitles remind us of what movie we're watching. Sure, Jesus pose, why not? Good evening, and welcome to Masterpiece Theater. Meanwhile, that fireplace keeps yapping in Billy Crystal's voice. Near, far, wherever you are. Oh, and she's gonna sing Whatever Happened to My Part. Without the use of the drug? Well, now he's just showing off. Ask your doctor if Hydaprol is right for you. Oh, I sure do love knowing I won't become the evil man without the use of the drug. Whoa, my hands. They can touch everything but themselves. And up, down, up, down. Heh, tough luck, Jekyll, but I'm gonna get all the use I can out of that boarding house room. And now he's doing his Joe Cocker impression. I don't think Hyde is evil, I think he just has undiagnosed ADHD. Next time, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Endgame. Well, that was part 1 of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the 1913 version. Gotta say, Mr. Hyde wasn't all that evil in this version. Not even quite as evil as Dr. Jekyll was in the Abbott and Costello version. I would like to thank my patrons not only for their continued financial support, but for joining me on Patreon live streams to brainstorm jokes for this rip. These fine folks gathered together to force me to tend to joke opportunities I otherwise would have callously beat up for no particular reason. Okay, I guess Mr. Hyde was a little evil in this version. If you would like to join the next Patreon live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And if you've got a couple extra dollars to spare and you're tired of handing out candy on Halloween and you want to give something else to trick-or-treaters, something that's maybe not quite as exciting as candy, but definitely way more expensive, then why not hand them out copies of Riffin' with Doggins Volume 1 on DVD? Yeah, just order a bunch of these and give them to the kids in your neighborhood. I'm sure they'll love it, and you won't have to explain at all to them who I am, or what a riff is, or even what a DVD is for that matter. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to stay up all night editing the next video while my wife goes to the opera alone. And until next time, this is Dave signing off. Just once I wish this would start with a Little Nemo instead. When in San Francisco, visit the scenic Republic Pictures Presents Dick Tracy, produced by Nat Levine building. I feel like a couple other credits should get priority over associate producer. Not director, though. Those guys can go to hell. Look, you can make a lot of money online if you're good at drawing the right cartoon strip. To go into the wild and photograph the noble lions. Lee Van Atta, named after the director of Toy Story 3, the type of vehicle Fillmore is, and the Princess of Ant Island, the pride of Emeryville. And Oscar Elmer as the Beaver. Chapter 5, Brother Against Brother, in which Dick Tracy joins a Civil War reenactment group. He thinks the real one is the decoy. I'm gonna say the Keira Knightley mix-up in Phantom Menace was also taken from this serial. One more gray and one more gray. Damn it, somebody invent Technicolor. An evil accomplice, shown here showing off an Atari joystick. Gwen, technically present. Junior's a mascot now? Does he use a t-shirt cannon during halftime? And does Mike really deserve to be called his guardian? Steve, out on every mission. Clive, I think he's had a few lines. Oh, yeah, Junior's trapped in the plane. Might have been worth mentioning in his card.
In that plane.
But is there a man on the wing of the plane? Shove up, jerkwad.
Drive the stick, Steve.
You don't drive the stick, you have bread sing-alongs at the stick.
Circle and get back into position again.
This would be an ideal time for the Rocketeer to show up. All right, I'm pulling this plane down with me. Oh, that plane doesn't look flaming. And the plane squished together and crushed Dick. They finished the job that those two ships couldn't do. There, I've destabilized the air pressure. Ugh, all the mannequins you had to step on to get to where you are today. Junior, I'm going to use you as a ventriloquist dummy.
I'm scared now that you're here.
Oh, there is a second shooter.
Don't miss.
The wing is smaller than I thought.
Fire! Good. I've got him.
We'll just ignore the other plane that dropped a guy off into that one.
You'll have to jump for it, Junior.
I'm not afraid. Go ahead.
Come on, Tracy. What are you, chicken or something?
Here we go.
Well, we're back to escaping by escaping, but at least there's some skill involved. No, a stock crash from a completely different movie. They bump into Keanu and Swayze on the way down.
No chance to land there without cracking up.
It's simply too hilarious a landing spot.
Search the wreckage for the necklace.
Yeah, I missed the not sky jump too. Whee! And Junior suffocates in the parachute.
Are you all right, Junior?
Sure. Gosh, that was exciting, Mr. Tracy.
Yes, I'll say it was.
I'm selling you to Daddy Warbucks. It's 5 o'clock, Charlie.
That's Mr. Lockwood's plane. Sounds like he has engine trouble.
Oh, look who's Mr. Plane Expert all of a sudden. He's just chasing some dogs around the Spirit of Adventure.
He'll be lucky if he doesn't crack up.
He's got a Jerky Boys tape in the player. Well, his landing looks fine, so I guess he was pretty lucky then. Wait, how did Steve get in the back seat? And why?
Boy, oh boy, am I glad to see you. I thought you two were gone ashore that time.
You and me both. From the sound of your motor, you came near not making it yourself.
You're telling me, so I have to do plenty of work.
Junior, having learned 0 lessons, climbs into another plane.
I want to get to that wreckage and plant the imitation necklace before the spider's men get there.
Would have been easier to just have it in the plane in the first place, but...
This radio works.
Because it's almost time to listen to Fibber McGee and Molly. Oh, and Iris in. Now the show is starting.
Calling location 3. Calling location 3.
His nice house is location 3? Man, I gotta see 1 and 2. Is the secret passage really necessary when the whole house is your secret lair?
Your cat shows more intelligence than many humans, Moloch.
Sometimes I'm tempted to try another experiment.
But Utterson keeps fighting me on it.
Planting the brain of a cat into a human. It would be even more interesting than the operation I performed on Gordon Tracy.
And it would still be less creepy than whatever the hell Tom Hooper was going for.
He should make an even greater criminal. Well...
Gordon Tracy is calling from the wing, sir.
Stand by, Flying Wing.
Here's the World War I Flying Wing chasing the Red Baron. The lame ones wearing Hank Azaria's Gargamel makeup?
Plane with the Mogren necklace crashed just off Kendall Road.
Kendall Road, where protesters drink Pepsi.
I'll await you here. You heard the location. Send a car there at once. The real necklace is in that plane. We have no use for this, Moloch.
Oh yeah, because Dick made them think it's phony, now they're gonna throw it away and it'll sit at the bottom of a landfill never to be found. You rarely see this many clowns getting into a car. Yeah, go 70 miles per hour out of the unnecessarily windy driveway. Good plan, guys. Oh, it's starting again.
Cheer up, Mike. You're letting your imagination run away with you.
You learned all the wrong lessons from Dreamfinder and Figment.
He's dead. Junior's dead. I saw him. I could see the robot plane had taken off. Little Junior was inside. He couldn't get out. His little face was pushed up against the glass, looking at me and calling to me, calling for me.
Cursing my worthless name with his dying breath.
Mike McGurk.
I can hear him just as plain.
Well, no wonder. Now you can hear him even more plainly.
Mike McGurk. Calling Mike McGurk. Hello? Hello, Mike. Mike, this is Junior.
I knew the little feller'd be all right.
You've never known anything in your life.
We're grounded somewhere near Kendall Road. Yes, the engine went dead.
Was Junior dubbed by Autumn Reeser doing Amelia Earhart?
Mike. Mike. Hey, Mr. Lockwood, the radio went dead.
Oh, great. Now Mike's gonna mope about that all day.
What's the matter? Junior!
As soon as he gets his plane fixed. Why, something must be wrong. Hurry, Mike. We've got to find them. Phone the field. Tell them to have my ship ready.
Perfect. My suit is covered in wood ticks. The best way to approach a burning plane is to flail run. Uncle Owen? Aunt Beru? Professional driver, closed course. Do not attempt. Ooh, why don't they make the whole plane out of the black box? Ah, to hell with this thing. The Fast and the Furious Presidio Drift. Ugh, cars, my natural hunter. You guys know there are doors on your side too, right?
There she is, come on.
Took them a second to notice the massive amounts of smoke, huh? It's been a hard day's night. George McFly! Oh, no, it's Dick. All right, men, get the marshmallows ready. Ah, he sees something, maybe? I can't tell. Yeah, let's keep shuffling around aimlessly. Oh, Bilbo, it'll save you a lot of anguish if you just turn in the Arkenstone. Putting the boot in freebooting.
Hey, look. This must be the case the necklace was in.
This must be the case, my favorite Talking Heads song. Oh, that wacky whoever that is.
Must have fell out and burned up in the fire.
Really puts into perspective how this heist was a massive waste of resources just to get our hands on a single necklace. I hate it when there isn't a grouper to assign seats in each vehicle. It's all going wrong, or it's all going according to plan. I really can't tell. Okay, now which tree looks the most fun to climb? Here comes the absent-minded professor. Faster than a slowing car.
Hey, you follow that car.
Oh, don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot.
I forgot how different Porky Pig looked in the early days.
Where in time did you come from?
Now, where in time is Carmen Sandiego?
You got your nerve, isn't it, Elmer?
Oh, this is Oscar and Elmer. Yeah, that's pretty much what I pictured.
He's one of them hold-up guys.
I'm not a hold-up guy. I'm anxious to follow that car. Will you step on it?
Your car?
No!
Hee-haw on the road.
But if it ain't yours, how can you lose it?
I'm not interested in the car. It's the people in it. I want to see where they go, but I don't want them to see me.
I don't want the car to see me because I don't think that they'd understand.
Another feller.
I wouldn't be a damn bit surprised. You know, that's Paul always said you can't trust a woman or a mule.
There may be something in that, but will you keep that car in sight and step on it?
I'm charmed by your misogyny and possible bestiality, but I have other priorities now.
You asked for it, so get out and grab your hats, boys. I'm really gonna get a tears back.
Together, Oscar and Elmer nearly add up to one functioning Pat Buttram. All right, take the turn gently, and hey, your dust ruined the camera lens.
There's the opening out in this Beechwood Hotel up there.
Down the end of Lonely Street at Beechwood Hotel?
Gone if I can see why they turned in there. Hotel's been closed for 2 months.
Only 2 months? That's not enough time for a haunting.
It's one of them dad-blamed dollars.
Yep, that warranted the and credit in every single episode. Their hideout is Boo Radley's house? He's not great at how not to be seen. Tag, you're it, Tree. He's got to time his motions right to place the mechanical nightingale to distract the guard so he can ransack Al Hazard's room.
The plane had been burned to ashes. We didn't find a thing, only this case.
I'm gonna snap it shut on Julia Roberts' fingers.
And you didn't find the necklace?
It must have been burnt up in the fire.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I just twisted my foot a little.
That's too bad.
I genuinely feel sorry for you. My tone is incapable of distinguishing between being sincere and threatening.
Remove his boot.
We're going to forcibly increase your WikiFeet score. Now that I've climbed through the window, it's time to put on Harlan Thrombey's bathrobe. My God, his foot is spawning jewelry.
Your foot won't hurt any longer.
Fortunately, our health plan covers the best podiatrist in town. Lanky hobo on the scene.
No, not that. No.
So even in private, they have to shine the spider mark before killing people? It's like the ceremonial execution ring from Help? From the music, I expected this room to be more exciting. So this is it? I think I like the imitation better. Moloch, don't you have anywhere else to be? Is there a brother in here for me to be against? I don't know who that was, but I hope he's capable of distinguishing between things. Da 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 da. Oh, now Gwen's in flight gear. Disney's Planes franchise doesn't have this many planes. Now to send an SOS to Nicky Gnome.
Steve Lockwood.
Still dead?
It isn't just right yet, but I can hear someone.
Well, keep trying.
Work harder, small child.
I'm at the Spider's hangout.
Mr. Lockwood! Mr. Lockwood! Here's Dick Tracy!
What does he say?
That's not Dick, that's Mike. Stupid transition.
You know, the old Beechwood Hotel.
Beechwood Hotel. Where is that?
Why, that's only a few miles from here.
Perfect, let's crash into it.
Strap on your safety belt, Junior. We're taking off for Beechwood Hotel.
Unless your plane gets swatted down by the wipe.
What of G-men and...
Too late, Dick Tracy.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jordan Spacey. Ooh, but the music's getting triumphant, so I guess this is a good thing. Ah, the pilot from Bicycle Safety is gonna inspect this plane.
That's over.
So none of the spider ring heard them land? Isn't that the wall the gangsters blowtorch through in the Superman cartoon Showdown? Boy, TSA stops you before you even leave for the airport now.
You won't need this.
Oh my god, you can see my future? What else won't I need? I'd love to pare down my inventory.
Why were you so anxious to get this imitation? Or were you trying to be very clever and fool us?
Don't oversell how clever one needs to be to fool you.
A lot of good it did you.
I wouldn't be too sure of that. Nitroglycerin, gentlemen.
Well, nitroglycerin to you too.
All right, stick 'em up.
Oh, no, I've got this, Mike. Please leave.
It's all right, Mike. They won't move. Drop that gun. I'll take that necklace now.
My wife has to go through this whole ordeal every time she tries to buy a Labubu. Wait, where were you standing relative to each other?
All right. I will. Oh.
Man, Tracy just loves breaking glass. Wait, where did the lame one go?
Castor oil.
So by not taking it, Mike saved the day. Never take your medicine, kids.
Get there. It's our only chance.
Are you all just allergic to using doors? Huh, hotel has a decent-looking sunroom. Wait, how do we end up in this completely different field? So they're allowed to shoot at Dick without shining a spider flashlight on him first?
Around this way, Manny.
He just really liked that window the first time, had to go back out the same way. Dick Tracy! Dick Tracy! Da 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 Dick Tracy! Step in time, step in time. Dick Tracy on the roof is no Dick Van Dyke on the roof. Also, roof of a small hotel seems like a de-escalation from the roof of a warehouse hangar. They kill him, but then they put on his jacket to become the new Dick Tracy and the Tracy Claws. 'Cause I love that dangerous water. Da-da. Oh, Tracy, you're my home. Well, that was chapter 5 of Dick Tracy, Brother Against Brother. And by that, I guess it meant Brother finally shares screen time with Brother, but Brother still doesn't recognize Brother. I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but for joining me on Patreon live streams to brainstorm jokes for this riff. These fine folks help point out joke opportunities I would have otherwise missed because someone shoved them inside their boot. If you would like to join the next Patreon live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And at $2, you can see early and bonus videos. And at $3, you can hear the podcast I do with my wife. It's not brother against brother, it's spouse generally agreeing with spouse. Okay, there was one episode that my brother was on. 4-part episode that my brother was on, but we were barely against each other at all on that episode. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go jump into the backseat of a Comic Relief Cameos truck. So until next time, it's Dave, signing off. And now part 2, where we find out it was Maggie who shot Mr. Hyde. Dr. Jekyll makes his will, not one of Capra's better efforts. Please, I beg of you, let me show you how to properly fold a paper airplane. Hey, wasn't he just randomly Mr. Hyde again? Why is he randomly Dr. Jekyll again now? Please, let me practice TSA pat-downs on you. Oh, the Thrombies aren't going to be happy about that. So I can't help but notice a potential flaw in this plan. Well, Mr. Hyde paid for that one kid's injury, so he's an upstanding fellow. Sounds good to me. Achoo! That's where I left my shoe. Shouldn't we pan across all those busts to Charles Dickens and Rizzo? Copping a feel on yourself shouldn't excite you that much.
Good lord, that was a long opera.
Ugh, headlights are back. Oh, I think Alice just walked by, but the film glitched out. Great film stock, give the only named woman even less screen time. Oh yeah, they're about to bone, hell yeah. So the main difference between part 1 and 2 is which door to Jekyll's house we use? Such a cute couple, you'd never guess they met on Fortnite. Oh, he's doing his Fred Sanford impression.
Oh, I can't be in the same room as him when he's like this.
Not some of David Byrne's better choreography. Well, time for more hunching.
Good morning, Baltimore.
Where the hell's my contact?
Tag, you're it.
It's the model of the Queen above the Snow White ride in Fantasyland. But why would Jekyll hang out with his best friend that he just left his estate to? Mr. Hide and Go Seek. Now to mix these ingredients to create the perfect Arnold Palmer. Look, a bird! Where's Debbie? Wow, he mixed a fast-acting antidote. Out of my way, I want to get into the Prestige Lounge. Yeah, stupid dandruff. Oh, I'm still so sad about the episode of Futurama with the dog. Well, I guess none of this is any of our business. Wait, what? Did we skip a scene? Okay, science isn't really known for martyrs, but... Ah, yes, the Science Choir Boys. Ooh, it's not going to be good when Steggles has a beetle put down one of their backs. Pie Jesu Domine, dona eis requiem. Wait, I want to join the choir boy parade? You never let me do anything fun. Hey guys, it's me, you know, me. Never mind that the camera can't make out who I am. Meanwhile, at a mix of both coasts' haunted mansions. Little Charlie Chaplin Kane action. Wait, that's Jekyll? So he hasn't been martyred to science yet, but he's about to be? Oh god, transformation to and from the evil man gives me such a migraine.
He wants to send me to another opera. What excuse do I give him?
Screw it, I'm gonna go frolic. He just keeps disappearing whenever she wants to show him to someone, like Michigan J. Frog or that supermodel who dated Frasier. Should I get a stiffer trench coat? Yep. Problems with the in-laws. I can't relate. I like my in-laws. So it's really looking like Alice's dad was the actual martyr to science. One of these times he's got to turn into Sean Young. Well, you seem like you have this under control, Alice. Quick, men, let's run around aimlessly. He's got Bruno from Sesame Street's eyebrows. Power walk and search. We're just watching security cam footage now. Doesn't being a martyr usually require dying? You there, boy, you know that turkey in the window? He's giving extremely detailed and specific instructions on how to build an IKEA cabinet. The kid almost ran the wrong way. That was the funniest joke in cinema history at that point. Delivery from the Michael Banks Messenger Service. Ooh, dearest Lanyon. He shows him as much affection as he shows Alice. My life, my honor, and my soul are the sea. His messenger will call at midnight because Hyde wants to evilly be a minor inconvenience. Oh, sorry, kid, you're not getting a tip. My god, this letter is shocking for some reason. Meanwhile, back at Pervert Tree. Midnight, the toll of doom for the Scarab. Constable Mario. Right, what's all this then, and so forth? Okay, things have been visible long enough. Lanyon, man of unbelief, an unsuccessful first attempt at Superman, the Man of Steel. Just, behold. Keep on beholding. Any second now, you're gonna totally behold. Now, this is what happens when you drink champagne mixed with Alka-Seltzer. The masterful effects work of taking off a wig. He's Sam Neill now. Oh, then this is all just a wacky mix-up. You got me good, Henry. Ah, the film is apologizing for itself. Okay, you can do this. Just say, Alice, I'm sorry I keep making you go to operas. So the transformations just come on suddenly now. They're Hyde flashes. Now I'll turn that little mouse's dream into a nightmare phantasmic. She's not scared of him. She just remembered she missed a credit card payment. Hey, Charlie Brown and Linus need to lean on that wall. There was a crouching guy out here. Right, get the shotgun. Meanwhile, outside Kimmy Schmidt's apartment. His evil seems to mostly involve bumping into people. Gotta sweep up some ingredients for tonight's stew. Excuse me, I can give you a manicure. No, to hell with ya. Don't worry, the Keystone Cops are here. Okay, now I see why it was worth paying for a second place. What, he just ran into an apartment? I thought for sure we could chase him into a burning windmill. Man, I really gotta mix this liquid IV. Wait, we can't all be at bat at once. Does anybody know the rules of cricket? Mr. Hyde still makes milkshakes the old-fashioned way. I just gotta beat the crap out of someone, okay? Ta-da! I wasn't a crouching ugly man. I'm just an ordinary boring man. The Last of the Antidote, starring Daniel Day-Lewis. He's Kramering into his own lab. Boy, I sure do love knowing I have plenty of the antidote. I bet now he's wishing he stuck to heard of experiments. He looks like me learning to roller skate. All right, King Baggett, for this scene, just pretend like you're on a ship in stormy waters. Yeah, that's right, just no sense of balance. And now he's me trying to get the last bit of salsa out of the jar. And top it off with little Casamigos. Oh, and then Commodore Schmidlap's gonna sneeze it all away. And he starts trashing the room like Tommy Wiseau. The feng shui of this place is terrible. Yeah, he's looking for his precious. They took it from us, and so forth. Dear Penthouse Forum. What if the first chemist has it? Do we still have to go to all the others? Thing is passing notes again. Yeah, you gonna take it or what? Good, she got over her paper phobia. Rock on! When does Alan Quatermain recruit him to the League? There's only 2 chemists in London, so that didn't take long. I just gave you that paper, and now you're giving it back to me? Bah. We're here to do something, or possibly nothing. This is why you should store more commonly used ingredients on the lower shelf. We're trying to find out where the charity patients went. These curtains go, and I do. William Frawley listening at the door. We see his full body here, but when he went on Ed Sullivan, they wouldn't let his hips get in frame. I hate both this door and this chair. Let's kill them both with each other. Lethargic parkour. Hitting things with chairs, he'd fit in great in Captain America. So he's martyred twice over. Just needs a third time to be a martyr duckin'. He tampered in God's domain. Well, put a blanket over him, just wait for him to decompose. What else can we do, really? By the way, you have beautiful eyes. I guess in a world where people die falling off tables, lightly shoving random passerby in the street is the height of evil. Help, I'm being chased by an opera! Wow, it even ends just like The Room. I guess we're done with the Halloween season because It's a Wonderful Life is starting. How does this feel even more chaotically rushed than the Wishbone version? Easy come, easy go. And that was the tragic conclusion to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And you know, I may not have agreed with Mr. Hyde politically, but he had a family that he constantly ignored in order to do evil instead, so I think we should honor him. I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but for joining me on Patreon live streams to brainstorm jokes for this riff. These fine folks went to every chemist in London for the observations that were worth turning into jokes. If you would like to join the next Patreon live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access, and additional pledges transform into additional perks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go memorialize a martyr to riffing. So until next time, this is Dave, signing off. Okay, this time I'm gonna have time to read this comic. Armed gang... Classified and passed by the National Board of Review? Well, look what Serial thinks it's so darn special. If it was Lawrence Woolsey, then we'd have something. Out of the way, credits, I'm trying to get to Phil Hartman's tour. Is it based on cartoon strip, or is it cringe on cartoon strip? Supervising editor, Maurice Seldine. I need to do the little Shaheen glint that Strongbad does. I'm as Ralph as a bird now. The best part of waking up is Byron K. Folgers in your cup. Harrison Green, the eco-friendly Harrison Ford. Chapter 6, Dangerous Waters, where Dick Tracy does a Purge-themed Horror Nights overlay for Waterworld. To boldly attempt to thwart what no ring has thwarted before. Warped body, warped brain, but a surprisingly healthy liver. Moloch used his warped brain to warp Gordon's brain. It could become a real warp-epidemic. Stop pretending Clive is actually part of this story. They're his understudies now. They know all his lines and are ready to go on stage if he gets the sniffles. She's a lab assistant and secretary, and also a pilot, but apparently so is everyone else in town. 7 Coast Guard cutters are converging on this boat. What do you believe, 6?
I'll take that necklace now.
And if you could gift wrap it for me. Doo-doo-doo-doo, ah!
Blow us up now and kill him too.
I think you'll have to do better than threatening Mike's life, buddy.
I will. Oh.
Wrong pill, I just poisoned the room. I guess his first nitroglycerin is a blank to be fired as a warning shot.
Castor oil.
The old castor oil and the nitroglycerin trick.
The plane started out, stall them long enough for you to get there. It's our only chance.
Wee! I'm shooting in the general direction of something or other. Oof, you just shot me in the back, Bill. Yeah, honestly, planes are more fun when I'm trapped with mannequins. I could have sworn I heard Batman climbing up this wall.
Around the hull.
This is where he gets the Puma Man belt and learns to fly, right? Should I do one jump ahead again? You missed, or maybe got me. Who can tell from this far away? I'm safe as long as there's no brother against me. So wait, he straight up got shot and he survived the fall with no noticeable damage? Maybe Dick's the one who took the super soldier serum.
After him.
Mr. Hyde couldn't even survive falling off a table, but Dick is indestructible. Or maybe Gordon can no longer distinguish between hitting and missing. Whoop, didn't expect them to have guns. We're out. Wobbly Wing. Can't believe our flight left without us. I guess we're driving to Chicago.
Spider's taking off in the wing.
Now, just because the spider's wing is taken off, we can't prove the spider is in it. Oh, okay.
To the stratosphere. We want to be sure they don't follow us.
Well, no use trying to chase them. My plane won't go that fast. Anyway, Steve, I got the necklace. Let's get back to town.
Can I look at the necklace, Mr. Tracy?
Sure, here, boy.
You've proven yourself trustworthy. It's front page news that he recovered the necklace, even though it was already front page news that it wasn't actually stolen. Oh, damn it, we missed the door. 1 hour later, they finally aimed their landing correctly. So they're escaping Dick Tracy by going back to the base he's already been to and definitely knows where it is. We lost the forced perspective foreground model, so we'll have to zoom in on the stairs.
By phone, sir. He and the others got away from Tracy's men in the car.
Good. We'll need them for the work at the cove.
The spider ring loves going downstairs.
Claude will be at Whitey's. You can start now, Caston.
Now, what's this I hear about a cask of Amontillado? Okay, since this secret base has already been exposed, I guess the secret passage inside the secret base is less redundant here. Wait, did Nickelanium offer something to the government, or did it offer the government to someone, or... Handsome jagged teeth eat the newspaper.
Randolph's formula, Moloch, depends upon who wants to buy it.
In that case, the formula of Nickelanium is very valuable to us, thanks to Mr. Callion.
Yeah, what exactly is Nickelanium? Does it have specific properties, or is it just another sciencey MacGuffin?
I'm glad you're safe, Gordon.
Yeah, boss, how did you get here before me? We were both in that other house at the same time.
Use you. What's done is done.
But I'm gonna pout about it.
I've sent Caston over to see Randolph. Has any report come from the cove?
The submarine hasn't docked yet. You don't think...
I'm sitting now.
Now, do you?
I'm standing again.
Gordon, as much as I can upon Callion, the formula for Nickelanium would be out of this country in another 2 or 3 hours.
All right, buddy, you want to go? I'm still capable of distinguishing between compliments and insults.
I'm going to Whitey's.
He never takes me to Whitey's.
More like wipies, am I right?
Well, Steve, any luck?
Sure. The fingerprints on that gun belong to Claude Destino.
Destino?
Played by Michael Rappaport.
Where does Destino hang out?
At the malt shop with Jughead and Veronica.
Slippery customer.
Why do you stay at the Cove even though it's deserted? He's not staying there for love of the place.
You don't know what he loves.
How about the gun serial number?
It was filed off, and we got a reading at the laboratory. It was registered to Hans Jensen. He's Randolph's watchman.
Randolph?
Oh, Mayor Randolph's about to be in this serial about as much as he was in Captain America.
New secret alloy called Nickelanium.
Nickelanium.
Seldom home, but I've been to his laboratory and we might find him there.
That formula mustn't get into the wrong hands.
We'll throw the wrong hands off the trail with opposite arrows. Oh God, he's drunk again. A gentle Kramer collapse.
Come on in, boss. It's open.
Oh my God, I can't believe he'd wear those shoes with those socks. His foot's twitching. Someone's rubbing his belly.
What happened, Mr. Randolph?
Harold Lloyd, the later years.
They took it.
Thieving cabbages.
Hey, Chief. There's a footprint and some oil over here. You reckon that means anything?
Better take a look at that footprint, Gwen.
Clearly, Gale dropped a fake purple death bomb here.
That's the man, Mr. Tracy.
This is his headshot from when he portrayed Billy Flynn.
I think I've got something, Dick.
That Jekyll guy left his test tube here.
What do you think of him, Mr. Randolph?
That looks like the typical reaction for sesame oil, Miss Andrews.
It is sesame seed oil. The test is infallible. The man who stepped into that spilled alkali solution had the oil on his feet.
2 and 2 equals the Cove this time.
I can't keep up with this new math.
Claude Destino. Those warehouses there were last used by a big vegetable oil importing house.
Phone Anderson, Gwen. We're going down to the Cove.
Good idea, Junior. Sneak into more vehicles. It's only rewarded you so far. He's really going to commit to being a ventriloquist dummy, huh? So where did they think Junior went?
Get right to the waterfront, Steve. Right.
Ooh, boy, I hope they get squeezed between 3 ships this time. Hey there, we saw you from across the alley and liked your vibe. It's like an even sadder version of Patty's Pub. Norms!
What'll it be, gents? What'll it be? You're strangers around here, I take it.
Well, your face does look ugly when we're alone.
Famous.
You don't have to long back to these guys, Whitey. Destino here knows them even if you don't.
Well, why you gotta brag about knowing more people than me, Destino? One-eyed Ike?
Go on.
We will take our business elsewhere within the same building. The life preservers in case the bar starts sinking.
Well, we got the formula all right.
It's my favorite Star Wars fan film. That's actually just the bar's Wi-Fi password.
Good.
Come on.
Bananas in pajamas are coming down the stairs.
Any word of that submarine yet? Not since the last report. Said he docked sometime today.
Watson's feed barn got an ocean view.
It's about time Canyon submarine arrived.
Other norms! We sat waiting in the car for 10 minutes after those other guys came in.
Gee, Destino.
So Destino is yet another guy who looks like Burke.
What'll it be?
Ding dong, land shark. Norms thrice over. Fellas, we're running out of counter space. You can wait for a table. Intense staring contest.
I'll take some of this stew.
Okay.
The Neighborhood Watch logo. I know, this mobster bar doesn't have a fire exit. Go stand in the corner and think about what you've done, me. Ooh, check it out. This is a neat effect. Oh, I gotta click on the small glinting thing. These pixel hunt adventure games are so tedious.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh, chill out. It was just a question, dude. Top Secret is drier than I remember. Literally. I should have placed this eye hole lower. Okay, this is feeling more like a Captain America fight. Are we the same guys who are inside right now?
You and a couple of men go back. Whitey's in trouble.
Meanwhile, Batman runs in with a bomb telling everyone to flee for their lives. Wow, that chandelier has a wide range of motion. Sure, this way seems fun.
Tracy is coming through the passage. Get him and bring him up to me.
He's gonna hear my Amway sales pitch whether he wants to or not. They said they'd bring me a doggy bag. What's taking so long? Still more peaceful than the average night at Fright Fest. Mike just can't stop falling through doors, huh? Surprise, Steve! Oh, didn't think this through. This is one of the funnier Big Bang Theory episodes.
Don't move, Tracy. Easy, copper. Get going, Tracy. Up the stairs.
Wait, do you want me to not move or to go up the stairs? Make up your mind, people. Good thing this trunk locks from the inside. Lame one, he already saw you at your desk. Why bother hiding your face? All the writhing bodies and no Lionel Atwill here to enjoy it.
Okay, drop that gun and reach for the sky. Come on, up with him.
A child grabbed our bartender? Well, there's no coming back from that. We surrender.
In the rear of the car. Gee, I helped that time, didn't I?
You're dead.
Live from New York, it's Saturday night. Better falling down the stairs than Psycho.
Come on your feet.
Get up and make it happen.
Get down those stairs.
Joke's on you. Going downstairs is our thing.
Keep him covered, Mike. That man will lead you to Randolph Formula.
Why are you trusting Mike with this? That railing keeps wobbling, yet it refuses to break away. Oh, here comes the penguin.
There's a sub now.
Oh, everyone in the serial has sub energy. It's the Shirley MacLaine Jerry Lewis dance number from Artisan Models. Hey, this don't look like Pismo Beach. Oh, it is the penguin.
Government men are up front, Mr. Callion.
No morning, Brusky. Tell Captain Stark to stand by.
Dan Rowan and Dick Tracy is laughing.
Here is Randolph's formula for nickeldanium.
My government appreciates your efficiency.
The government of Forenia. Get away from that wall, it has termites.
Prepare to submerge.
Submerge on a submarine? Not what I signed up for. Fortunately, the mob chasing Mr. Hyde left a cricket bat there.
Kill number 4 and 7 tanks.
This is why you should never play full contact thumb war. Of course, there's always my way, but from the other end. No, my foot's at a completely different angle from shot to shot. And the toy sub from Danger Death Ray makes its escape. Okay, now it's turning into the top secret fight. The Ghost Town mystery. What did the Mayfields rob now? I guess that's why One-Eyed Ike showed up. Well, that was another Dick Tracy adventure, and yeah, this serial has had its ups and downs, but I really thought we'd get to the Dick Van Dyke cameo by now. I would like to thank my patrons not only for their continued financial support, but also for joining me on Patreon-exclusive live streams to brainstorm jokes for this riff. The bad guys didn't stand a chance to get a joke opportunity by me with these fine folks keeping watch. If you would like to join the next Patreon livestream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to Disneyland to insist that they finally build that Dick Tracy ride we were promised like 35 years ago. And until next time, this is Dave signing off. 70 years ago tonight, lightning struck the Hill Valley Clock Tower, and the clock hasn't run since. But more importantly, 40 years ago this past summer, Back to the Future came out. And ever since then, we've all loved Doc, Marty, Lorraine, George, Goldie Wilson, and all the other citizens of Hill Valley. But there were a few that we've loved without ever learning their names. Welcome to the D-List, the show where I list things and my name begins with a D. But I don't know what letter these characters' names begin with because these are my top 10 unnamed Back to the Future characters.
Well, you're my... Who are you?
Number 10, the cop.
Evening, Dr. Brown. What's with the wire?
Okay, so the Hill Valley police officer doesn't have that much screen time in the film itself. Most of his best work comes in deleted scenes. First, he observes Marty ostensibly harassing a citizen and does basically nothing about it.
Pinch me. Shame on you. Yeah, that'll do. Thanks a lot. It's definitely not a dream.
And later we see him inspect the so-called permit that Doc gives him.
You aren't going to set anything on fire this time, are you, Doc?
So he not only barely does anything when Marty seems to be a potential threat, but he knows that Doc has a history of causing real damage, but he looks the other way as long as he gets his take. He is a much more accurate depiction of cops than officers Reese and Foley.
She's clean. That means we take her home.
Look at these two being helpful. What's that all about?
Who are you?
Number 9, the other Starlighters. Look, Marvin may be the front man, but the rest of the band deserves their props too.
Reginald, where are your keys?
Okay, the drummer's named Reginald, but the other members are unnamed and they're awesome.
All right, guys, listen, this is a blues riff from B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hey, guess what, you condescending bastard? These guys have no problem keeping up with you.
Never ever learned to read or write so well.
And in a movie where so much of the humor is based on facial reactions, these guys have some of the best. It's also really fortunate that all of these actors were available again for part 2 and able to reprise these roles. Which is more than can be said for all of the main characters.
Who are you?
Number 8, Blast from the Past saleswoman. She may not do much in the movie, but I love how committed she is to the job.
It has a dust jacket. Books used to have these to protect the covers. Of course, that was before they had dust-repellent paper. And if you're interested in dust, we have a quaint little piece from the 1980s.
Now, what is it that draws you to this item? Sports? We don't have any other sports equipment in stock, but oh, the dust jacket? The dust interests you? That's gotta be it. Dust all the way. Well, I have the buster for you.
It's called a dust buster.
It's like her tone is so confident, but She's just grasping at such tenuous connections, she must be desperate for that upsell. And if you're interested in desperation, I have a quaint little piece from 2025. It's called Riffin' with Doggins Volume 1 on DVD or digital download. See? I can desperately upsell too.
Who are you?
Number 7. Wilbur's wife. She only has one line, but she sells the hell out of it.
Listen, you gotta help me.
Stop, Wilbur!
Okay, sure, Marty looks a little odd, but what is she so panicked about? Does she also think Marty is an alien? Has she been reading the same comic books that Sherman Peabody has? Or have the Peabodys already called her to warn her about the guy, and Wilbur, in his good-naturedness, was about to give this poor alien a chance anyway? Was Wilbur ready to be the Elliot to Marty's E.T.? This is a trilogy full of big characters with big emotions, and yeah, she is one of the biggest and the best. The palpable fear in her voice is so strong that many folks have misheard her line as, "Don't stop or we'll die."
Stop, Wilbur! Die!
And the misheard line inspired one of the greatest bands of all time. Rest in peace, Harris.
Who are you?
Number 6. The Barbed Wire Salesman. The barbed wire salesman is played by Richard Dysart of The Thing and LA Law fame, but more important to me, of the LA Law scene in the Mickey's 60th birthday special fame, and the Gemini Man pilot but not the series, and yet he still has higher billing in Riding with Death for his flashbacks to the pilot than the actor who played his role in the actual episodes that make up Riding with Death fame.
Now that makes sense.
He sees depressed Doc and immediately clocks his issue because apparently selling barbed wire town to town makes you an expert in human psychology.
It's a woman, right? I knew it. I have seen that look on a man's face 1,000 times all across the country.
But even with all his barbed wire wisdom, he underestimates how true Doc and Clara's love is.
Well, all I can tell you, friend, is you'll get over her.
Oh, Clara is 1 in a million.
I will say he's a little less forward of a salesperson than the woman at Blast from the Past. He's not pushing the barbed wire on anyone, he's just casually mentioning it. And if anyone's interested, they can ask him more, but he's not really going into the sales pitch directly.
I have peddling this barbed wire all across the country has taught me one thing, certain. It's that you never know what the future might bring.
And look, if there's one thing I've learned from How to Use Classroom Films, it's that barbed wire was still pretty novel back then. The haunting acoustic barbed wire theme. Didn't learn much about How to Use Classroom Films, though, but maybe you will if you watch my riff of How to Use Classroom Films. It's available on this channel, or it's available on Rippin' with Doggins Volume 1, because I am a much pushier salesperson than Richard Dysart.
I can assure you, sir, there are other women.
But the whole exchange sticks with him so much that he just can't help but babble about it at full volume on the train the next day.
That poor fellow last night had the worst case of broken heart I have ever seen. When he said he didn't know how he could live the rest of his life, knowing how much hurt he'd caused that little girl, well, I really felt for him. I did, right here.
First he butts into Doc's business, and now he makes Doc's business everyone else's business, which ends up being fortunate in these very specific circumstances, but come on, dude.
Clara!
Excuse me.
Ma'am?
But was this man tall with great big brown puppy dog eyes and long silvery flowing hair?
I do like how he immediately recognized that affectionate description. Maybe the salesman also has a little crush on Doc.
You know him.
While the character is unnamed, it has been theorized that this is actually a portrayal of modern barbed wire inventor Joseph Glidden. It's theoretically possible, but unconfirmed, and therefore he is still an unnamed character and eligible for this list.
Who are you?
Number 5. The Video Game Boys. These kids discover a Wild Gunman arcade cabinet, which is impressive considering the game was only ever released on console, but you know, maybe the Cafe 80s is just making retro style cabinets for games that never actually had them. Either way, Marty's still a crack shot.
I'll show you, kid.
One of these kids is played by an actor named John Thornton, but yeah, we know you're here for the other one.
I'm a crack shot at this.
Yes, Michael J. Fox and Elijah Wood share the screen here, before they would eventually both go on to be directed by Peter Jackson, alongside Ann Aston.
You have to use your hands?
Elijah is no doubt particularly distressed that he has to use his hands because he knows that he's destined to only have 9 fingers.
That's like a baby's toy.
Even though by this point Biff has already told Marty that he's going to grow up to be a loser, this is Marty's first time getting a taste of what it feels like to be the out-of-touch old guy. He's used to getting skeptical looks because he's ahead of the curve, but not this time. This time he's the fossil.
Baby's toy.
He seems to take it in stride, though. He seems to mostly think it is the children who are wrong.
Who are you?
Number 4, the CPR guy. The credits call him the CPR guy because he's the guy who doesn't know what CPR is.
What's CPR?
But he has a different, more singular focus that we all remember more about him.
Hey, did you just take his wallet?
God, I've been this guy, trying so hard to contribute based on the one piece of information I have, repeating that one thing over and over again until anybody acknowledges my existence.
He just took that guy's wallet!
I acknowledge you, CPR guy. I acknowledge your concern over Biff's wallet.
I think he took your wallet!
Now, the novelization did actually give this guy a name, Lester. And fair enough, he looks like he could be a Lester, but he's not named in the film, so I'm still counting him for this list.
I think he took his wallet.
Who are you?
Number 3, the Battle of the Bands judge. Yes, the first obstacle we see Marty face in his quest to become a rock star.
Hold it, fellas. I'm afraid you're just too darn loud.
It's so simple, but it's such a good joke. Not only that a rock band can put all this effort into a performance only to be cut off before they even start singing, but that a rock band can be too darn loud to play in a battle of the bands. And according to Bob Gale, this was Huey's own pitch.
My recollection is that this idea that they get rejected by playing too loud was Huey Lewis's idea.
That's right. It was Huey.
It's the stupidest reason to reject anybody, and of course...
But I think it's something that actually happened to Huey at one time in his career.
Right.
Yes, it is funny that the rock and roller who wrote the song Marty's playing is saying the role of the old square who doesn't like the song, because I guess it's not so hip to be square anymore. But what's actually the funny part is that Marty actually takes it hard.
Next, please. Bring the next group, please.
Marty clearly takes this rejection more seriously than he takes Strickland's abuse. Granted, live adaptations just roll this character in with Strickland.
You're a slacker, McFly.
I am sorry, but that was just too darn loud.
But it's noteworthy how despondent Marty is over this. He's not just disappointed about not getting to play in the Battle of the Bands, he's actually taking this rejection and this criticism really personally. He's not just like, that old judge, he's a loser, what does he know? He doesn't have good taste in music. He is actually thinking he's not good enough based on the taste of this guy. But, rejection over stupid reasons is still rejection, and we all know Marty has inherited way more of George's insecurities than he wants to admit to himself.
What if they say, get out of here, kid, you got no future? I mean, I just don't think I can take that kind of rejection. Jesus, I'm starting to sound like my old man.
I guess being dismissed sight unseen, even by someone whose taste Marty should have no reason to respect, is just too much for the poor kid at this point. So it actually shows remarkable growth when, later on, in the past, he just takes it in stride when the 50s kids aren't ready for it yet. Yeah, whatever. I don't care what you kids think. It's not like you have a megaphone or anything. And to a lesser extent, blowing off the kids who think his video game is a baby's toy also shows that growth. So Huey Lewis may be the most powerful character in the trilogy. He can give Marty an identity crisis despite on paper having no reason to.
If this is on MTV, I'm finished. Are you kidding? History. Huey, what happened to Huey Lewis? I don't know. He did a little bit part and nobody ever heard of him again.
Who are you?
Number 2, the Clock Tower Lady. An old lady is looking for donations for historical preservation, and she gives out a flyer that later has essential information.
30 years ago, lightning struck that clock tower, and the clock hasn't run since.
It's almost a disservice to think of her as a minor character considering how essential she is to the events that unfold, but she still doesn't have a name in canon.
Save the clock tower! Save the clock tower!
She's preventing the clock from getting repaired and preventing Marty and Jennifer from kissing. I'm not the first to say it, but she is a real clock blocker.
Mayor Wilson is sponsoring an initiative to replace that clock.
Yeah, the central joke here is that yeah, it's pretty absurd to fight to keep a non-functioning clock in the middle of town square. And if Progress really is the mayor's middle name, wanting to get everything up to date is, pretty reasonable for him, actually. But this old fuddy-duddy wants the clock to stay broken for historical significance.
We at the Hill Valley Preservation Society think it should be preserved exactly the way it is.
But look, she knows a thing or two about history, considering a relative of hers was on the Titanic. Alongside a relative of Biff's henchman Match.
Please, I have a child!
Of course, in the musical, they actually swapped it so that there were no plans to fix the clock tower, but she's fighting to restore it to its full glory, which, as I've mentioned, is thematically stronger, but not nearly as funny.
Who are you?
And my number one favorite unnamed Back to the Future character, the Western Union Man. SCTV legend Joe Flaherty reunites with his used cars filmmakers for a memorable scene at the end of part 2, appearing as a threatening figure.
I've got something for you. A letter.
But it turns out he's there to give Marty hope when all seems lost.
It's from the dock!
This is one of my favorite scenes in cinema history. As far as Marty knows, this time he really is stuck here. Until this mysterious stranger comes in with the good news. It is so cathartic for Marty and the audience, and probably significantly less so for the Western Union Man himself.
Actually, a bunch of us at the office were kind of hoping maybe you could shed some light on the subject. See, we've had that envelope in our possession for the past 70 years.
Just think, this guy drove 2 miles out from the nearest town on a stormy night to finally get an answer to this 70-year-long mystery, and absolutely nothing was clarified. He delivered the letter and heard a bunch of gibberish about someone being alive, and then the recipient just ran away.
We had a little bet going as to whether this Marty would actually be here. Looks like I lost.
Do you think when he got back to the office, he just trashed the receipt and was like, no, Marty wasn't there. I win the bet. But then he got in trouble for misplacing the package and he ended up getting fired? Or do you think he was completely honest about what happened, and none of the coworkers were satisfied either, and office morale just plummeted, and the event left him so shaken that he moved to Michigan, and so did Biff, and then they raised the next generation of freaks and geeks?
Snapper Kid, you all right? You need any help?
There's only one man who can help me.
Truth is, we don't know what happened to this guy after this. Well, we do know one thing. We know that Joe Flaherty reprised the role in Family Guy's Empire Strikes Back episode, so there's that.
Are you Luke Skywalker?
Yeah?
I've got something for you. A letter.
And that's my favorite unnamed characters from Back to the Future, but which one is your favorite? Let's discuss this in the comments, and if you like this video, you might like the only other 2 videos I've released on this channel this year, because they're also lists about Back to the Future, about the songs in the musical. I've been riffing on the other channel, but on this channel it's just been a lot of Back to the Future listing. Not next month though, next month we'll be listing for Decemberween. And until then, this is Dave, signing off. Allie, I know we've been married for 5 years now, but it's time we learned what marriage is.
That thing where you ruin each other's credit scores, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, McGraw-Hill, so we're going to be choosing a classroom marriage?
A series of films based on one book. Is Peter Jackson behind this?
Marriage : today, like Mission Impossible.
An affiliated film production. This film is full of loyalty.
Alexander Hamid. My name is Alexander Hamid.
It was edited by a Boyajian. But which Boyajian?
One bench over, Clooney's having a paranoid episode running away from Frances McDormand.
I don't think that's a regulation setup for croquet wickets. They're going to share secret plans until Bill Cobbs reads their subtitles.
She is loving his recap of last night's SNL.
And then, get this, they did another Domingo song.
It's always wonderful and special and new.
Come aboard, we're expecting you.
Sure, other folks think they know what it's all about.
Mostly Alfie.
Millions of other folks. But when did 2 people ever really love each other? as we do.
We're the only couple that matters.
Were two people ever so sure they were just born to live with each other?
This first version of What a Way to Go is kind of boring.
And fail to find happiness together in this wonderful world of today and tomorrow.
Is this a Carousel of Progress prequel?
A lifetime of wonderful tomorrows. Imagine a home of our own.
She's cooking the invisible food from Hook.
A home made of smiles and love.
He's pretending he knows how to read.
A home safe against trouble and loneliness. A sunny, cozy place, all of our own.
With only 7 or 8 roommates.
And you'll do this, and I'll do that.
Real specific plans.
I don't want it to be any other way again, ever.
We've stopped changing as people.
The rest of our lives. An extremely attractive idea that young men have proposed since time immemorial. But how valid is it in our time?
Our Time by Thornton Wilder.
The dream of a home of your own, when you go looking for it, can turn into a nightmare.
That'll change soon, right?
A social blight called slums. A health problem called overcrowding.
Down on Skid Row.
Housing. These can be love nests in a real world. This is what often shelters young family life in our time. It's not surprising if young people are given pause by the fears of our age.
The Fears of Our Age. Is that a soap opera or a Tom Clancy book?
Or that twice in their parents' lifetime called young husbands away from their
bleak narration for an MGM musical.
It's an age of unrest and change, both individual and social.
She is just fully dissociating.
Personal values, of widespread domestic difficulties, culminating in a fabulous number of broken homes.
Simply fabulous.
Relationship amid such impermanence. The young men and women ready for marriage today,
hell of a unibrow there.
Born in a depression. Where can they find the courage and hope to take the responsibility of making what should be the most secure of all worlds a home?
They're waiting in line for expensive coffee drinks.
This says a lot about society.
There seems to be the world around us. It's not cowardice that makes them think twice about the problems of raising children.
And abandoning them in front of stores?
With the tight reins of dollars and cents must ever govern the individual's creative instincts or ambitions.
Stop filming me. I didn't sign a release.
Where's this narration coming from? It's bumming me out.
Always to outdistance lagging earning power. It's a tough world.
And we're all living in it.
Supposed to inherit. But they are young people. And the inner drive to grow up and have children, to make a life that is richer, more satisfying, more pleasurable than any other, is strong within them.
Honey, let's start smoking. It'll solve all our problems.
They are determined to find a way to raise a family, and a way to give strength and permanence to that family.
Big hubbub at the Hill Valley Clock Tower.
Hopeful and resolute, who every day in America go through the most serious, solemn ceremony that man can voluntarily enter into.
Getting your own Netflix account?
That is a sacrament in every religion. It is a binding.
Ah, suckers, this whole wedding was a scam to get a new crock pot.
I mean, that's kind of why we got married, to get that new coffee maker.
Moderns enter the most traditional of all human relationships with the knowledge that nothing can make a marriage work except the people who are living it.
Let's hawk a loogie out the Empire State Building.
History.
Meanwhile, on Dr. Wade Street,
marriage in most of America today is a little different from what it was yesterday.
What the hell's happened overnight?
For instance, Phyllis Burns, housewife by choice.
Secret psychic by birth.
A year ago, she was Phyllis Hagen.
Her brothers were for Earl Janet and Don Corleone.
In the pathology lab down at the hospital. At 23, she was earning her own living and living her own life.
Which was illegal in the 50s.
The work was useful and interesting. And in her time, being a bachelor girl isn't the social disgrace it was when our parents called them spinsters.
Unmarried women are totally respected but can't get credit cards.
She had to, or because it was a duty. She could take it or leave it. But it was the idea of children, mostly, that made Phyllis say yes.
The idea of a fresh new life to traumatize.
Life with no one of her own to love and care for.
Like Shirley Temple here.
Her, like only half a life.
Or Team Fortress or Portal 2.
She wanted a family, wanted marriage.
And she soon regretted it.
Like Phyllis, think of marriage as a voluntary state for both men and women. A reasonable goal for adults, not an end in itself.
Oh, but Dick Tracy transition got drunk.
Chad at the university.
Wait, there were people named Chad back then?
She got the better grades. Now he's an engineer, and she's a housewife.
The Chad engineer versus the virgin housewife.
Hospital in her town. A town he'd never heard of before they got to know each other.
The Tongo Panic!
People aren't stopped by geography or class distinctions.
They don't even need to have ever met.
Marriage partner nowadays. Chad didn't choose Phil for money or connections or even...
He chose her for a Raising Cane's employee discount.
He'd known other girls that he liked, both socially and in his work.
Might want to do a second draft of these vows.
Phyllis. But he wasn't looking for a miracle. He was looking for a wife. And he chose carefully, without help, as he does most things.
Fierce independence is the best way to enter a partnership.
Responsible for it. Trying to know as many facts as possible, and then acting with faith in himself and in her.
And here we see him, slowly filling with regret over every decision.
It's a modern privilege and a modern responsibility.
I am the very model of a modern responsibility.
Just as she believes that a child is a person and entitled to respect and consideration, Catherine Hardford, another wife in our town,
still by Thornton Wilder,
is a married woman as a person too.
She was burned at the stake for this heresy.
Modern, with modern ideas about education and marriage as well.
And Lucy Ricardo hairdos.
The husband is not the master, the wife a slave.
In fact, her husband is usually wearing the slave gear.
Oh my.
Her classes is inferior to her. And she doesn't think of herself as inferior in any way to Frank, who she married 4 years ago.
She thinks of herself as quite superior.
He barely qualifies as a living organism.
As every individual is from any other individual. But one isn't better than the other for those differences.
Alfred Henson's Rear Window Babies.
As a teacher and a mother, Kathy is a free, fulfilled human being. She's able to pull her weight in the
Here's Mommy.
In a modern partnership, the rights and privileges, like the duties and responsibilities, are better balanced when they're equal. Frank is a businessman.
Let me be frank about Frank.
Responsible, sensible. He thinks of things in terms of cause and effect. As a modern, he even thinks about marriage that way.
If I was with a shotgun and...
Years ago, the marriage deal worked if the husband was sober and brought home the paycheck every week. If the wife was faithful and produced a house full of children. Frank knows it doesn't quite work that way anymore.
He's drunk off his ass daily.
And she's cheating constantly.
Meets a lot of them in the course of his business day. He knows a lot of happily married couples, but he also knows the divorce rate in America. Marriage is like a car, Frank says.
Even this is secretly a car short?
Jen Handy is stalking you, baby.
Does our marriage have ghosts?
People have to go on liking each other in order to live together.
Nope, that's asking too much.
Man has to be able to ask, is this a good thing for me? For
Baby Marty McFly.
For the child. And the answer has to be yes, at least pretty good.
That's why we got married. It was pretty good.
I looked at you and said, I could do worse.
People could look into the minds of modern couples. How would they find that question answered?
Oh, here we go.
What are the positive values that go with the jokes about the ball and chain?
You married a chain shop?
What does marriage mean to the people who live it, day after day?
Let's ask this guy, napping outside to a Zorro soundtrack.
Filled with quiet desperation. Bang, bang, I shot you down. Bang, bang, you hit the ground.
Companionship, belonging. It's hard to hit on the right word, but that's most important in marriage. For me, anyhow.
For my wife, who knows? We never talk.
Yes, companionship. But not just being with another person. Phil is very much a gal.
What a compliment.
Ours are like going on a date, with the companionship angle added.
So it's benefits with friends?
It's mornings like this, getting up when it's still cool.
Hipsters get up before it's cool.
Alone, and yet not quite alone. Not lonely.
For a dreamer, night's the only time of day.
This has always been my way of combing out the tangles I get myself into. And she used to go into these woods with her dad when she was a kid.
Until she killed him with an axe.
Get a better team. For the chores and for the fun. When I first met her, we found we kind of liked the same things.
Only kinda.
As well as liking each other. Sure, we'll argue about where the fish are biting today, but we can settle it without anger or a feeling we're each giving in to the other.
By checking if the fish are biting today.
Meanwhile, in early settlers of New England...
I was going to say Deliverance.
Equally depressing.
She can take tough breaks without getting fussed. If the sun isn't shining, we can usually fix our troubles with a laugh. Often, Phil and I don't have to say anything, and we know what we mean.
Our telepathy has grown strong and soon will control all of mankind.
That's probably the most wonderful thing of all. That bond of relaxed silence. I can know she's with me without having to touch her or talk to her.
In fact, the less we interact, the better.
I just toss an AirTag on her and we're all set.
The silent homecoming is romantic and not passive-aggressive.
Maybe I do take a little more responsibility than I would if I'd gone out with Jack or Willie.
What's this about Jack and your Willie?
To tell the truth, I get a kick out of it. The old business of being the man of the house, making believe we're tougher or something.
I'm hanging on by a thread called performative masculinity.
Anyhow, there's a lot of things like that I've started to do since we decided to go it together. Trying to understand her crazy notions, having patience and encouraging her when she's low. Really respecting her for the terrific gal she is.
Respecting her by calling her notions crazy.
Then I keep her locked in the attic like I'm Mr. Rochester.
It's not always easy. I've got my own problems, but it sure pays off.
This is like if the interstitials in When Harry Met Sally were directed by Fritz Lang.
By wanting to give her those things, I've learned how to give them to other people. The better I am with her, the better I am with the gang in the office.
Yes, your wife should always just be your dress rehearsal for the people who matter.
This husband business.
I like Frank. I like liking him.
I like to like liking him.
It's nice to be nice to the nice.
Down inside when he's buzzing around nearby. Whether he's gay or tired.
Definitely not mutually exclusive.
Frank, like now. I feel warm and cozy.
Yeah, it shows.
When I like someone completely, without reserve, I find I like myself. I'm happy.
Which is why I look so depressed.
We're all a little like that, I guess. I can see it in Frank, the way he fusses over the house. Or the tone of his voice when he talks to Buddy.
To Buddy Hackett, loves asking him about the Shapoopy and Dinglehoppers.
Frank isn't the handsomest man in the world, or the cleverest.
And don't get me started on his hygiene.
I'm ashamed of liking him. Life isn't perfect. Sometimes when I want to stew quietly, Frank's need for action is a nuisance.
Is Frank played by Dean Stockwell?
But it doesn't last long. On the other hand, there are lots of things that interest me that he won't talk about because he finds them highbrow. We're different, but in the things that count, we never really get far from each other.
Yeah, are you trying to convince us or yourself?
I sometimes think I can see our love in Buddy, in his eyes, in his smile.
In his diaper.
It's in the air that eats. Love can be a good, healthy diet, in spite of what they say about not living on it. For growing kids, I think it's more important than vitamins.
Oh, God, she's a wellness influencer.
For young women approaching middle age, either.
Oh, now he's Desi Arnaz?
Got a match for Lucy here.
Old. Every new wrinkle, every gray hair. To tell the truth, she looks better to me every day. Kathy was always good looking. But since Buddy was born, something has happened to her looks. More peaceful.
Yeah, having kids reduces stress.
Sure, I've thought about it. Every married man does.
I've thought about hot gluing macaroni to the ceiling.
I've tried to figure out why we don't get bored with each other the way people in novels seem to do.
Well, people in novels get swept off their feet by hunky minotaurs.
Or sentient airplane seats.
Not in her. Not in me as far as she's concerned. As long as things stay the way they are, I'm a happily married man.
That sounds like an ultimatum.
Yes, it may be different from the movie version, but
this is the movie version.
I go for, and not just as wife or companion or mother of my kid,
but as Grand Chancellor of a secret society.
5 years, I want to touch her and kiss her and hold her in my arms.
Denny from The Room, the later years.
And maybe that's funny, but it's also wonderful. Maybe it's just because we've played it straight.
Like Leslie Nielsen.
I'm not kidding her, and she's not holding anything back. The more we're together, the more we like each other.
He looks like a stoned Jack Lemmon and sounds like a stoned Jimmy Stewart.
We give up and try finding it somewhere else. We looked at each other instead, clearly, as we really were, and we liked what we saw.
He's doodling all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
Her look good. Nor do brains and strength make a pretty girl any less feminine.
Maybe you should tell her this, because she seems pretty insecure about your relationship.
Well, time to go silently drift off to sleep next to each other.
The guy that prefers a pretty gal to a beautiful woman has got an awful lot to learn.
About the words that are basically synonyms.
Get that man a thesaurus.
Dad is solid.
He's not liquid or gaseous.
Now and whenever I need him. You mightn't think so to see us operate.
You might yell, ditch that loser.
I always seem to be doing things for him, and he seems to depend on my doing them. A stranger might wonder how he got along before I met him.
I do all the emotional labor.
But that's not really how I feel about it. Take his work, for instance.
Please.
There's a lot of math to be done in connection with this building competition he's entered. He could do it alone, of course. But it happens that I'm pretty good at math. And so we agreed that I would do part of it.
For 0 extra pay.
It's work, sure. But it's fun, too. And the fact that he trusts me to do it well is what I call respect. And respect is something very important to me.
Shall we find out what it means to you?
How did it ever get to be so late? I'll have to fly to get to that clinic on time.
She can fly? Wow, she is too good for him.
Looks like I'll have to start changing a lot of habits. Even though the baby isn't due for another 6 months.
God, this short doesn't have any funny bits with snapping rubber bands.
Routine. We've only just settled down into this way of life. And now, that must be Chad already. I am late.
All right, have fun at work, whatever your name is.
The old goof. I think he's beginning to behave like a proud papa.
That sounds like positive proof that he's not such a goof.
I like to get lunch for him, but on days like this, I simply can't. Everything is ready. I'm sure he doesn't mind coping for himself.
Oh no, it's going to be a lost meme?
Funny, I always thought I'd be scared, but I'm not. Not of this, nor what's coming. Chad told me I wouldn't be. When the time comes, he said, your whole body gets ready for it.
Oh, suddenly he's the expert.
So does your mind. And he's right. He's always doing that, encouraging me, making me feel that I can stand on my own feet. He's a real person, and he expects me to be a real person, too.
Unfortunately, I occupy an ethereal space between realities. It's inconvenient.
Of course I don't mind waiting.
How dare you question it?
It's what I gave up pathology for. It's to be a woman like all these other women.
Yeah, you look like you have 0 second thoughts about this.
In the most complete sense. It's part of the big thing behind Chad and me. Neither one of us needs the other to live or breathe for him.
We have our own lungs, I swear.
We're not ashamed to depend on each other once in a while. As a team, we're going to be hard to beat.
We're going to take Penn State down.
These marriages are not perfect.
I'll say.
But all in all, they seem to work. And they work in proportion to the emotional maturity of the partners.
Oh, honey, maybe we are in trouble.
Geez, you were right. It is Rear Window Babies.
Accepting herself. A simple, good-natured soul who likes to love and be loved. To be sure, Frank might read more than the sports page if he wanted to be a better companion for his wife and family. But Kathy knows what she's looking for.
Someone functionally illiterate.
And she'll do what it takes to get it. Big things and little things. No one expects anyone.
It's the Spanish Inquisition?
We're going to spend a quiet evening at home.
I'm ready to throw this record if it turns out to be a zombie.
Oh, of course, Jim Kieran.
Of course.
He did promise to drop the list of new Kiwanis members. Come on in for a few minutes, Jim.
Nah, I don't like you.
But sure, we're not doing a thing this evening. Kathy could easily do without the Kierans tonight. But Frank knows he may need Jim's vote when the council meets next week on that zoning proposition.
A lot of backstory to drop this late.
Come. Well, that's the end of Mozart for tonight.
The Kierans hate Mozart.
But Frank usually knows what he's doing. And so the Hartfords entertain the Kierans.
With interpretive dance.
It isn't exactly what either family planned or exactly what the ladies wanted. But it won't be such a bad evening.
Marriage is all about sacrificing what the ladies want to appease the menfolk.
The whole team at work. Stresses, safety factors, underpinnings. The competition only has a month to go, and the second floor drawings haven't even been started. Who can that be at this hour? Not Molly or Jack Haslett?
It's Jim Kieran looking for any excuse to get away from Frank and Kathy.
Bill Martin. Be nice to see him and Eve soon.
Yeah, they say they never want to see us again.
What's that? They want us to go to the movies tonight? Of course we can't, darling.
The only thing playing is Tron Ares, and we refuse on principle.
Sure, but I just told him we were spending the evening at home. But Phyllis is a big girl, too.
Yeah, sound more condescending.
Spend her time helping Chad. She's going to see that something comes of it. She's given up her career for the marriage, but that doesn't mean she's turned into a playgirl.
He only reads her for the articles.
And Chad has grown up enough to adjust.
I can't go, grumble, grumble, grumble.
So grown up.
What he wants most and letting the other go. He'd like to spend the evening with the Martins.
Steve and Short?
Finish the job. He knows he's lucky to have a wife who knows what he wants most.
Yeah, he looks so happy.
They're just both so joyous.
Meanwhile, back there, Edward G. Robinson threatens to kill that guy.
There are no boys in a modern marriage. No one who is right all the time, or even most of the time.
Everyone's always equally
No
wrong.
slaves. There are people who feel pushed around, even part of the time. Moderns are rather proud of being free.
Don't tread on modern.
Freedom in marriage is mostly freedom to give.
And give without taking. Modern marriage from Andy.
Use it and enjoy it.
Meanwhile, in a Wonder Bread commercial,
This pleasuring. It's the stuff that fans are made of. It's what marriage is all about.
Robert Oppenheimer?
The real difference between an adult and a child. A child must get in order to live and enjoy life.
So a child's the anti-Mandy.
An adult has enough for himself, and so he can afford to give.
Wait, that is Dr. Wade. Dr. Wade, the doctor from The Doctor. I riffed it 2 years ago, remember?
Honey, I don't actually watch your show.
How many of these clips just come from other shorts? Damn it, McGraw-Hill, this is choosing a classroom film all over again.
Baby,
Someone else.
you okay?
No.
Sense of sacrifice or loss.
Ah, called it. Lost me.
A husband and wife who have learned to give freely to each other and to their family.
Orville Redenbacher?
Happy marriage.
Gertrude Stein?
That kind of love is not new.
American Gothic off the clock? Or does this come from another short too?
And the only place it exists, in themselves.
Elevator's broken. We're stuck up here.
Adult. Not by looking for their happiness in the bewildering world around them, or by running away from their problems to a dream world of romance. If they are old enough to marry, they should be adult enough to face the responsibility of making that marriage work.
Or just make the cat do the labor.
Equally. That's what Chad and Phyllis, Frank and Kathy, and so many young couples.
Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice.
I lost the instructions. How do you finish a Sandsburg?
How else can grown-ups find the sense of satisfaction, the dignity,
Always dignity,
the grace, the inner happiness of a full life? Marriage is still a goal for moderns.
So come see Thoroughly Modern Marriage.
Featuring Marriage Tyler Moore.
Well, honey, what did we learn about marriage?
Well, babe, I learned that I'm glad we didn't get married until after talking to your spouse was invented.
Well, that was Marriage Today, or more accurately, Marriage 75 years ago. And I would like to thank my partner in Marriage Today, Allie, for joining me on this riff. But mostly I want to thank her for the best 5 years of marriage anyone could possibly ask for. She's out work right now, but I'll thank her when she gets home. I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but for joining me on a Patreon live stream over 3 years ago to start brainstorming jokes for this riff. Yeah, I first had an eye on this short over half my marriage ago. If you would like to join the next Patreon live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access, and additional pledges get you additional perks. For instance, at $3, you can hear the podcast Allie and I do together, At Home with the Dogginses, so you can hear us joke around without the depressing short playing under it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to have dinner ready by the time Allie gets home, so I'm off to go cook an invisible meal. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off. And a happy Dick Trace-sember to one and all. I hope everyone is decorating their Tracy trees, kissing their loved ones under the Dixeltoe, remembering the Magi's gifts of Chester Gold, Chester Frankincense, and Chester Myrrh. And a jolly Lawrence Wickland to all. Out of the way, credits, I'm trying to see the Pier 39 Sea Lions. And Chester Frankincense and Chester Myrrh, as established. Whatever happened to Dick Traceability? So which of these four writers pitched that Dick would just keep on surviving things? Ralph Bird sounds like a fifth-tier forgotten Looney Tunes character. Like, we're talking sub-Peter Puma level. Wedgwood Noel, the angels did say. Chapter 7, The Ghost Town Mystery, an excuse for me to make even more Knott's Berry Farm jokes than usual. Just against society as a whole? Pretty big task, but okay. Wait, the facial reconstruction and removal of ability to distinguish also took his memory? Man, Moloch's surgeries are thorough. So his whole motivation is just waiting for a chance to show off. Western Division. Great, you know Ghost Town's gonna be crowded if the Western entrance is open. They've been understudies and mascots, now they're just buddies. She did? I believe you, I just genuinely don't remember that happening. Did Moloch take my memory too? Alright, you're telling us he's been dragged beneath the ocean, so we'll just pick up from when he gets dragged beneath the ocean, right? No, of course not. Boy, these two are really showing their shoulders off to each other. So, like, did this henchman have it in his contract that we'd just see this fight again, and not the half-dozen other guys that Tracy punched around last time?
We have no time to lose.
Let's hurry before Kelsey Grammer and Rip Torn show up.
Tell Captain Starkey to stand by. Leave at once.
Here is Randolph's formula for nickelanium.
My government appreciates your efficiency.
Oh, no you don't. Only our government is allowed to appreciate efficiency. Bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum. Such a casual flicking of the submerge lever. Making Christmas. Now we gotta cut loose, foot loose. Save yourself from this noose. This was me learning how to tie my shoes as a kid.
Police, beat it!
Just local police? What's the threshold for when you fight and when you escape? Frodo's gonna need to pull him up. Dun da 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 da. Come on, Steve, another rope? That's what got me into this mess. You know, I genuinely appreciate a cliffhanger resolution that actually requires being rescued, and not just escaping by escaping or surviving by surviving. Can you go one chapter without getting wet?
Some of the men got away with the spotter, Dick, but we captured a few. Anyway, the formula's safe. Come on.
Is it? I honestly couldn't tell in the chaos.
Mr. Tracy?
Junior, how did you get here?
Oh, Junior hid in the car. He's the one that sent for the police.
Good work, Junior.
Hiding in cars is good. Hiding in planes is bad. Death Valley Johnny is a famous character? Actually famous or Famous Studios famous?
It'll be worthwhile for us to contact Death Valley Johnny if the Spider's plans involve him.
Just because you find a random newspaper article doesn't mean the Spider's plans have anything to do with it. What, do the Spider's plans also involve Slylock Fox? Tarantino's lost all his subtlety.
It is most important that we find this secret mine.
So you've just moved on to this rather than trying again with Nickelanium or the furs or the Mogra necklace?
Everything is in readiness. We will be the only ones to learn the secret of the man who calls himself Death Valley Johnny.
I'm sorry, you just can't sound ominous saying that name, no matter what transition follows it.
Death Valley Johnny.
I should say we have. He's right over there in the midst of all those reporters.
He's been hanging out with Emperor Norton all morning. Can you make them leave?
Wait, I gotta have a cigar.
This is my favorite Red Skelton character. Aw, does Dick have a crush?
I got a dozen. I ought to be able to get one. Wait a minute, boys. Will you have a cigar?
Let's celebrate the birth of my baby gold mine.
You're a great guy, Johnny. Will I give you the headlines or will I give you the headlines?
Seems like he has plenty of headlines already.
Get the print the best one. Hello, boys. Have a cigar.
No, thanks. I don't use them.
Ice up, Pinocchio. I'm not becoming a donkey.
Smoke a cigarette.
Oh, cigarettes, eh?
Yeah, pansy.
Well, sit down and let's have a powwow.
No, we don't mind if we do.
Don't mind if I smoke.
No, go right ahead.
Help yourself.
What newspaper are you boys from?
I'm from Chicago Tribune, but Steve's original to this serial.
Federal Bureau of Investigation. This is my assistant, Steve Lockwood.
Wait, I'm an assistant? I thought we were equal partners.
We're here in your interest. We have reason to believe a certain criminal ring may cause you trouble.
Well, I'm a lazy horn toad.
And a poor man's Walter Brennan.
A coyote trying to get his greasy paws on my specimen gold, eh?
No, the coyotes steal from the pie-making bear, not the prospector. Get your Knots lore straight.
I've guarded the whereabouts of that mine for nigh on to 20 years. And no hombre's going to get it away from me. Besides, the gold won't be mine after 10 o'clock tonight.
I traded it to a Nigerian prince.
Does anyone beside yourself know where the gold is?
No, sir.
I kept the secret of that mine in my head, and I ain't gonna open my yap until those jewelers sign on the dotted line.
I love this guy. He should get the and credit instead of Oscar and Elmer.
From New York jewelers. And, it a good stiff figure, too.
Dick is as charmed by Johnny as Sam Casey is by Buffalo.
It's been a pleasure meeting you, sir, and I hope your deal turns out as you expect. If I can help you in any way, let me know.
Well, ain't never needed a G-man yet, but you never can tell.
You never can tell. This serial's catchphrase.
Glad to have met up with you.
Goodbye. So long.
So long.
If Captain America had a single character as whimsical as this guy, my last year would have been far less painful. And the misaligned / transition. And enough of that, now the backslashes. Oh, for God's sake, another Fred Clark lookalike? He's too obscure for me to keep comparing guys to.
No reason for this delay. I'm always punctual in my appointments.
Well, sure, brag about it, Wendell.
Oh, will you stop that confounded tapping?
That's what Stanley Donen said when he was finally done with Gene. An ingenue from a Preston Sturges movie is in this meeting?
What can be keeping that lawyer? Clark said he'd have him here by 10 o'clock.
Fred Clark said that. Screw it, I'm steering into referencing him now. Kids, Fred Clark was one of the 4 actors to play Burns and Allen's neighbor, Harry.
Nolan is my name. Mr. Clark sent me to render my legal services on his behalf.
Which was inconvenient since I'm busy directing The Odyssey.
Mr. Noble, Mr. Wickland.
Gentlemen.
And Mr. Death Valley Johnny.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
Take a chair and we'll get to business immediately. Meeting will come to order.
Death Valley John C. Reilly.
As per our agreement, we have deposited $500,000 to the credit of Mr. Johnny.
For that much money, shouldn't they know his legal name?
Time that he shall turn over all properties referred to in this agreement.
For a chapter called The Ghost Town Mystery, there's surprisingly little log ride.
If you say so, it's right.
Sign right here.
Yeah, sure. Say you sure this is right and in order?
Absolutely, sir. Provided you can produce the specimen gold.
Specimen gold, specimen gold. He's busy writing a screed about these consarned kids today. I think this is for you. It says, do you like me? Check yes or no.
Now, sir, I suppose you won't mind disclosing the whereabouts of your hidden mine. I suppose the specimen gold is kept there.
You're doing an awful lot of supposing.
I'll draw you a map.
The mine is located across the train tracks, before the Hello Dolly fountain. If you see the Johnny Rockets and Berry Tales, you've gone too far.
Ain't no trick in finding it once you get on the right track.
Less of a map drawing and more of a postcard.
That ought to be plain and simple like.
That will be fine.
Just fine. I'm so happy about it.
Mr. Nolan, I'd like to see that map if you don't mind. I must say your actions...
He ominously reaches for his parking stub for validation. I continue to not quite understand which murders require the flashlight and which ones don't. Hurry, Adam West is on his way up the side of this wall. Hey, he's just one building over. Should we chase him, or...
Hello.
I mean, Dick showed us gunshots are survivable.
Are you calling a doctor?
No, I'm calling the police.
Never mind the police. Call Dick Tracy. I want Dick Tracy.
I met one lawman once, and I only trust him.
Dick Tracy. Yes, Dick Tracy.
Wait, now he's in serious condition?
He's putting up a great fight, but there's not much hope. We'll know better after the anesthetic wears off.
Let me have his clothes, will you, Doctor? There might be some clue in them which will prove of value to me.
Of course.
No questions asked. Take this man's clothes without his consent.
Well, certainly, Doctor.
Johnny, you're the only man I've ever loved.
I'm hunting for those yellow coyotes, Johnny.
Coyote vs. Acme is not as fun as I expected, but it does have a cartoony transition. CSI, Great Depression.
Reddish brown. It's copper quartz, all right. Now, Gwen, let's see another. Check copper quartz specifications found in the Geological Atlas. Find out what locations this type of quartz can be found in.
Right.
Dick Tracy spends more time in the lab than Mr. Wizard. Steve taking a break to read erotic manga?
Think we're getting anywhere, Dick?
We're taking the chance that Death Valley Johnny wore the same boots here as he wore around his secret mine.
A lot of effort to spend on a chance.
And if the specimen of copper isn't too common, we may get a direct lead to the place in time to stop the spider ring from accomplishing its purpose. Now, here it is, California.
Thunderhead Mountains in Death Valley.
Big Thunderhead Mountain Railroad?
Gold Acre Mine. Produced 100,000 tons annually. The stuff's rare.
Almost as rare as seeing Woodstock and Camp Snoopy.
Located near Coyote Wells. The mine shut down in 1905 when the town was deserted.
Ghost town, eh?
Let's put a berry stand there.
Gwen, phone the airport. Tell them to have my plane ready.
Okay, they're almost done gluing it back together.
Dagnabbit.
This Jeopardy buzzer's broken.
Put one over on me, do they?
Why is there a taco on the wall?
Here, sir. You're a sick man. Hey, where... Hey, listen, I'm not sick. The way you folks act, you think I never been shot before.
This guy rules. This cereal should be about him.
Clothes.
He hasn't any fever.
No, what do you hold my hand for?
So having him under anesthesia just slowed things down, huh?
Say, I want to see Dick Tracy, and you get him for me quick.
All right, nurse. Call Dick Tracy.
Yes, doctor.
And listen, young lady, you tell him to make this hospital give me back my pants.
Sorry, your insurance doesn't cover that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I will.
Yeah, and don't you tell me I'm sick. I know, but there's nothing the matter with me.
Windshield wipers back.
Right over. Yes, I'll bring his clothes. Mike, will you get the car? We're driving right over to the hospital. You get right back to bed, young man.
Yes, ma'am.
This looks like a job for Suit Boy.
And now the forward and the backslash are running away from each other. You know, this is still less repetitive than Captain America, but I'd be okay if we never go back and forth between a lab and a plane again. So we're looking for the Zeppelin again, or where are we in this story?
All right, I guess you can go.
Okay, you talked me into it.
Death Valley is an HO scale? Wow, we're falling! Oh, or we're landing gently. Oh no, we're crashing! Or not, whatever. Animal's head is going to burst through that roof.
Spooky looking place, isn't it?
Looks dead enough, but you never can tell.
You never can tell. Take a shot. A gang of aspiring Wilsons from Home Improvement?
They may have heard our plane land. Let's separate in case of an ambush.
Yeah, you'll be safer isolated from each other. The flash flood overflowed and wiped out most of 6 points. Now, is the Cameo Kate show happening over here, or is it at the Birdcage this year? Where are these fence faces relative to our heroes? He's impersonating the Searchlight from Casablanca. Yeah, this knoll is grassy enough to do in a pinch. Yeah, I got dust in my eyes.
Steve.
Boy, the Mayfields have gotten a lot less friendly. Are these the guys who are in the fence? I don't know. Again, the fistfights have slightly more variety than Caps did, but not enough. Let me sleep, just 5 more minutes. Why did I stand still for a full second so you could hit me more easily? It's springtime, a new scene is blooming.
Look in the hip pockets of them pants, sonny, and give me what you find.
Ugh, you never want to hear an old man say that to a child.
Go to your mind, so I came in his place.
Huh?
Whoa.
How did you know where my mind was?
We were able to trace the location by the quartz particles still sticking to your boots.
It was kind of a plot cul-de-sac since we could have just waited 5 minutes for you to wake up, I guess.
He should never have gone out there without first talking to me. Now, there's something awful dangerous in that mine if you don't know just where it is.
Oh, he already knows about the Garner Holt animatronics.
That's it, Sonny. Give it to me.
But tell me, what is there in the mine that's so dangerous?
Next bed over, Buddy Hackett is getting a strawberry malted right before his death.
You better ring for the nurse.
Yeah, great contribution, Mike.
Mike, we'll have to drive like mad to Death Valley to prevent Dick from going into that mine.
It's only about 500 miles from San Francisco to Death Valley. The Proclaimers could walk that.
You better wait outside. I'll see what I can do for him.
All right, what fun scene transition are we getting now? Oh, come on. Seriously, the feds haven't raided this hideout yet? Oh, there's the transition.
Come on, you guys, snap into it.
The Slim Jim, I mean. That guy's no Woody Boyd. So to join the Spider Gang, you have to be just kind of okay with a rope.
Try and back of the...
Hey, is this the same set as Whitey's from a different angle? Because you probably should have put a few more episodes between these two so we'd forget. Okay, everyone's just surviving getting shot. Maybe Steve had Marty McFly's makeshift bulletproof vest?
Look, there's the wing.
Oh, that's what's making the noisiest noise in all of Noisedom? Thanks for pointing it out. Clunk. Death Valley, played by Bree from the Finnish Lord of the Rings TV series.
The wing! The spider's here. Come on, man.
Aren't we the spider? Isn't it the name of the ring? Or is it the name of our leader? And if so, why do we also call him the lame one? Saddest Macy's balloon ever.
Land only long enough to load the specimen gold aboard.
Specimen gold. All right, fellas, let's do exactly what we did last night, but without me standing still for you to punch me. Dick, there's no room behind the bar. Just go around it. How to very much be seen. Wow, driving from San Francisco to Death Valley in record time. California must have been so easy to drive through before freeways.
Well, I don't know. Some guy creased me with a bullet last night. I haven't seen Dick since.
Oh, we must find him. There's something in the mine he doesn't know about.
I'll say there is.
Again, great contribution, Mike. So Death Valley Johnny got this place from the De La Vegas? Quick, to the shaft at the end of the tunnel that the title will call a Vault of Vengeance for some reason. He's got a gun! That was enough to make us run away before. But not this time, I guess. And safe. Ginger Rogers is doing the same thing forward in heels. I'm sure this pile of rubble isn't ominous. Okay, so the wood planks weren't heavy enough to fall through the quicksand. Hey, it's actually a refreshing hot spring down here.
Here's a shot I sure won't miss.
Yeah, brag about your aim when he's trapped in a small hole. And Dick's dead, so the next fight is in heaven, up in the clouds. Well, that was the Ghost Town mystery. You know, that was mostly not false advertising, that title. There were sequences in a ghost town. Not much of a mystery, though. You know, not exactly a Benoit Blanc whodunit. I guess a shot man woke up, but not a dead man. I would like to thank my patrons, not only for their continued financial support, but for joining me on Patreon live streams to brainstorm jokes for this riff. These fine folks warned me about the dangerous things in this chapter when I didn't know where to look for them. If you would like to join the next live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And at $2, you can see early and bonus videos. For instance, right now you can see not only this month's upcoming Christmas riff, but also the main channel's upcoming Decemberween offering. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to Ghost Town before it gets completely blocked off by the line for the Snoopy Ice Show. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off.
Who started up a forgotten 80s game console? They made a logo out of a weekly pill case. Oh god, is Jonathan Taylor Thomas in this one? Well, it's got the Newhart font. That's encouraging. If this turns out to also be about bicycle safety, you're on thin ice, Centron. Whoa, materializing baby Curtis Sliwa. I see a red door and a child wearing black. It's a very Newsies Christmas. You wake up and find yourself in a door frame. Your inventory contains one small coin purse. Obvious exits are south, east, and west. Tiny Tim in Taxi Driver. Boy, sounds like Hamsar's going to town on that paintbrush. Bedford Falls looks so different in color. Well, Thomas and Martha Wayne aren't gonna mug themselves. It sounds like somebody sedated Vince Guaraldi, like George Winston is having a depressive episode, like David Benoit is making a desperate cry for help. Can't believe Ted Turner colorized the bus driver. Is nothing sacred? That mom is fully indifferent to her kids beating the crap out of each other. When does Mr. Conductor show up? She's typing shaving a haircut?
Well, I just sold the last ticket for tonight.
Oh, typical Christmas Eve.
ADR by Lily Tomlin.
I need a ticket to Baldwin.
Which one? Alex, Stephen, Billy? There's no right answer.
Season, all the seats are sold.
I want to get home.
I come on the sloop John B. Sounds like Miss Othmar is starting to learn English. I do not remember Planes, Trains, and Automobiles being so depressing. Where did Paterno and Brewster go? POV, you're Alfred Hitchcock at the beginning of North by Northwest. Fine, I shall carefully collect my money, but it sure would be a shame if something were to happen to your bus station.
Hey, kid. Wait a minute.
I want to reject you again. It was fun.
You driving over to your brother's place after work?
Gene Hackman and Brenda Fricker together at last.
Sure.
I'll abduct a child. Why not? Who's playing Bo Hanson's Lord of the Rings album? Meanwhile, in Pod People. I've already asked for 8 bathroom breaks. I feel awkward asking again. Must be hard to drive with a 10,000 watt spotlight shining on your face.
Maybe you better not go on alone tonight.
It's Christmas Eve. I want to get home.
Holiday at home? If that's what you want, weirdo. Oh, this kid needs to be warned about hitchhiking by a McGruff song. Okay, when is Rod Serling coming out? I hate it when I drive past myself. What is this, Eureka?
Be sure to tell him Lethargic Marge sent ya. And next to that 6, this idiot kid's gonna write a 7. How does it feel to be one of the beautiful people? Hey, Agnes, there's a ghost kid on the lawn again. Grab my proton pack. Green Day saw this kid walking alone and inspiration struck. A lot of footprints leading up to the porch there, so either there's a huge party inside or this is the 17th take. Kramer babies were bursting through your door. Mr. Feeney? Well, well, I see you've discovered my lair, Mr. Bond. Okay, we're both dressed as Lumberjack Andre Gregory.
I wanted to go home.
But now that I'm here, I have second thoughts.
I know.
Yeah, thanks, Han Solo.
I wanted to see Mom and Dad again. And the big Christmas tree we used to have. Remember?
Well, I remember the tree, but Mom and Dad not ringing a bell.
I remember.
Say, do you remember that guy Larry next door?
I wanted the feeling again. You remember the warm feeling?
He's zoning out trying to remember if he taped Diagnosis Murder.
Christmas Eve. I wanted to go back home once more.
For a legacy sequel.
You can't go back.
I know. But I wanted to.
So this kid is what, the ghost of this old guy's childhood? Why did he have to drag the people at the bus station into this? A Very Mystery Lodge Christmas. Hi, audience. You may be wondering what's going on here. Well, me too. Ornaments, that's what I forgot this year. Like needles from the pine, so are the days of our lives. Well, time for my nightly mug of Baja Blast. He seems unfazed, but for all we know, this guy is visited by the ghost of himself at every age once an hour. Oh, shrill, obnoxious carolers. That'll cure you of your nostalgia for Christmas. Uh-oh, a story without end is starting. What the hell is that thing?
Yes?
Dad?
Son, is that you?
No, it's a random stranger calling you, Dad.
Wait.
What?
Oh, we're coming to get you.
Barbara?
But you live so far away.
Yeah, but Mike McGurk's driving. Didn't you see how fast he got to Death Valley from San Francisco?
Spend Christmas with us. We'll be there pretty soon, Dad.
I don't want to be a burden, John.
Look, you can be as independent as you want for the rest of the year, but we're bringing you home for Christmas.
Oh, for crying out loud, son, I don't want to see you. I want to stay home and watch the Playboy Channel.
Bye, Dad.
Goodbye.
So, why did this family wait until the literal last second to make their Christmas plans? Ringo?
And what happened then? Well, in Whoville, they say that the old man's old age shrunk 8 decades that day. Hey, Grandpa, you turned into a child again? Okay, we'll roll with it.
Sorry we're late. We're gonna have been traveling too long. Look at you cold thing out there.
Let's go home.
And try to forget this baffling short ever happened. Oof, Charlie Brown's Tree could beat this one up. Merry Christmas from a video toaster star of Bethlehem. Ah, thanks, Centron. This one will haunt my every waking moment with its sheer perplexity.
Well, that was Home for Christmas. Yeah, I got nothing. I would like to thank my patrons not only for their continued financial support, but also for joining me on some Patreon-exclusive live streams to brainstorm jokes for this riff. These fine folks gave me a ride and noticed joke opportunities, even though they didn't notice the second me on the side of the road. If you would like to join the next Patreon live stream, even a $1 pledge gets you access. And at $2, you can see this month's Decemberween offering before it premieres on the main channel. We're going to be taking a little break from releasing new riffs, but there will be compilations of the riffs from the past year available every week in January. And new riffs will return in February. So have a wonderful holiday season, and until next year, this is Dave, signing off. From toys from Fangamer to games from game makers, Homestar Runner and Strong Bad have become quite the advertising spokesman for their own products as of late, but which one of their ads are my favorites? Welcome to the annual Decemberween D-List, the show where I list Homestar Runner related things and my name begins with a D. And you may recall that last year, I ranked my favorite fake commercials from HomestarRunner.com, which is a format particularly well suited to the Brothers Chap's sensibilities as they skewer the half-remembered pop culture of their youth.
Low rate, percent signs, I don't know.
And it's no wonder the Brothers Chaps eventually were able to deftly adapt that style into real promotional material. Shorts that were just as funny and slightly off-kilter as their fake commercials, they just happen to be built around real products instead of fictional ones. Admittedly, that does make up most of their output over the last several years, but I'm not judging. They got a lot of cool products they want people to know about. I'm sure if I had a product I was selling, like say a collection of my MST3K style riffs on DVD and digital download, I'd probably be doing the same thing. But yeah, today I'm counting down my favorite Homestar Runner real commercials. And I'm ranking them based on how entertaining the commercials themselves are, not how much I like the product being advertised. Partially because I don't actually own all these products yet. I own a lot of them, but I haven't gotten to all of them yet because I'm, broke. But I can watch the commercials for free, so let's riggedy roll. Number 9. Strong Sad Paunch Baby. Strong Sad is a Beanie Baby, several decades too late for it to be trendy. He's still more trendy than most of his brother's stuff, though.
Ever fear you're having too much fun?
I love it. The pitch for this ad is you need this as a depressant if you're having too much fun.
Sounds like you need a paunch.
Honestly, they could have just sold that Teen Girl Squad cornhole board and that would have been enough.
Got a friend who's feeling down? Let Strong Sad Paunch Baby make it even worse.
And then they try to invent trendy games the kids might like.
The Paunchback Kid, Tube Thoop, the 4 Snifty, and the Soft Serve Flop.
I don't have this yet, and it's not just because I'm plenty depressed enough on my own. I would love a Strong Sad beanbag. I'd love beanbags of all the characters in addition to regular type plushes of them. But let's be real, the only way I can afford all the Homestar merch is if all y'all buy way more of my merch.
Oh yeah, these are looking real good.
Yeah, I don't think this barbecue needed help being more depressing. Number 8. Homestar Anniversary merch. I don't have any of the items promoted here yet, but how often do I get to talk about a Homestar video that dropped this recently?
Did you know Homestar Runner's old as crap?
This isn't a promo for a single item, but for a whole wave of items from Fangamer celebrating 25.coms. So it doesn't really spoof a specific commercial style or pretend to be some other sort of video. It's just a pretty straightforward, normal ad on its own, just with good jokes.
I remember Lycos. There was a dog.
That's great. Good jokes and creepy old burrito faces. First, Strong Bad and Homestar talk about the return of some classic shirts.
There's my champ stamp on the back, commemorating 25 years.
Let's not call it that.
Then we get a mini six-sided die as Strong Sad lays out the playing cards.
It's Homestar Runner playing cards with original artwork on all 54 cards.
And then we return to Peasantry for probably one of the most exciting merch announcements imaginable. Again, haven't gotten it yet, hopefully will someday, but frankly, I'm just surprised it took this long for this to exist.
Flesh does not move raw, burn it, or devour human flesh. Oh, man!
Also, a Spee Mail came out a few days after this video, and it was a good one. In the Lap Year list from 2 years ago, I'd rank it between number 3, Parenting, and number 4, Spee Mail 206. And in the original top 20 list, I'd rank it between number 12, Date, and number 13, Crazy Cartoon. Number 7. Strong Bad sings on vinyl. So first, there was one of the fake commercials I talked about last year.
Every time that I look at myself, I can't believe how awesome I am.
Then 3 years later, they made it into a real product, but they didn't promote it in video format, so they didn't update the fake commercial for it. But then, 18 years after that, they re-released that real product in a different format, and then they updated the fake commercial into a real commercial.
You've got an ugly butt and a stupid butt.
Strong Bad sings on vinyl.
And yeah, I had to buy this, even though I already bought it twice on CD, and I mostly only listen to music on YouTube anymore anyway, but like, we got a record player as a wedding gift. I'm not gonna have this on record. Or this turntable mat, for that matter.
All the hits!
But he also fights the crime, but not as much. Danger-esque.
Some of the misses.
She's spinning me around.
Hey, that's no way to talk about the 5th best song on the album, according to me 5 years ago. We do get a montage of the album cuts of the songs dubbing clips from the original tunes the songs are from, which I had to do manually when I was ranking this album, so now the brothers themselves know a little bit of what I went through.
Strong Bad sings like you've never heard it before!
That you were so stupid, but...
Well, like exactly like you've heard it before, but now it's on a bigger circle! Act now, or probably whenever, and we'll sell you this vinyl slip mat absolutely for an additional price!
Nobody can use the cadence of advertising to subvert advertising tropes while still genuinely advertising something like the Brothers Chaps.
Strong Bad sings and other type hits available on all the stuff that he just said, except the screen has more numbers and an address.
Sure, maybe updating the fake commercial for the fake product into a real commercial for a real product may not be particularly surprising or creative on a conceptual level, but come on, if they hadn't done this, we would have all been disappointed, and they executed it excellently. Number 6. Kick the Cheat plush returns. The original and long out of print plush comes back in a new version, heralded by a nature video.
No one has seen this elusive creature for 18 years. It has to be extinct.
No way! I know it's out there! We're so close I can smell it!
I was so psyched that Kick the Cheat is back. It was one of my biggest fandom regrets that I never got the original version before it went away. And now... I still haven't gotten the new version yet. I haven't gotten it yet because I'm, broke, but I'm really hoping I have more time this time around. Anyway, the return of Kick the Cheat is good news for everyone except for shady online resellers.
What about my overpriced online auctions? I gotta make a living somewhat.
I'm sorry to cheat. I don't know what I'm doing with my puppet life.
Ooh, what if there was a puppet Lil Brother? It's probably best there's not. The world is not emotionally ready for that.
And a new zippered voice box pouch so you can change batteries.
You can hide the cash and jewels inside of it.
Considering they already made a whole video about what a hassle replacing the batteries was long after these guys were out of stock, I can see why this was a big selling point.
Bringing this beloved endangered species back from the stink of extinction.
That's just a top-notch spoonerism. Every time I think I can't be caught off guard by another delightful Brothers Chappian linguistic twist, they get me again.
Thanks to unethical genetic techniques, they've made him better than ever.
Treating the doll like a real endangered animal is such a simple but perfect joke, and the ad milks it for exactly as long as it's funny.
It's truly a miracle of nature that this beautiful creature has been saved.
Now let's kick the crap out of him! Ah!
Look, more of these are for more recent products because in the old days of the website, they just put a link to new merch on the homepage of the website, and that was how they told us about new merch. They didn't need to make whole videos about it. But now that more people are watching their stuff on YouTube, they gotta tell people on YouTube when they have cool new stuff. Number 5. Talkin' Strong Bad plush doll commercial. This is a parody of the My Buddy doll commercials, but with a Strong Baddian flair.
My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. Wherever I go, he goes.
Talking Strong Bad, he's my bud boy, a cute little version of me. Holy crap!
And I'm just gonna say it, a much catchier jingle than the My Buddy jingle.
Talking Strong Bad, a real live plush toy. He says different things when you squeeze him.
I don't know, a puppet playing with a doll just feels unnatural. But Strong Bad loving a doll of himself feels quite natural.
I love you. What the crap?
The doll not quite loving him in return also tracks.
Talkin' Strong Bad is a posable plush doll that says 15 different phrases.
Let's say upwards of 14 phrases instead. That sounds more impressive.
If anything, this ad undersells the doll and doesn't make it clear that the doll itself has even more jokes.
Hey kids, I'm talking hose doll. What? What do you mean by plush doll's been canceled?
But it's still a delightful little commercial that'll get stuck in your head forever. Number 4. The Strong Bad's Cool Game for Attractive People ads. I do still have this game, but I'm not sure if I still have a device that it's actually playable on. I need to test it out on, like, all my various laptops, but the laptop it did work on, I don't think that laptop itself works anymore. I don't know, maybe I can emulate it, but either way, there were 2 of these released on April 10, 2008. On the Homestar site, there was a fake Spee-mail.
Dear Strong Bad, you need to make a 3D Strong Bad video game with all the burst graphics.
Even before the 3D camera starts moving, seeing Strong Bad move in this high of a frame rate is unsettling but intriguing.
Or did you mean like this? Give me that camera! Ah! Ooh, look at that voluptuous belly. Wow. Down the stairs. Ooh, pizza. That's 3 weeks on.
Hey, watch where you're pointing that 3D!
I will admit this ad oversells the 3D-ness of this game. I'm sure some fans saw Strong Bad running around the house here from a POV angle and were expecting an FPS from this and not an adventure game with largely fixed camera angles. But fortunately for me, adventure games with largely fixed camera angles are my preferred game format, baby!
From the people who made that game, Rabbit Dog and Bunnyman!
Okay, I was a big enough Sam & Max fan already that I don't automatically call them Rabbit Dog and Bunnyman every time I see them, but probably like 50% of the time I see them, that's the phrase in my head.
And the geniuses responsible for Trogdor, Let's Burninate Phonics.
Okay, I really want to play some of these boring-looking Videlectrix edutainment games. Where are they? Are you keeping them from us brothers, chaps?
Comes a 3D point-and-click-em-up adventure that will quite literally leave your Wii console a smoldering crater.
Game will not literally leave your Wii console a smoldering crater.
Technically a clearer disclaimer than Butterdaw.
But I sent them this concept art, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna stick close to my vision.
Don't worry, Strong Bad, they'll use your design eventually. You just have to play through a lot to get to it.
Presenting Strong Bad's Cool Game for Attractive People! Or if you want to get in on the ground floor of the cool abbreviation, SBCG4AP!
The other ad released that same day was the one Telltale released themselves, an infomercial with some of that bad commercial acting we love so much from Homestar and Strong Bad.
It's Strong Bad's Cool Game for Attractive People. But you can play too!
I'm pointing, I'm clicking, it's like an adventure.
Okay, despite my adventure game fandom predating this ad by a good decade, that actually is a phrase that does pop into my head literally every time I play an adventure game. and I'm not complaining.
I got so excited, I forgot everything you just said.
I hope this game eventually is re-released in a more current format, but until that ever happens, these ads are a lovely way to remind myself how hyped I was that this was happening. Until then, though, I guess if I want to replay this, I can dig my brother's Wii out of our parents' garage. Number 3. Talk It Yourself Homestar Puppet Plush. The piece of merch the people have demanded for 2 decades is here. Your own Puppet Homestar. Not quite screen accurate, but probably more durable than the real one.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Not this again.
Do you know someone with a terrible Homestar Runner impression that they just won't give up on?
But first, some powered by the cheat looking guys demonstrate the need for such a product.
Is that someone you?
This does not look good for Homestar Runner.
Okay, I need to know, is that Mike doing his bad impression of Matt's character, or is that Matt doing a bad impression of Mike's bad impression of Matt's character?
Spin my puzzle.
One advantage the puppet plush has over the actual puppet: lower extremities.
Hey, check out my proprietary dangle legs, Tiny TM up top.
And even front-facing.
Oh yeah, they had recently introduced the horrors of front-facing in that one cartoon, even though they had briefly shown us front-facing a long, long time ago. But nothing, and I mean nothing, compares to the horror of biblically accurate Homestar eyes. As a side note, my one criticism of the product itself is that all the eyes it comes with all face the same way. Like the little curly bit at the top is all facing this way, and I wish the spare eyes faced the other way. I don't know, maybe they'll do an add-on. Fangamer eventually sold a Danger-esque sunglasses add-on for the Strong Bad plush, so I would probably pay up to several of dollars for bonus other ways eyes.
Magnetic eyes allow for facing either direction.
Like I could flip it itself, but then it doesn't have whites on the other side of the eyes, which I guess makes for even more horrifying biblically accurate Homestar. Ooh. Enjoy the nightmares, kids.
And this.
Okay, now I'm sold. I'll take it. I'll take 12. Number 2. The Peasant's Quest trailer. I actually went back and forth as to whether or not to even include this because it is an ad, but not for a purchasable product. But if I'm including other game trailers, I feel like this one should count too, and really, you're gonna expect me to leave anything Peasant's Quest related off the list? The fake Peasant's Quest trailer was my number 1 last year. The real preview has to at least place.
From the company that made that game Trogdor, and that game Rabbit Algebra, comes a graphical text adventure of rather large proportions.
I've talked before about how Peasant's Quest is my favorite Homestar Runner thing, and possibly my second favorite King's Quest game, and I've talked before about how I was so blindsided by this trailer, unsure if it was a real ad or a fake one. The mixing of real information and joke information kept me on my toes.
Can one peasant wearing short pants save the countryside from certain burnation? You decide. Coming soon to a 286 CGA-enabled PC near you.
And truthfully, I was fully satisfied with it as a fake ad, but I was ecstatic that it turned out to be real. And frankly, I think that's the sign of a fantastic ad, when it's entertaining enough on its own that you're satisfied with no product, but the product it's for delivers even beyond that. And my number 1 favorite Homestar Runner real commercial, the Trogdor board game campaign. This was not one mere commercial. This was an entire campaign for a Kickstarter and the product it begat. Possibly the biggest product in all of Homestardom. It's one of the only ones I've seen in brick and mortar stores. Like, I think I saw the Telltale game in a GameStop once, but I've seen this in so many hobby shops. Like, this thing is everywhere. So they pulled out all the stops for this. So much so that I couldn't choose just one of these videos for this list, so I'm gonna rank them all. And I'm gonna do it over here. That's right, there's a bonus D list. You didn't realize you were getting 2 today, did ya? So go check that out. The Brothers Chap spent quite some time promoting Trogdor the board game, and rightly so. But which was the best promo video? Welcome to the D-List, the show where I list things and my name begins with a D. And you may have just watched my list ranking my favorite commercials for Homestar Runner products, but within that category lies a far more consummate subcategory, videos encouraging you to check out all the majesty of Trogdor the board game. So let's rank those. Number 9. Trogdor the Board Game Playthrough. Strong Bad, Strong Sad, Homestar Runner, and Human Mike play a full game of Trogdor.
I'm here with Strong Bad.
Hi, guys.
And Strong Sad.
Greetings.
And Homestar Runner.
Oh, hello.
I would love to find out that this whole game was played with Matt wearing 2 Brother Strong gloves on 2 different hands, and Mike occasionally putting the Homestar puppet on one hand.
And then we have to burninate the thatched roof cottages.
Say it the right way, Mike.
Castle Cottages!
Come on, you know Mike's not the voice actor you are, SB.
And Homestar, it's your turn.
I get to talk. Nobody remembers me over here.
Yeah, some parts of it drag a bit, which is just accurate to the game night experience, but the highlights are pretty high.
Bon peasants come from the Trog meter.
Silly. Peasants are born from Trogdor's stomach. Is that what you're telling me?
So, don't think too much on it, Strong Bad. Don't think too much on it.
And even the creators of the game sometimes forget a rule or two, but fortunately there's an ever-pedantic Strong Sad to address it in post.
Whoops dang! The Troghammer should have repaired that cottage. But it's okay. A different knight's about to repair it anyways. So stop yelling at me.
At about 40 minutes, this is an uncharacteristically long piece of Homestar media, which is fun to have, but it does mean I don't revisit it nearly as often as the other promo videos. Number 8. Magic's Emergencies Expando Deck. The first, and so far only, expansion pack for the Trogdor board game was promoted with this little ad.
It's like new cards that they didn't think of the first time they made the game.
That's right.
In true Brothers Chap style, it's self-promotion laced with self-deprecation.
Brand new action cards with the kind of dumb names that you've come to expect.
Peasant intern.
We also find out here that Strong Sad is clearly the best commercial actor in the gang, at least in terms of line delivery.
I cast a spell of unvoidity!
What the?
Well, maybe second best after Onion Powder Bubs. Number 7. Trogdor the Board Game launch video. The one that started it all, with the same announcers as the Peasant's Quest trailer, one of whom seems to have forgotten pronunciations.
Trogdor. A cooperative game of Burnination, Majesty, and Consummate V's.
Yes, with this video, Board Electrics has officially gone from a cutaway gag and a DVD-exclusive SPE-mail to a full-fledged creator of an actual product. But they'll still call back to that cutaway gag in the DVD-exclusive SPE-mail.
The company that made that game, Jervy Scat.
On the surface, calling back to a DVD-exclusive joke may not seem like a way to cast a particularly wide net with your advertising, but it is going to resonate with the people who already like giving you money.
By pledging to this hard drive. Fund drive. What is it? Fundraiser drive.
The video gives the basic most overview of the game, basically physicalizing the gameplay of Trogdor with one exclamation point, the arcade game, but adding that second exclamation point of physical items and also Peasant's Quest lore.
Using your unique powers and enchanted items, take turns controlling the Burninator in order to achieve your goal of burninating the entire countryside, burninating all the peasants, and of course, burninating all the thatched roof cottages.
And Homestar's commercial acting has improved slightly from his Fluffy Puff Halloween days.
I drew Wingaling. I can start my turn anywhere on the game board.
Look, as long as he remembers his lines, that's a plus. The Vid Electrics duo, on the other hand, has shown no growth since the Peasant's Quest preview.
What do you mean there's no graphics in board games?
Well, there's graphic design.
You don't design graphics.
You don't?
You program them.
Number 6. Six-Sided Die. This is a whole sub-series within this subcategory, so I could queue up another video here where I rank these all individually, but I won't. Not this year anyway. Maybe down the line in a future Decemberween, if I've run out of other Homestar things to list, I'll revisit this category, but for now I'm just going to talk about them all as a single entity.
Six-sided... Whoa. Six-sided... Oh! Six... Oh!
Anyway, this is Strong Sad's board game review show, focusing almost entirely on one board game in particular. The board game that they were mostly released as Kickstarter updates for, which seems like a conflict of interest for a review show. Anyway, in the first episode, Strong, Sad, and Mike play a little bit of the game to give a general overview.
Stormclaw has wraparound movement, which allows Trogdor to move. If he was here and wanted to move west, he would jump over here. If he was here and wanted to move south, he would jump up here. Normally, Trogdor can't do that unless you have this special power, but the knights, archers, and peasants all do that automatically, have that wraparound.
Oh, like a King's Quest game.
Oh, come on. I can't imagine anything in Peasantry resembling anything from King's Quest.
We, of course, in the vein of Teen Girl Squad, say, arrowed.
Well, it's a pretty good strong bad, Mike.
Yeah, nice work, Mike. Have you been taking voice lessons from the cheat?
All in all, it's a great way to encourage my weird obsession with my brother that mistreats me.
Oh, Strong Sad, please go back to therapy. Anyway, the next episode features Strong Sad playing a non-Trogdor game with the co-star of the Trogdor movie.
Mr. Lucky Yates!
Hi! Hi, Strong Sad.
So, thanks for coming on the six-sided die, Lucky.
I'm very excited about this one.
We should give everybody a little background, I suppose. Lucky and I have sort of a standing date. We go thrifting together.
We are thrift store friends.
That's right. That's how we met.
That's right. This is our first venture outside of the world of thrifting together.
Ooh, mixing up your friendships, playing board games with Lucky now. I really hope this means we get to see you go thrifting with Hamsar.
Why don't you tell him what we found at the thrift shop?
Oh man, I'm really excited about this one. Don't make Daddy PO'd.
Look, they built the prop for the launch video. I'm frankly surprised they didn't try to get even more use out of it after this.
And maybe we have to get to the lawnmower to do our chores and then maybe back? I don't know.
It definitely wouldn't PO him if we did our chores.
That's
maybe
what I'm assuming.
Our goal, yeah.
This is just Calvin Ball chaos, with the two trying to make sense of game pieces designed not to make sense. It's great.
Oh, you're confronting Daddy.
Oh, maybe, is this when we need to write something?
I think this is perhaps where we need to pen a note to Daddy. Perhaps a note of appreciation. Would you like to dictate one to me?
Okay. Dear Daddy, just wanted to let you know that we like how not PO'd you are.
This still feels like it makes more sense than Derby Scat.
Well, Lucky, what do you think? How close do you think we came to the real deal?
I don't know that we came close at all, but I think we certainly improved upon the game.
Absolutely.
From here on in, the episodes get more bite-sized, focusing on specific aspects of the game. In the next episode, Strong Sad breaks down Peasant Burnination.
And once a peasant has finished his path of burnination, he does not go into the Trog meter. He goes into the void. Oh, I guess this was better than the plague.
And I guess it's a recipe?
So there you have it. Peasant burnination 4 ways. A low-calorie dessert you can whip up for your family in under 15 minutes.
Un dessert hypocalorique que vous pouvez préparer pour votre famille en moins de 15 minutes.
The next episode breaks down Trogdor's fiery rage.
In the spirit of my favorite unproduced Don Bluth film, Peasants Goes West.
It wouldn't have lived up to a peasantry entail anyway.
Trogdor doesn't lose, he rage quits. We will draw 5 consecutive movement cards. Trogdor will follow the movement path on each of those. He gets automatic perma-burnination.
It's nice to see that both Trogdor and Rather Dashing alike can sometimes only win by losing.
That he is victorious, and then probably takes a really long nap. I would.
The next one shows you how you can build your own Void Tower.
Or make your own with poster board, a utility knife, ruler, pencil, and maybe a glue stick.
Even with all the pieces that come with the game already, it's not a true board game without some over-elaborate arts and crafts.
Oh, I'm dead. Ooh, me too. I guess I am as well.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, I'm sure that must have been cathartic for Strong Sad.
And also, I didn't authorize my appearance in this lame Instructables video.
Really? You don't even endorse it on your hat? Anyway, next we finally get to the unboxing, which feels like it should be step 1, but what you gonna do?
There's our lineup, your starting lineup for your Troglanta Hawks.
Strong Sad, I can't believe you of all people are tarnishing this nerdy board game with a sports reference.
I'll spread these out like a true blackjack professional.
See, this is why you weren't invited to play poker at the inventory.
9 with good illustrations and 3 with strong bad illustrations.
Get those jabs in, Strong Sad. Your brother deserves all you give him.
9 of these, 3 by strong bad, making a total of 12.
Good math, Strong Sad. Good math.
Okay, Mike, don't be condescending. We all know Strong Sad's the smartest free country in.
That's a separate mini-game unrelated to the base game. You don't need to play it.
You probably shouldn't.
Ooh, Forbidden Minigame? I want to play Forbidden Minigame.
Now, can I grease that up, Mike, with like a Q-tip full of olive oil, perhaps?
Sure.
Yeah? Season it with some garlic?
Not everything is a recipe, Strong Sad.
The contents of Trogdor the board game laid bare.
Then a few years later, one more episode was released to break down the Expando deck.
Featuring such standouts as Tunnel Breath, Flaming Haldo, Peasant Intern, and Rollover Minutes, which I'm sure the young people will totally get.
Aw, it's sweet that you think you still have any young fans, Strong Sad.
Look at how excited poor Hardy Barty is there, hoping to get the call up from Coach.
I'm sorry, Hadry Badry. I gotta go with my number one guy.
Now entering the board game, number 47, Reggie Toupee.
Oh, Board Electrics, give us a card gauge card game already, you cowards.
Oh no! This knight is going to repair this cottage that I just burninated. How frustrating. But wait, if I play third string keeper, and I've got old war checks still in the box, I can bring them in to prevent the knight from repairing.
For videos that go into the boring to explain intricacies of gameplay, they could not have picked a better spokesman than Strong Sad.
Now that you know what each new card type does, I'll show you how to set up a game using the new Expando deck, I guess.
Now, the aforementioned playthrough video technically doesn't count as a six-sided die, despite the aesthetic and the fact that Strong Sad seems in control of post-production. It also doesn't count as a disc 4 of 12, despite the fact that it's Strong Bad playing through a game. I think if we get like 2 more disc 4 of 12s, then I can start ranking those. Number 5. The Rulebook EP music videos. Again, another mini category within this mini category within this category. If you have a low tolerance for strong Sadian six-sided tedium, the rules were also explained in song in the Rulebook EP, and 3 of those songs got videos. First, in Quick Start Overview, Puppet Strong Bad raps the basics.
This is the Quick Start Overview. I'ma tell you all the things that you're supposed to do.
Now, the most important thing about this short is that we get to see Powered by the Cheat Homeschool winner.
Now, Trogdor is a game that's cooperative. You can play it by yourself or with your stepmom's kids.
And the second most important thing is we get another just perfect moment of Strong Mad being a sweet little cinnamon roll.
We did it, the cheat!
What's that?
We turned Strong Mad into a green screen! I love you, the cheat!
Second, in a little tune that appears to take place inside the logo of the Homestar Runner and Beauregard show, Homestar sings about the actions you can do.
You can move or chomp or hide or borrow or even pollinate. Hey, that was great. It was super catchy. Everybody's gonna remember this one.
It's so catchy that Homestar gets too distracted to actually remember the meter the second time around.
Where you go to your house, and inside your house, you have a couple friends, and maybe eat a snack, and then play a board game called Trogdor the Board Game. And these are the actions that you can do. They are move and chomp and hide and borrow and pollinate.
Then both of Strong Bad's loose leaf worlds overlap as the Gregs play Trogdor the board game, and Brain Krieg explains Trogdor's fiery rage. After which, Homestar pops up in a hidden track to ask a simple question.
Did you win? Did you win?
If you didn't, I can only imagine how obnoxious this is.
I know you can't see my face, so you can tell how serious this is, but I really want to know. That's why I'm giving you this game outcome quiz.
These are all short, effective, and catchy. I would have loved videos for the whole EP. Maybe doing one for Strong Sad Song would have been a little redundant with Six Sided Die, but come on, we need a Big Knife music video eventually. Number 4, Maple Grove Market. While this isn't explicitly promoting the game, it was posted as part of the Kickstarter campaign, and I guess in a roundabout way, it does advertise the Homestar character meeples, which I do have, but they're over there and they're too small. I don't want to get that close to the camera.
We look like we belong in one of those old British stop-motion shows. You know, where we all speak in board gamery terms while a pleasant narrator over-explains everything.
Welcome to Maple Grove Market.
I'm honestly impressed that Matt bothered to do a second British pleasant narrator voice instead of just reusing the one from Tronkles.
I trade for grain. I just eradicated all disease in Jakarta.
I lost a toad in the chocolate swamp.
Yes, every member of the gang associates with a different board game. And you know there's only one place that could lead.
Do it, Hansar. Do it. Here. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Oh, no. You just shanked my Jenga ship.
Oh, no. It's our mortal enemy. Someone going to get a drink during the game. Ah!
Don't worry, guys. He'll pick you all back up when he gets back from the Scenorial Day tent event super sale. Number 3. Trogdor was a man / Trogdor was Dragon Man / the one from when the 70s.
Trogdor was a man. Trogdor was a dragon man. Trogdor was a man. Trogdor was a dragon man.
I've already said all I have to say about this one when I ranked the Powered by the Cheat tunes, but yeah, I love it. Super catchy. I might even listen to this one more than I listen to the real Trogdor song. I know it's sacrilege, but I love that power surge. Number 2. Stack 'em to the heavens. Oh, Marshy, how I hate to love to hate you.
Stack 'em to the heavens! Stack 'em to the heavens! Now you can play a game called Stack 'em to the Heavens!
We call back to one of the best fake commercials with this real commercial for an arguably fake product within a real product.
That's right, Marshy. New from...
Oh, no, you don't, Wendell! This is my barbecue! Stack 'em to the Heavens is a quick stacking game that's great for when your little brats are waiting for their chicken fingers.
We're vegan.
Yeah, this is simultaneously probably the closest we'll ever get to a real-life Fluffy Puff commercial, and also barely a commercial for a real product. It's for a bonus product within the product, namely the aforementioned Forbidden Minigame, where you can play with the pieces that already come with the game in a different game that barely counts as a game.
Shake up the bag, roll the knights and peasants, and take turns making radical stack-em-ups.
Even the dramatistration actors can barely pretend this is fun.
If I can force you to stack 3 peasants in a row, you lose.
Not if I can stack 'em wieldways enough to topple you down.
Oh no, you toppled me down.
Hey, it's great.
That's not normal bad commercial acting. That's just boredom.
Stack 'em to the Heavens is a talk say I made a long time ago, and then these jerks stole it.
Fluffy Puff versus Board Electrics, the corporate showdown we've all been waiting for. Whoever wins, we win.
The first one to stack 1 million is doing it wrong.
Look, it's on par with a lot of cereal prizes, which might be why the announcer got confused at the end.
Included in every box of Trogdor cereal. I mean board game. Don't pour milk on it.
Hey, you can't tell me what to do. I don't need Strong Sad to explain this recipe to me. And my number 1 favorite Trogdor the board game promotional video, Wormwood version video. The Wormwood Gaming craftsmen labor over a limited edition version of the Trogdor board, and Strongbad riffs the video.
Synergy. Dynamic upstream. Unlock your potential.
The Consummate tier, an exclusive offering in this campaign from the Artisans of Wormwood, is a tribute to the enduring majesty that is Trogdor the Burninator.
Wait, Trogdor? I just assumed from the music that this was a commercial for insurance or one of them old man medications.
Look, as a part-time riffer myself, plug, I appreciate Strongbad's skills of a riffer. And I appreciate that Strongbad knows when to mock and when to respect the video's respect toward the Burninator.
This guy totally ruined this board and won't be working here much longer.
Consummate V's of genuine silver draw your attention right where it belongs, to he who comes in the night.
Yes. Now that's what I'm talking about.
Even without the riffing, it would be pretty funny hearing such a serious-looking video talk so reverently about Trogdor.
This guy needs to back up off of this laser cutter.
The visuals on their own are immensely satisfying, on top of which Strong Bad's riffs are funny. It's always nice to watch something that's both pleasant and hilarious.
We seasoned the mighty Burninator with fresh, cracked black pepper and what is clearly cumin. Or maybe ground mustard. We dump an entire gallon of Grandma's protein shake on a board for no reason.
And that's my ranking of the Trogdor the Board Game promo videos, as an epilogue of my ranking of Homestar commercials in general. But which one is your favorite? Let's discuss this all in the comments, and if you like this video, you might also like this one where I pitch the Homestar product that I wish was real, the Homestar Runner Theme Park Ride. And until next time, this is Dave, signing off.